The story starts with our MC, Bel Cranel, being chased by a minotaur and getting saved by a beautiful girl with long golden hair. Drenched in the minotaur's blood, he went to meet Aina, his guild advisor, to get any information about the girl who saved him, Iz Wallenstein. She scolded him for carelessly venturing into the dungeon before finally giving love advice to Bel. After the talk, Bel came home and was greeted by his goddess Hestia. She brought him fried potatoes and both of them were happily eating dinner together. Later on, Hestia updated Bel's status and was surprised to see Bel acquired a skill, Lyra's Freeze. However, she decided to hide this fact from Bel. The next morning, Bel woke up with Hestia sleeping on top of him. He got nervous and quickly changed his clothes to go to the dungeon. While on the street, he felt someone's eyes on him and turned around, but nobody was there. Then a girl called him saying that he dropped a magic stone. Bel felt that he had traded all his magic stones, but he thanked her anyway. The girl asked him if he was an adventurer and how early he went into the dungeon. Shortly after that, his stomach growled. The girl gave Bel a lunchbox, which he refused at first. She said not to worry about her food since she would get some food at the pub she worked. In exchange for receiving the lunchbox, she made Bel promise that he will return to the pub that night. At the dungeon, Bel kept fighting the monsters, and the image of Iz appeared in his mind. In the evening, he was surprised about his status update, as almost all his statuses had a significant increase. He questioned Hestia, but she was angry and left him alone. Bel then came to the pub, hostess of fertility, and was greeted by the girl he met in the morning. She introduced herself as Suraflova. The owner of the pub gave Bel a lot of food that made him overwhelmed. While he was eating, another maid shouted that their reserved guests are coming, the Loki Familia. Bel is finally able to see Eye again. The Loki Familia was having fun until one of their members was drunk. The guy, Beat Loga, recalled the Minotaur incident and how Bel ran away when the Sword Princess saved him. He kept mocking Bel and stated that a weak guy like that didn't deserve someone like Oz. Hearing that, Bel dashed out of the pub and went into the dungeon to vent his frustration and didn't return until morning. Hestia was waiting outside their home when she saw him badly wounded. She ran to Bel and he fell into her arms. With blood dripping from his face, he said to her that he wanted to become stronger. Hestia updated Bel's status and saw his fast growth rate due to his rare skill, Lyra's Freeze. She wondered whether to tell Bel about his skill. Worried that the other gods might gain an interest, she decided to keep it a secret. For the result of his status update, rather than giving Bel his paper, she told him directly that he was growing at an incredible rate at the moment and that he had the talent to be an adventurer, meaning that he would become stronger. Furthermore, Hestia said that she would support him and lend him her powers so Bel wouldn't act rashly like before. She also asked him not to leave her alone, which Bel promised her. After that, Hestia said she would be going out and leaving him for about 3 days. Bel went back to hostess of fertility and apologized to Mia Grand for not paying the bill the previous night. Mia forgave him and Sire came to give him another lunchbox. Mia told Bel to make sure that he thanked her as she was the one that argued in his defense. She understood what made Bel run off from the pub last night, telling him something to liven up Bel's spirit and push him forward. During the gods' banquet, Freya greeted Hestia, who was busy trying to get as much free food as she could. Soon after, Loki dashed over to join Freya and Hestia. Hestia asked Loki whether I Wallenstein was seeing someone, and Loki quickly answered saying she would rip apart anyone who tried to get eyes. Freya commented on how rare it was seeing Loki dressing up. Loki insulted Hestia by saying that she purposely wore the dress so she could show off to the poor goddess. Hestia countered by saying that the dress would only show off her sad flat chest. The two then fought each other by pinching each other's cheeks. All the other gods surrounded them and bet on which one was going to win, the Loli Big Melons or Loki No Melons. In the end, Loki left the party crying. Hephaestus appeared after Loki left, which caused Hestia to happily say she wanted to meet her. Hephaestus quickly made it clear that she wouldn't lend Hestia any more money, and reminded Hestia about how Hestia used to freeload from her for a long time. Hestia said that everything changed now since she had a Familia member. Hephaestus apparently knew Bel. The boy with white hair and red eyes was Hestia's Familia member. After hearing that, Freya excused herself as she had confirmed something. After she left, Hestia begged Hephaestus to make a weapon for Bel. That same evening, Bel was staring in front of a weapon shop when Mige greeted him while carrying a bag with supplies. Bel asked him why he didn't go to God's banquet, and Mige answered that he didn't go to God's banquet because he was busy. He gave Bel 2 potions for free, which Bel thanked him for, and the two separated. In Hephaestus' room, Hestia kept prostrating in front of Hephaestus, while she begged Hephaestus to make a weapon for Bel. Hephaestus finally gave up after hearing Hestia's reason. She agreed to make the weapon, but Hestia would pay her debt, no matter how long it would take. Hestia was happy because Hephaestus was making the weapon herself, causing Hephaestus to tell Hestia that she would be helping. The next day, Bel was walking on the street when one of the employees from Hostess of Fertility called out to him. The cat people girl, Ania Frommel, asked him to go deliver a wallet to a clumsy sir. Bel didn't really understand at first, but then another employee, an elf, came and told her to give him a better explanation. Ania told Rue Lion that Bel understood what she said and explained it better. After working on it for a while, Hephaestus and Hestia finished the knife. Hephaestus tied the wrapped knife around Hestia and told her to go deliver it to Bel. Loki and Freya were sitting together near the balcony of a cafe, while I was standing behind Loki. Loki asked Freya which child from another familia she was aiming for. Freya answered the question by describing that child's character. She later excused herself after seeing Bel passing by. Eyes also saw that he passed by. Bel came to Monster Feria looking for Sir, but instead met Hestia. She grabbed his hand and took him on a date. The two had fun eating crepes outside of the Colosseum. Hestia became jealous after finding out that Bel was looking for a girl but couldn't say anything as a silverback appeared from the Colosseum. The monster was ordered to chase Hestia. Bel and Hestia ran away from the monster until they came to Daedalus Street. Bel was scared but attacked the monster to protect Hestia. When the monster attacked him, his blade shattered, forcing the two of them to run. Bel decided to buy time for Hestia's escape by locking her in a tunnel, saying that he didn't want to lose any more family members. Bel recalls the day he learned that his grandfather was instantly killed by a monster in the mountains. The loss of his grandfather inspired Bel to become an adventurer. However, all of the familias he approached rejected him. It was until the goddess Hestia approached him and offered him to join her familia. Back to the present, Bel locks Hestia in a tunnel, claiming he doesn't want to lose any more family, and goes to confront the silverback. At the Monster Feria Colosseum, Ganesha is briefed on the monsters that had escaped by two of his subordinates. Not wanting to solve this problem with his familia alone, he orders his subordinates to get in contact with the other familias to help out. This order concerns the subordinates as they lose face. Still, Ganesha insists on doing so, claiming pride and merit mean nothing when the safety of the people is in danger. Meanwhile, Bel continues to fight the silverback as his dagger breaks, and at that moment, Hestia, while fleeing in the tunnel, trips and falls. Readjusting the cloth with the knife forged by Hephaestus, Hestia recalls the tip about imbuing hieroglyphics onto weapons by Hephaestus. After gathering her composure, Hestia continues running down the tunnel. Elsewhere, Misha informs Aina about the escaped monsters from the Monster Feria Colosseum. An emergency request is submitted to have adventurers regardless of what familia they're associated with. As it so happens, Ice and her goddess Loki overhear this conversation between the two guild members. Returning back to Bel, who tries to outrun and flee from the silverback, continues to struggle against it. Face to face with the monster, Bel figures Eyes won't make an appearance to save him again. However, it also behooved him if she'd see him in the same predicament as she saw him again last time. The person in question slays a monster and asks Aina the remaining number of monsters left. Aina answers that 3 to 4 should remain, and thus Eyes heads off to hunt them. With Ai gone, Misha compliments the Sword Princess and Aina agrees, noting that Bel's admiration for her is well-founded. She also, though, worries about Bel in this situation too. Returning to Bel, who is then joined by Hestia, which attracts the attention of the silverback, it then tries to attack Hestia, but Bel embraces her after he lunges at her. They both then fall down a flight of stairs and smash through a large wooden door. Although thankful that Hestia is alright, disconcerted Bel asks his goddess why she didn't run after he told her to. Hestia, though, brushes off the comment and claims that she reciprocates his desire to protect her and recounts the promise he made to her. She then tries to give Bel the knife she had forged for him, but they're then confronted by the silverback again. To escape the pursuing silverback once more, Bel carries Hestia out of the alleyway they're in until he finds a hidden alleyway. Convinced that the monster was targeting Hestia, the target decides they should fight it. Dubious to that notion as Bel lacks the strength and weapons to do best it. Contrary to Bel's self-deprecating remarks, Hestia still believes in him and then presents him with his new weapon. The new knife is dubbed Hestia's knife. Eyes finishes off another monster and is then informed by 2 of her subordinates of a silverback pursuing a young adventurer. Later, a flashback involving Hestia and Hephaestus reveals the quality of the knife. Hestia then performs a status update on Bel as the silverback locates the hidden alleyway. Astonished by Bel's skill growth of 600, Hestia believes that he has the power to defeat the silverback. Nervously wielding his knife, Bel is consoled by Hestia, giving him the confidence to face the monster. Charging at the silverback head-on, Bel unintentionally destroys one of his chains. Astonished by this, Hestia chimes in and claims that his weapon is alive and will grow with him. Bel then continues his retaliation against the silverback, destroying its face mask and armor, and finishing it off by stabbing it in the chest. With the silverback defeated, the citizens that live in the area appear and give Bel a jovial round of applause for his accomplishment. Hestia embraces Bel overjoyed by his impressive feat. Eyes at the corner have witnessed the feat and goes back to the guild with Loki, who tries to grope her butt, but fails. Oh god, this goddess is such a perv. Around that time, Freya, standing on top of a rooftop, wonders to herself if what she did was something bad for Hestia. That night, Ganesha cleans his stadium and is happy with the outcome of the incident. Aine writes a report concerning the monster incident at the guild, and Bel, the hostess of fertility, drowsily sits outside the room Hestia is resting in. He's approached by Sir, who tells him that Mia is allowing them to stay there for as long as necessary. Furthermore, Sire feels responsible for getting Bel roped in on the situation for forgetting her purse. She also discloses to Bel about the public's opinion of him for defeating the silverback and that she saw most of the action and was impressed by it. Awakening from her unconscious state, Hestia calls out to Bel and he enters her room to check up on Hestia. Bel then brings his goddess up to date with the current events and then asks her about the name inscribed on his knife's scabbard. Hestia reveals that she was aware of him constantly staring at the knives for sale at Hephaestus' store and had one custom made for him. Although concerned about the price that the knife must have cost, Hestia reassures Bel that she'll take care of it. Emotionally, Bel then embraces Hestia and she asks him to rely on her more often. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, an adventurer named Jed Raish orders his porter, Lilaruka Ard, to keep up the pace. He also disparages her, claiming that he can use her as a decoy if they're ambushed by monsters. Later, Hephaestus has Hestia amuse her by having her dress in a skimpy maid outfit. Flashbacks show how Bel decided to become an adventurer after his grandfather was killed, eventually arriving in Aurorio and meeting Hestia, becoming part of her familia. Bel decides to enter more dangerous levels of the dungeon, so guild advisor Aina Tull insists they buy him better armor. Bel becomes flustered when Aina turns up dressed for a date. As the two come across Hestia working to pay her debt to Hephaestus, Hestia becomes jealous of Aina. Bel purchases armor made by a blacksmith he has never heard of and Aina gives him extra wrist armor. Bel saves Lilaruka from Jed, but she disappears. Lilaruka reappears, revealing herself to be a shapeshifter and offers her services as a supporter only, to then steal the Hestia knife afterward. She attempts to sell it but finds that when separated from Bel it becomes blunt and worthless. She is spotted carrying the knife by Ryu Lion, a waitress from Hostess of Fertility. Lilaruka runs away and bumps into Bel. With his knife returned and unaware Lilaruka had tried to steal it, Bel splits the money they earned evenly with her, shocking her as all her previous partners had paid her almost nothing. As is seen in the dungeon preparing to fight a powerful monster while the unknown goddess, revealed to be Freya, watches Bel. Hestia is devastated when she sees Bel with Lilaruka. Bel offers to take Hestia to dinner. Ecstatic at the thought of going on a date with Bel, Hestia goes to a public bath and brags to the goddess Demeter. As she arrives for their date, she finds that Demeter has spread the gossip far and wide, and Bel is mobbed by multiple goddesses eager to meet Hestia's very first boyfriend. As a result, they spend most of the day avoiding detection. Lilaruka has the money Bel gave her taken by members of her Soma Familia and becomes determined to steal Bel's knife, though she becomes even more confused as Bel continues to treat her kindly. After reading a book on magic he borrowed from Styr, Bel learns the Firebolt spell. He rushes to the dungeon to test his new ability, but being unfamiliar with magic, he overexerts himself into unconsciousness. Ais finds him and puts his head in her lap until he wakes up. Once he does, he flees, having embarrassed himself in front of her again. While looking for Lilaruka, Bel refuses an offer from Jed to make a profit by stealing the money Lilaruka had managed to save for herself by hiding it from the Soma Familia. After her parents died, Lilaruka was forced to become a supporter until she came to hate all adventurers. The Loki Familia discover that the Soma Familia have ceased worshipping their god and begun brewing a powerful wine so addictive other adventurers hand over their entire fortunes for a taste. Ais, who's grown interested in Bel, has been depressed since he ran away from her again. Aina, suspicious of Lilaruka, asks Ais for a favor. In the dungeon, Lilaruka tricks Bel into fighting powerful monsters and steals his knife again. She is caught by Jed, who is suddenly betrayed by the Soma Familia. Jed is killed, and Lilaruka is forced to surrender her bank key before being left to be killed by monster ants. Accepting her death, she's surprised when Bel suddenly appears and saves her. Lilaruka cries and admits to every time she cheated or stole from him. Despite this, Bel forgives her and they form a true partnership. Meanwhile, Ais, who had hidden in the thick fog to kill the monsters attacking Bel without him seeing her, is mad at herself for forgetting to apologize to him when she finds a piece of his armor he lost during the fight. Lily goes to meet Hestia with Bel, where she apologizes for her actions, with Hestia reluctantly accepting and telling her to watch over Bel. They proceed to fight over him before he runs off embarrassed. Bel goes to meet up with Aina. Ais is there waiting with her, and stops him before he can run off again. Ais returns his lost arm gauntlet she found in the dungeon and apologizes for scaring him off so many times. He in turn apologizes and thanks her for saving him all those times. Reflecting on not being strong enough to reach his goal, Ais agrees to train him to get better at combat. During their training, Bel is constantly knocked out but continues to get up and try again. Ais asks how he is so strong, and he tells her it's because there's someone he wants to be closer to. While out getting food, they run into Hestia working, who becomes enraged seeing him with another girl. She reluctantly allows him to continue training with her. Meanwhile, Freya sends her captain, Otter, into the dungeon, where he tames and arms a minotaur, before unleashing him on the upper floors. News of Ais single-handedly defeating a boss creature on the 37th dungeon level reaches the guild. Although this revelation leaves Bel feeling despondent, however, he's still determined to reach Ais level more than ever. While walking down the streets of the city, Bel is approached by Stir, who has him wash dishes for her. Much to his dismay, Bel still agrees to wash the dishes in order to keep his mind off the news of I's meritable accomplishment. Due to the abundance of the number of dishes that needed to be cleaned, Ryu decides to help Bel. As they both clean the dishes, Bel asks Ryu, as she was a former adventurer, for advice on how to rank up. She advises that he'll need to culminate good deeds and defeat strong enemies with techniques and strategies. Bel then recalls A's commenting on how he lacks the aforementioned things. Another piece of advice that Ryu gives is that Bel should form a party to compensate for his deficiencies, reinforcing the fact that a party is a necessity. Ryu claims that it's also an obvious essential that one goes on adventures to level up. Seer is shown to have eavesdropped on some of the discussions between Bel and Ryu. The next day, Bel and Ais continue their sparring together, and Bel manages to get in a counterattack on her. That being the last day of their training together, Bel thanks Ais for her help, in turn, as does she. They also hope for the best for each other, and internally, Bel hopes to one day reach her. Back at the church, Bel packs his things for another adventure as he informs Hestia about his final day of training with Oz. As Bel leaves to head off on another adventure, Hestia tries to show Bel his new stats, but he refuses to see them until he's returned. In front of the dungeon, the captain of the Loki Familia Findime gives a speech to the members of his Familia on the adventure they're heading off on. The Familia will be divided into two groups, one led by him and the other led by Gareth. Accompanying them as support will be the Hephaestus Familia Blacksmiths. The plan is to reach level 18 and regroup there until they're ready to venture off to the 50th level. Their true goal, however, is to reach the never-before-reached 59th level. Elsewhere, Otter gives his report to Freya, who ponders if Bel will grow exponentially from this. On the 9th level of the dungeon, Bel notes the ominous feeling coming from that level, and Lily feels it too. Furthermore, Bel notes the lack of monsters and adventurers and relates the feeling he has to his encounter with the Minotaur. After briefly pressing on, they're confronted by the same one-horned Minotaur wielding Otter's spare broadsword weapon. Dodging its attack thanks to Lily pushing him out of the way, Bel casts multiple fire bolts on it. This proves futile as the Minotaur slams Bel into a dungeon wall, leaving him hurt and exhausted. Down in the lower levels, Finn's group is informed about the Minotaur roaming the 9th level of the dungeon. Hearing that another adventurer is down in the lower levels of the dungeon and may be a victim of the Minotaur, part of the Loki Familia set off to help. Back to Bell, who sluggishly dodges the Minotaur's attacks while realizing his hesitance is fueled by his cowardice. A wounded Lily awakens after saving Bell from the Minotaur attack, and Bell orders her to run. Lily, however, continuously refuses. Bell snaps at her. Alone now, Bell faces off against the beast, dual-wielding two weapons, hoping to buy enough time for Lily to escape. The fight continues, and the Minotaur breaks Bell's chest plate with its horn. Just then, Eyes arrives at the scene. While Bell laments over being saved by Eyes again, the rest of the Loki Familia group arrives. Not wanting to be upstaged by being rescued by Eyes again, Bell confronts the Minotaur again. As Bell faces off against the Minotaur, Beat recognizes Bell as the tomato guy that I once saved. Beat then disparages Bell once again for the adventurer's incompetence. Cheon asks Eyes if it's alright to allow Bell to continue his fight against the Minotaur alone. Lily then chimes in, beseeching the group to help, Bell causing her to faint from fatigue and be healed by Reveria. Because of Lily's plea, Bait decides to help Bell. However, he's astonished to see that Bell is capable of holding his own against the beast. While the fight between Bell and the Minotaur continues, Freya watches as it unfolds, feeling rhapsodic from the experience. Back to the fight, the Loki Familia group note that although Bell's knife and his technique with the knife are impressive, Bell has yet to penetrate the defenses of the Minotaur. Defending against an attack that breaks his base lard, Bell manages to stab the Minotaur's right arm. Unable to wield its broadsword weapon any longer, Bell uses it to slash the Minotaur several times and finish it off using multiple firebolt spells. Once the fight was over, Lily rushes over to Bell, and the Loki Familia also approaches him. At Beat's request, Reveria checks Bell's stats, and she reveals that all of his abilities are S-ranked. That night, Bell is shown bedridden with Hestia by his side. She congratulates Bell for his accomplishment with a kiss. At the guild, Aina notes the elated look on Bell's face. To Aina's astoundment, Bell reveals that he reached level 2 in only a month and a half. Later that day, as Bell admires the horn left by the Minotaur, he gets his stats done by Hestia. She reveals that he managed to gain a second skill called Argonaut. Overjoyed by this revelation, Hestia explains that this new skill reflects his dream to become a hero. Soon after, Hestia leaves to attend the quarterly meeting of the gods known as Denetius Day. During this meeting, a second name will be decided for Bell. Walking down a hallway in the Temple of the Gods, Hestia is approached by Takamikazuchi, and the two first talk about Bell becoming rank 2 in less than 2 months. They then switch topics to a member of Takamikazuchi's familia named Yamato Mikoto reaching rank 2 as well. Bell, who was at the church gleefully sweeping the floors, wonders what his second name will be. As Bell looks at his old armor set, Hestia barges into the scene and reveals to him his second name. That night, a dejected Bell tells Lily his second name is Little Rookie at the Hostess of Fertility. Asked about her opinion of Bell's second name, Lily comments that it sounds ordinary, which Hestia believes is for the best as it's a safe name. Sire and Ryu join the two at their table as the other patrons recognize Bell for his recent merit. When asked as to why the two waitresses are joining them, Ryu confesses that it was at Mia's request. The topic then changes to Bell's plan to tackle the middle levels of the dungeon. Ryu advises Bell to not venture past the 13th level of the dungeon, as the monsters in the levels past it is too difficult for him to handle. Therefore, she suggests that Bell recruit more people into his party in order to mitigate the effort in the mid-levels. Just then, a muscular adventurer with facial scars and his party approach Bell's table, offering him to join his party in exchange for spending time with Ryu. On the other hand, Ryu rejects and briefly restrains him. This causes the man to try and retaliate, but Mia intervenes, causing the adventurer and his party to leave, but not before paying for their bill. The next day, Bell visits the Hephaestus Familia Novice Blacksmith store in hopes to find another set of armor by Welf Krazo. Unable to find a set by Welf, Bell approaches the counter as the man behind it argues with the man about why his merchandise is always kept on the edge. After Bell inquires the store clerk if the store has any armor made by Welf Krazo. The other man laughs and presents Bell with an armor set forged by Welf, that of whom he is. Outside of the store, Bell and Welf talk and get acquainted with one another. This leads to Welf offering Bell a deal, to which Welf forges new equipment for Bell, and in exchange he joins Bell's party. Bell, Lily, and their newest member Welf reach the 10th floor of the dungeon. It's there that Lily voices her disapproval of Welf joining the party regard without her consent. Right after Bell reveals Welf's full name, Lily reveals that Welf's family was once renowned for their magical weapons. This changed when the family lost their ability to produce them any longer, which ruined them. Coolly, Welf confirms the rumor, and there then imps and orcs start to sprout from the ground. The group then fights against the ambushing monsters, and as they do, Bell notes that he's become faster. A hard-armored monster appears, unleashing a spiral spin attack at the group, but is instantly defeated by Bell's firebolt attack. Realizing that his magic has also improved, this leads Bell to believe that he's getting closer in power to Oz. Elsewhere, Beat, Tyone, and Tiona all attack a group of flame rocks, while the main group observes them. Riveria explains to Gareth that what's motivating the three fighters is the recent exploits of Bell. Feeling motivated herself, Ai joins the trio in their fight against the flame rocks. Back to Bell's party, Welf notices a blue and white sparkle coming from Bell's right hand. Just then, an infant dragon appears, scaring away another adventurer party. Once the infant dragon spots Lily, it chases after her and is sequentially killed by Bell's firebolt magic. Afterward at the church, Hestia reveals that the sparkle was from his new Argonaut skill. Curious as to know if Hestia knows anything about Welf and his family, Hestia is asked by Bell if she knows anything about Welf's family. From what she's privy to, the Crozo family once were able to forge magical swords. Furthermore, if the rumors are correct, Welf is the only one in his family that can. As to why he refuses to forge magical swords, the reason is unknown. The following day, Bell meets with Welf and informs him that due to Lily feeling sick, they're not going to venture into the dungeon. So as a special treat, Welf brings Bell to his blacksmith workspace to forge him some new gear. Although Bell is content with the light armor set that he has, Welf insists that he creates something for him. Spotting a sword by some weapons hanging from the wall, Bell tries it out and is impressed by it. Welf then jumps to the conclusion that Bell wants him to forge a magical weapon to use, as he must have heard it from Hestia. He apparently heard that someone from Hestia's familia was asking for information on him. Bell apologizes on her behalf, however, Welf isn't offended. The blacksmith confesses that he was afraid that Bell's perspective on him would change once he knew about being able to forge magical weapons. Noticing that Bell was carrying around a minotaur horn, Welf decides to use that as material for his new piece of equipment. While forging the equipment, Welf confesses that he hates forging magical weapons because of the clientele he receives. Finished forging Bell a new knife, Welf notes that he's overall impressed by it and gives it to Bell. Later, somewhere in the dungeon, Lily explains to Bell and Welf about the monsters inhabiting the middle levels of the dungeon. The formation for the party is then elaborated on, and the group readies themselves to head off further into the dungeon. Hestia worries about Bell's safety as they continue to head further down into the middle floors, commenting on the frequent earthquakes there have been lately. Meanwhile, Hermes and his assistant Asfi start looking around town for information on Bell. Bell, Welf, and Lily find themselves cornered against a horde of rabbit monsters when they encounter the retreating Takamikazuchi familia. They pass parade them, escaping the room, leaving Bell and his party forced to also deal with the hellhounds preciously chasing them. They try to fight back and escape as best as they can, only for the earthquakes to occur, injuring Welf and blocking them in. With no other way out, Lily recommends heading further down to the 18th floor's safe zone to rest, which Bell agrees and they push through. Hestia is approached by Takamikazuchi and his familia, who apologize for their actions, so she requests their help in rescuing Bell. Hermes also shows up, offering his and Asfi's assistance in the quest. He and Hestia also insist on joining, even though gods are forbidden from entering the dungeon. Bell and the party struggle to keep their strength as the monsters get worse, while Hestia and her party prepare to head into the dungeon with newfound assistance from Ryu. In the mid-levels of the dungeon, Ryu and Asfi act as vanguards, defeating a bunch of Almirage and Hellhounds. Once they finish the monsters off, the group progresses until they reach a cave-in. While Ryu climbs the rubble, Hestia finds one of Bell's weapons from it. At the top of the rubble, Ryu finds monster stones and empty potion vials left behind. In Asfi's deduction, she believes that Bell's group is heading for the safe zone on the 18th level. The notion is congruent with Ryu and Hermes, as well as Hestia, who still feels Bell's presence in the lower levels. Meanwhile, Welf suffers from mind down after overusing Will-O-Wisp, and Lily has passed out too. Not wanting to abandon his teammates, Bell carries them further into the dungeon and down a shaft leading them to the 17th level. Back to the search party, Hestia probes Hermes for his real motive as to why he wants to help find Bell. Hermes reveals that a certain someone asked him to, and it was also out of his personal interest of his. Reaching the Great Wall of Lamentation, Bell sees the exit to the 18th floor. As he heads to the exit, the floor boss starts to spawn, but Bell manages to avoid it and reach the exit. Finally, on the 18th floor, Eyes approaches the group and Bell begs her to help his comrades. Afterward, Bell awakens in a tent calling out to his comrades and is met by Eyes. The Sword Princess reveals to Bell that his comrades were healed by Reveria and her other comrades. Learning that Bell is able to walk, Eyes has him report to her Captain Finn Dime. At the captain's tent, Bell thanks the captain and offers his services as thanks for their kindness. Finn divulges that many of their members have suffered from poisoning and that the group they sent to the surface has yet to return with an antidote. Therefore, the Loki Familia plan on sojourning there for the time being. Once his business is done there, Bell leaves the tent with Eyes and is greeted by Tyone and Tiona. Tiona acts in a vivacious manner toward Bell, going as far as to embrace his left arm, being so admired with him for his feat against the Minotaur. Chun also praises Bell for his feat against the Minotaur, causing Bell to blush. Walking through a forest area with Eyes, Bell notes how the brightness area. The two then make it out of the forest and reach a single large tree with a brilliantly bright crystal formation above the tree. Eyes reveals that as time passes by, its light disappears, creating night. The area itself has been dubbed by adventurers as the Under Resort, the Labyrinth Paradise. That night, both Welf and Lily finally awaken and they apologize to Bell for their incompetence. Bell, however, doesn't hold it against them. Appearing before them, Eyes informs the group that dinner will be served soon. Bell and the group enjoy their dinner with the Loki Familia, and during it, Hestia and her search party arrive at the scene. An overly emotional Hestia tries to embrace Bell, but is pulled away from him by Lily, much to her dismay. Hermes then approaches Bell and introduces himself and the members of Takmikazuchi's Familia that helped out. In one of the tents, Miko To prostrates herself to Bell, begging for his forgiveness. Although Bell has no qualms against Miko To and her group, Lily and Welf have qualms against them for creating a past parade that endangered them. Oka chimes in and claims it was his fault that it happened and has no regrets about doing it, as it was the right thing to do at the time. Hearing that remark puts Welf off, however, Bell admits that he would have done it too in the same scenario. As it'll take 2 days for the Loki Familia to recuperate from their prior journey to be able to fight the Goliath on the 17th floor. Hermes proposes they take it easy for the following day. Once this is settled, everyone leaves the tent, but before Welf can go, he's given a present that's from Hephaestus as well as a message from her. Admiring the crystal formation above the single tree, Bell is soon joined by Eyes, who is worried about him. As the two talk, Eyes promises to show Bell the city and the dungeon, which excites Bell. All of a sudden, Hestia appears in between the two, noting her exasperation about being excluded from the two's excursion the following day. Somewhere, Welf reflects on a flashback involving him and Hephaestus. Bell and the rest of the group visit the town of Rivera, where Bell runs afoul of a couple of aggressive adventurers he had a previous encounter with. The girls decide to take a bath, while Hermes takes Bell to talk somewhere. Bell realizes Hermes brought in just to spy on the girls, and in trying to leave, accidentally falls in, running off after seeing Eye naked. He inadvertently runs into Ryu, who reveals that she is the lone survivor of a murdered familia, and was blacklisted from the guild after avenging their deaths, before being taken in by Sir. She tells him not to try and rely on her, but Bell manages to cheer her up. The rogue adventurers, jealous of Bell's growth, plan a way to get back at him. As Eyes and her familia head back home, Hestia is kidnapped by the adventurers, leaving a letter behind for Bell to face them alone. The lead adventurer challenges Bell to a duel, where he utilizes a magic helmet to turn himself invisible to give Bell a beating. The encounter is set up by Hermes to test Bell's abilities. As Bell manages to fight back and turn the tide of the battle, the rest of the party soon shows up as reinforcement, and an escaped Hestia unleashes her divine powers to scare them all away. Before they can fully recover, an evil quake starts to occur on the floor. Because Hestia unleashed her godly might, the dungeon retaliates by locking up the floor and spawning a black Goliath there. Before Bell could head off to help fight against the black Goliath, he's stopped by Ryu. She asks him if he should really go fight the monster with his current party, to which, after he gets everyone's approval, answers yes. Amused by the answer, Ryu notes that he's not qualified to be the leader, but he's not wrong either. Ryu then heads off to fight against the monsters, and after leaving Chigusa in charge of protecting Hestia, Bell, and the party follow suit. While Mord and his companions are surrounded by minotaurs, Mord is rescued by Lily. In the town of Rivera, Asphai meets with Bors and his group to have everyone in town assembled to fight against the monster threat there. Hesitant to agree to the order at first, he then learns that all exits of the floor have been cut off. with the only way for everyone to escape is to defeat the Black Goliath. Wars and his men are then convinced to help out. Switching over to Ryu accompanied by Mikoto, Oka, and Welf, whose attacks prove futile against the Black Goliath. In Ryu's perspective on the Black Goliath, she believes the floor boss level is equivalent is 5. Continuing her attack on the Black Goliath, Asfi informs Ryu that reinforcements from Rivera are ready to help. As Asfi is roped into playing a decoy against the Black Goliath, Boar's comrades try and buy time for the mages to power up to cast a potent spell against the Black Goliath. When the mages are ready, they cast their individual spells on the Black Goliath, causing it to take massive damage. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Vanguard all charge at the Black Goliath, only to stop to the realization that it has the regeneration skill. Fully rejuvenated from its prior injuries, the Black Goliath launches several counterattacks against the adventurers. Encroached by an assortment of different kinds of monsters, Bell defeats a Minotaur and is then approached by Ryu and Asfi. They plan on acting as decoys against the Black Goliath so the mages can cast another spell on it, and will continue doing so until the Goliath is defeated. Lily regroups with Hestia and asks that all of the supplies be gathered, and Hestia has a man fulfill that request. After learning that Chigusa went to regroup with her comrades, Lily spots something wrapped in a cloth with a Joker marking on it. Even with her resolve, Ryu struggles against the Black Goliath and its regeneration ability. As that goes on, Chigusa manages to reach Oka, who requests his shield from her. Although hesitant to do so, Oka still insists on making Chigusa cry from becoming emotional. Meanwhile, Bell charges his right hand with his Argonaut skill and fires a firebolt against the Black Goliath. The attack blows off the top of the monster's head, but it still fires off a roar blast at Bell, sending him flying into the air. With the top of its head fully regenerated, the Black Goliath goes to attack Bell with a slap move, only for it to be parried by Oka's shield. Once Hestia and Lily reach Bell surrounded by Ryu, Asfi, Chigusa, and Mikoto, they inform the goddess that while Bell is alive, he's taken severe injuries. Asfi then heads off to fight against the Black Goliath again and is soon joined by Ryu at Hestia's request. Hestia and Lily then call out to the unconscious Bell. An incarnation of Bell's spirit claims that he can hear Hestia's calls to him, but his body won't respond to his will. Hermes then appears before Hestia and Lily, speaking a quote once given by Bell's grandfather. Because of this, Bell awakens and confronts the Black Goliath while wielding a large two-handed sword, while being empowered by his Argonaut skill. As Bell charges up for his attack against the Black Goliath, Asfi blinds it and Ryu casts Luminous Wind on it. Mikoto then briefly restrains the monster with Futsunomitama, allowing Welf to use his magical sword, Kazuki, on it. Thanks to his companions buying enough time for him to charge up, Bell uses the heroic shot on the Kazuki Black Goliath to obliterate its upper body. Bell then uses Hestia's knife to finish off the remains. A rhapsodic Hermes audaciously declares to the person who he promised to watch over Bell, Zeus, that his grandson isn't a failure. He in fact is the last hero bequeathed from his familia. Back on the surface, Bell and his companions celebrate their accomplishments back at the Hostess of Fertility. Afterward, Bell lays on Hestia's lap as the two rest easily together. In the aftermath of their battle against the Black Goliath, Bell and his companions finally head back to the surface. During their trip out of the dungeon, they're ambushed by hellhounds and then a large group of hard armorids. The monsters are dealt with mostly by Bell, which earns him praise from his female companions, much to Hestia's dismay. Hestia then accidentally and unintentionally uncovers a hidden cave, leading to uncharted territory. Mikoto's nose then picks up a certain scent coming from uncharted territory, causing her to exuberantly follow it. Bell and his companions follow suit, and at the end of the tunnel, they accidentally reach a hot spring-like area. Mikoto calls it the mythical hot springs. One Mikoto is especially excited about. Then they all decide to take the time to rest in it. Hermes uses this opportunity to cause some trouble at Asfi and the other girls' chagrin. While exploring other parts of the spring, Hestia comes across a room where she can finally be alone with Bell. Suddenly, the hot spring starts to turn red and burns off everyone's swimsuits. After Bell and Hestia are chased off by monsters and rescued by Ryu, they face off against the spring's protector, a giant anglerfish, which Bell quickly dispatches. Now realizing the hot spring was just a monster trap, they plan to report it to the guild and head out to go back home. The story continues in a dungeon not so far away. There is this epic showdown. Mikoto called the gang together, and let me tell you, it was like something out of a movie. They were all like, Oh no, what kind of trouble are we getting into now? But guess what? Everything turned out alright in the end. Mikoto was all, sorry for dragging you guys into this mess. But Belle was like, nah, you totally saved our butts. And then Wealth chimed in, seriously, having an extra hand makes all the difference. Even Lilaruka was like, I was freaking out before, but now I'm chill. Mikoto kept saying sorry, but it was like beating a dead horse, you know? Belle and the crew were cool with it. But here's the kicker. While Wealth and Lilaruka were giving Mikoto some love, Belle was off in his own little world. He was all like, the magic floors, we gotta be smart about this. But you know what he was really thinking? He was plotting his next move to get closer to his crush, Aya Wallenstein. Asterisk cue dramatic music asterisk yep. Belle's got hearts in his eyes for Oz, and he's ready to take on anything to impress her. So imagine this, after obliterating the competition on the magic floor, our gang decides it's time to party like it's 1999. And let me tell you, it was lit AF. But here's the thing, it's not just any old celebration, no siree. It's a double whammy bash. Why, you ask? Not only did they conquer the dungeon, but our boy Wealth also leveled up to a master blacksmith. Talk about leveling up in real life, am I right? Dude's now on level 3, and you better believe he's strutting around like he owns the place. And hey, with those skills, he could probably forge a sword that was so legendary that even Excalibur would be jealous. But hold up, he's more worried about not embarrassing his crush, Hephaestos. But then, out of nowhere, Lilaruka starts freaking out like a lost bunny. She's all like, are you guys gonna bail on me now that you're all famous and stuff? And Wealth, being the smooth operator he is, reassures her like, chill, girl, we're ride or die. Ain't nobody leaving this squad behind. You gotta love Wealth, always keeping the fam together. It's like he's the glue that holds this crazy crew together. But as they're living it up and partying harder than a bunch of rock stars, they can't shake this weird feeling that something's missing. Mikoto's absence is like a giant question mark hanging over their heads. Alright, hold on to your hats because we're about to dive deep into the dungeon drama. So Wealth's feeling like the king of the castle cause he's ranked up again, right? The dude's on cloud 9. But then there's Belle, being all modest like, nah, not my time yet. Talk about humble pie, am I right? But hey, his stats are shooting up faster than a rocket on launch day. It's like he's got cheat codes for life or something. But then, in swoops, Wealth, with his trademark humor, teased Belle like, whoa there, Speed Gonzales. Can't just zoom past me like that. Classic Wealth, always keeping it light. But then, out of nowhere, here comes Luan, crashing the party like a bull in a china shop. This guy's got a beef with Belle bigger than a T-bone steak. He starts slinging insults like they're going out of style, calling Belle a con artist and questioning his dungeon prowess. It's like watching a roast on Comedy Central, and poor Belle's the main course. Lilaruka and Wealth try to play peacemakers, but Luan does not have any of it. He starts throwing shade at them too, calling Lilaruka a support fail and Wealth a blacksmith disaster. And get this, everyone in the room starts laughing along like it's open mic night at the comedy club. Talk about a tough crowd. But then, Wealth's had enough. He throws a punch that sends Luan flying across the room, and suddenly it's pandemonium. Wealth's like the Hulk, smashing anyone who dares to step on him. It's like a WWE SmackDown, but with adventurers instead of wrestlers. And just when you think it couldn't get any crazier, in walks Hyacinthos, throwing punches like he's auditioning for Rocky Balboa. Belle's caught off guard, getting pummeled harder than a punching bag in a gym. And get this, it turns out Hyacinthos is from Apollo Familia. Talk about a plot twist. So now Belle's in the fight of his life, with blood, sweat, and tears flying everywhere. Will he come out on top? Only the dungeon gods know for sure, my friends. Only the dungeon gods know. Then there's Belle, practically on death's doorstep thanks to Hyacinthos' relentless beatdown. But just when things look their bleakest, in swoops, Beat looks like a knight in slightly tarnished armor. He's all like, hey, you wimps, shut your traps. You're ruining my drink over here. Talk about priorities, am I right? But hey, he's the only one who can put a stop to Hyacinthos' rampage. So Hyacinthos finally backs off, leaving Belle in a sorry state and complaining about his mods being all messed up. Like seriously, dude, priorities. But anyway, once Hyacinthos is out of there, Lilaruka rushes to Belle's side faster than you can say healing potion. And then there's Beat, laying down some tough love like, hey Belle, maybe dial back the attitude a notch, huh? It's like getting life advice from your grumpy uncle at Thanksgiving dinner. But hey, at least Bel's got his crew looking out for him, right? And with friends like these, he'll bounce back stronger than ever. After all, you gotta take the good with the bad in the crazy world of adventurers. Hestia's all jazzed up when she hears about Bel's little tussle. I mean, who wouldn't be excited to see their favorite adventurer coming home with a few battle scars? Am I right? But deep down, she's also feeling a little blue. It's like, yay for the fighting spirit, but boo for the black eyes and bruises, you know? But then Lilaruka drops a bombshell, pointing fingers at Welf for Bel's supposed rough edges lately. Like, talk about throwing shade. But Hestia's having none of it. She's all like, hold up, no need for these two to throw down, especially when Bel's looking like he won a few rounds with the Minotaur. And get this, Bel only threw down cause Luan was trash-talking Hestia. Like seriously, dude, you don't mess with a goddess and expect to get away unscathed. So then Bel spills the beans, saying how it breaks his heart to hear people dissing Hestia. And Hestia? She's touched but also worried sick. Like she'd rather not see her precious Bel end up as Dungeon Chow, you know? So she lays down the law with some sage advice. Next time, just brush it off and hit him with a classy line like, "My goddess is too awesome to sweat the haters." Bel's all ears, immediately apologizing for his brawl-tastic behavior. Meanwhile, Lilaruka's over here sweating bullets, worrying about the Apollo Familia coming back for revenge. Like, talk about a party pooper. But then, when Hestia finds out it was the Apollo crew that roughed up her boys, she's speechless. Like, jaw on the floor, eyes wide open, kinda stunned. And you can bet she's got some fiery words brewing for those Apollo punks. So yeah, drama's hitting the fan, and things are about to get really interesting on the family front. But hey, with Hestia and her crew, you know it's gonna be one heck of a ride. After all, who needs reality TV when you've got the adventures of Bel and the gang? So grab your popcorn and buckle up, cause we're in for one wild, monster-slaying, drama-packed roller coaster of a ride. The next day, Bel's off to spill the tea to Aina about his little scuffle with the Apollo Familia. And let me tell you, Aina's reaction is like watching a sitcom with a plot twist. She's all like, well, if Hestia gave you an earful, who am I to nag you about it? Talk about taking the diplomatic route, am I right? But deep down, you can tell she's not exactly thrilled about the whole situation. I mean, nobody wants to hear that their favorite adventurer's been thrown down in the streets. So Bel's quick to apologize, but Aina's like, hey, no use crying over spilled potions. What's done is done. It's like getting a reality check from your mom after you've messed up big time. But then she drops some truth bombs about family battles, turning the town into a war zone. Like, way to kill the vibe, Aina. But Bel's not about to let that get him down. He's all like, don't worry, Aina, I'm taking it slow and steady on the 13th floor. Aina, being the supportive advisor she is, gives him some encouraging words and wishes him luck. It's like watching a proud mom send her kid off to school, you know? But just when things start to settle down, Daphne and Cassandra walk like a double dose of drama. They hand Bel a letter and drop the bombshell, saying that they're from Apollo Familia. Talk about awkward. And get this, the letter's an invitation to a banquet Apollo's throwing. Like, talk about adding fuel to the fire. But before they skedaddle, Daphne gives Bel her condolences, like a way to make things even more awkward, am I right? It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion, and poor Bel's stuck right in the middle of it all. But hey, at least he's got his trusty goddess, Hestia, to lean on, right? Here's hoping this banquet doesn't turn into a full-blown family feud. As Bel handed over the invitation, you could practically see Hestia's eyes popping out of her head. She's like, they're inviting us? Now? Really? Talk about timing. It's like getting invited to a party by someone you accidentally spilled your drink on. Awkward with a capital A. Hestia is caught in a bind because, well, you can't just ghost a banquet thrown by the gods. That's like ignoring the biggest group chat in heaven. She mentions that this isn't your average get-together. It's like the Met Gala for deities. Guess who's on the guest list? Hestia and her family. Plus, there's this old heavenly drama between Apollo and Hestia that makes the invite even hotter. But Hestia, being the ever-strategic goddess, decides to make it a group outing. We're bringing back up, she declares, planning to bring Take and Maich along. It's like showing up to a high school reunion with your squad for moral support. Bel, bless his heart, is just standing there, gobsmacked. He's probably thinking he signed up for dungeon crawling, not divine drama and celestial soirees. But hey, when life gives you lemons, you make ambrosia, right? Looks like our heroes are about to get a crash course in godly gossip and heavenly high society. As they prepared to enter the banquet, Bel's nerves were doing the cha-cha. He's like a teenager about to ask their crush to dance, all jittery and self-conscious. But Hestia, in her infinite wisdom and motherly confidence, reassured him that there was no need to feel out of place. It's as if she's saying, "You belong here as much as anyone, kiddo." And let's be honest, if Hestia thinks Apollo has a soft spot for inviting a member of her family, maybe he's not the Olympian equivalent of a reality TV villain after all. The arrival of Maich and Naza, with gratitude and carriages in tow, set the scene for an elegant departure. It's like they're rolling out in stretch limos to the biggest after-party of the year. Hestia's reminder that Taka Mikazuchi's crew would be joining them, too, just added to the entourage vibe. This is turning into a full-blown divine delegation. Stepping into the banquet hall, they were greeted by the ever-energetic Hermes, who's basically the godly equivalent of that one friend who's always a little too loud but impossible not to love. Hestia's mental commentary, "He's as loud as ever," is the divine version of "some things never change." Hermes, sticking to take like glue, is like the friend who always claims they helped you with your homework, when really, they just sat there. Hermes' attempt at playing matchmaker, or at least spotlight operator, by highlighting Mikoto's beauty only to pivot to Astvai, his own companion, is a classic move. But Astvai, clearly not in the mood for Hermes' antics, responds in the most dignified way possible, by meeting him across the hall. It's the kind of party foul that instantly becomes legendary, turning Hermes into a human projectile. If the gods had smartphones, you bet this moment would be all over divine Instagram under the hashtag #PartyGodsGoingWild. The moment we've all been waiting for arrives, the grand entrance of the host himself, Apollo, making his grand debut with Daphne, Cassandra, and Hyacinthos in tow. It's like the arrival of the ultimate party planner with his entourage in full swing. You can practically feel the energy shift as he steps into the room, radiating charisma like a divine disco ball, and then, in true Apollo fashion, he drops a bombshell. "This ain't your grandma's banquet." Oh no, he's decided to shake things up a bit. It's like swapping out the standard buffet for a gourmet feast fit for the gods. Apollo's all about the drama, and he's serving it up on a silver platter. But here's the kicker. While everyone else is cheering like it's the finale of their favorite reality show, there's Hestia and her crew, keeping it cool like they're the VIPs at a swanky rooftop party. Talk about standing out in a sea of celestial celebration. Apollo, ever the gracious host, welcomes everyone with open arms, declaring tonight a night for new connections and divine encounters. It's like he's the ultimate matchmaker, setting the stage for divine destiny to unfold. And with the promise of a long night ahead, it's like he's giving the green light for an epic party that's sure to go down in godly history. As the banquet unfolds, Hestia is on a mission to conquer the buffet like a warrior on the battlefield, leaving no delicacy untested. It's like watching a hungry teenager raid the fridge after school. Nothing's safe from her voracious appetite. Meanwhile, Hermes, ever the observant one, notices Belle eyeing Apollo like a kid eyeing the last slice of pizza at a party. But Belle, being the considerate lad he is, thinks him and Hestia should make their own introduction to Apollo. After all, who needs a middleman when you've got the charm of Hestia and the earnestness of Belle, right? But then Hermes, being the chatty gossip that he is, can't help but spill the celestial tea. He mentions Apollo's penchant for love affairs as if he were the godly version of a reality TV heartthrob. And of course, he just has to call out Hestia's attention to it, like a mischievous imp poking a sleeping dragon. But Hestia, being the goddess of hearth and home, couldn't care less about Apollo's love life drama. She's got her sights set on more important matters, like securing seconds on dessert. But what really catches Belle's attention is when Hermes drops the bombshell about Apollo's spiteful side. It's like finding out your favorite celebrity has a dark secret lurking behind their perfectly curated Instagram feed. So now, Belle is left wondering, what's Hermes trying to tell him about Apollo? Is there more to this divine drama than meets the eye? It looks like our hero is about to dive headfirst into the deep end of the celestial pool, and things are about to get a whole lot more interesting. But hey, amidst all the divine gossip and drama, at least the food's top-notch, right? It's like a heavenly feast fit for the gods themselves, and Hestia is making sure to sample every dish like she's a judge on a cooking show. And you can bet she's not holding back, she's devouring those divine delicacies like there's no tomorrow. It's like watching a culinary competition, and Hestia is the undisputed champion. As for Belle, he's torn between his curiosity about Apollo and his loyalty to his goddess. It's like being caught between a rock and a hard place, except the rock is a charming deity, and the hard place is a buffet table laden with temptation. But with Hermes dropping hints like breadcrumbs, Belle is starting to piece together the puzzle of Apollo's enigmatic personality. It's like playing detective in a divine mystery novel, and Belle's the sleuth on the case. Just when you thought the banquet couldn't get any crazier, in walks Freya, the goddess of beauty herself, turning heads and dropping jaws left and right. Belle's practically swooning at the sight of her, like a lovesick puppy caught in a whirlwind of perfume and charm. But before he can get too lost in her mesmerizing gaze, Hestia swoops in like a protective mom, covering his eyes faster than you can say spellbinding. Hestia, with all the flair of a drama queen, declares that looking at a goddess like Freya is like playing with fire, dangerous and downright captivating. It's like she's trying to shield Belle from the allure of beauty itself, and you can practically hear the dramatic music playing in the background as she does it. But Freya, ever the social butterfly, isn't about to let a little commotion ruin her entrance. She glides over with the grace of a swan, greeting Hestia, Maich, and Takamikazuchi like old friends catching up at a high school reunion. Takamikazuchi, bless his heart, blushes like a schoolboy with a crush, while Maich can't help but shower Freya with compliments like he's auditioning for a role in romantic comedy. Meanwhile, Miko, To, and Naza, not exactly thrilled with their boys' reactions, decide to take matters into their own hands, or, should I say, their own pinches. It's like they're reminding their partners that they're the only ones worth swooning over, and they're not about to let a goddess steal their thunder. But things take a turn for the dramatic when Freya, with all the subtlety of a wrecking ball, leans in close to Belle and asks him if he'll give her sweet dreams tonight. Cue Hestia, channeling her inner lightning bolt, swooping in to put a stop to the flirtatious exchange faster than you can say, divine intervention. She's like a protective mama bear on a mission to keep her cubs safe from any and all goddesses with wandering eyes. Belle, realizing he's in hot water, apologizes faster than you can say, oops. But Freya, disappointed by Hestia's interference, gives her a parting shot, suggesting she's angered her. And with that, she glides away like a vision in the night, leaving behind a whirlwind of drama and a very flustered Belle. Looks like our hero's in for a night of sweet dreams, and not the kind Freya had in mind. Loki and Eyes are like a duo of divas ready to steal the show. Loki, with all the flair of a peacock strutting its stuff, saunters in and greets Hestia with a line so sharp it could cut diamonds. But Hestia, already on edge from Freya's shenanigans, isn't about to let Loki's sass slide. She's like a mama bear protecting her cubs, ready to roar at the first sign of trouble. But Loki, never one to miss a chance to stir the pot, fires back with a retort that hits like a bolt of lightning. She accuses Hestia of being green with envy and throws shade like it's going out of style. It's like watching a verbal tennis match, with insults flying back and forth faster than you can say divine drama. Meanwhile, Belle and Eyes, caught in the crossfire, share a moment of awkward silence amidst the chaos. It's like they're two peas in a pod, trying to navigate the minefield of goddesses and their egos. But back to the main event, Hestia and Loki are locked in a battle of wits and wardrobe insults. It's like a fashion face-off gone awry, with each goddess trying to outdo the other in the snark department. Poor Belle, caught in the middle, is left feeling like a deer caught in headlights as the insults fly faster than a Quidditch match. But fear not, for Hestia, defender of all things fluffy, leaps to Belle's rescue with all the ferocity of a mama bear protecting her cub. She's like a superhero with a soft spot for bunnies, ready to defend her precious bunny from any and all threats. As the tension reaches its breaking point, with insults flying faster than a speeding bullet, Hestia and Loki finally decide to call a truce and retreat to opposite ends of the room, leaving Belle and Eyes in the eye of the storm. As Belle stands there, alone in the midst of the chaos, he can't help but ponder the absurdity of it all. It's like he's stumbled into a divine sitcom, with gods and goddesses behaving more like petulant teenagers than immortal beings. But hey, at least it's never boring in the world of the divine, right? Belle just couldn't seem to shake off the feeling of being out of place in that fancy banquet hall, so he slipped outside to catch his breath and clear his head. But little did he know, he was about to stumble upon a secret rendezvous between Hyacinthos and Xanus Lustra. Talk about being in the right place at the wrong time. As Belle stood on the balcony, trying to make sense of what he'd just witnessed, along came Hermes, like a curious cat sniffing out a juicy piece of gossip. He sidled up to Belle with that mischievous twinkle in his eye, ready to dive headfirst into whatever scandal he'd stumbled upon. But when Belle starts to spill the beans about what he saw, Hermes' interest is piqued faster than you can say godly gossip. He's like a kid in a candy store, eager to sink his teeth into the juicy details and unearth whatever secrets lie beneath the surface. As Belle opens up about his reasons for becoming an adventurer, Hermes can't help but be intrigued by the mix of innocence and determination in his words. It's like watching a baby bird take its first flight, full of hope and uncertainty all at once. But amidst all the chatter and revelations, Belle can't shake the memory of his grandfather's words, echoing in his mind like a distant echo. It's like a reminder that he's not just chasing after fame or fortune, but something deeper and more meaningful, a chance to be a hero in his own right. And as Hermes listens to Belle's story unfold, he can't help but admire the young adventurer's spirit and resilience. He's like a breath of fresh air in a world full of gods and goddesses, reminding Hermes that there's still innocence and purity to be found amidst all the chaos and drama. Hermes, ever the social butterfly, spots Eye lingering in the corner like a lone wolf and decides to play matchmaker, roping Belle into a dance with the sword princess herself. But Belle, poor guy, feels like a fish out of water, having never danced a day in his life. It's like asking a penguin to tap dance. It just ain't gonna happen. But Hermes, with all the smooth-talking charm of a used car salesman, reassures Belle that this is his chance to mingle with the most beautiful girls in the world. It's like he's dangling a carrot in front of a hungry rabbit, tempting Belle with the promise of a world full of pretty faces and graceful moves. And just when Belle's about to protest, Hermes does a 180 and decides to take matters into his own hands, offering to dance with Eyes himself. Talk about a plot twist. But before Belle can even wrap his head around what's happening, Hermes makes a hasty retreat, leaving Belle and Eyes standing there like deer caught in the headlights. It's like a scene straight out of a romantic comedy, complete with awkward silence and nervous laughter. But with Hermes' parting words ringing in his ears, Belle takes a deep breath and steels himself for what's to come. It's like he's been thrown into the deep end of the pool without a life jacket, but he's determined to swim, or in this case, dance, his way through it. As the music starts to play and the crowd gathers around, Belle takes A's hand in his and braces himself for the dance of a lifetime. It's like a scene from a fairy tale, with the sword princess and the rookie adventurer twirling and spinning across the dance floor, leaving everyone in awe of their unexpected chemistry. But as they glide and sway to the music, Belle can't help but feel grateful to Hermes for pushing him out of his comfort zone and giving him a chance to shine. It's like he's been given a gift, a chance to prove himself and show the world what he's made of. And with Eye by his side, he knows he's ready to take on whatever challenges lie ahead. Maich, the brave soul, takes the plunge and asks Naza to dance, setting the stage for a night of unexpected romance and awkward shuffling. And of course, Belle, ever the adventurous spirit, musters up the courage to ask Eyes to be his dance partner despite his nerves threatening to turn his legs into jelly. As the music begins to play and the couples take to the dance floor, it's like watching a scene from a high school prom, complete with jittery steps and nervous laughter. Belle and Eyes, both trembling like leaves in the wind, try their best to follow the rhythm and not trip over each other's feet. It's like a comedy of errors, with each misstep only adding to the hilarity of the moment. But Taka Mikazuchi, the voice of reason in a sea of chaos, offers Belle some sage advice: just focus on the basics and keep your eyes on your partner. It's like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man, giving Belle the guidance he needs to navigate the treacherous waters of the dance floor. And with Mikoto by his side, offering words of encouragement and support, Belle finds the strength to push through his nerves and give it his all. It's like having a cheerleader in his corner, cheering him on as he takes on this daunting challenge. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Loki and Hestia can't help but seethe with jealousy as they watch Eyes and Belle twirl and spin across the dance floor. It's like watching a pair of lovebirds frolicking in a field of flowers, except with more glaring and passive-aggressive remarks. But thankfully, Asti swoops in to save the day, diffusing the tension and calming the storm before it can escalate any further. It's like she's the peacekeeper in a world full of chaos, using her cool-headedness to keep the peace and ensure that everyone can enjoy the night without any drama. As the dance comes to an end, Belle and Eyes share a smile of relief and accomplishment, knowing that they conquered their fears and emerged victorious on the dance floor. It's like a triumph of the human spirit, proving that even the most daunting challenges can be overcome with a little courage and a lot of determination. As the dance floor drama unfolds, Freya, ever the enigmatic figure, turns to Ataro with a curious request. Can they bring a herd of minotaurs to the party? Ataro's response is as blunt as a hammer: absolutely not. But leave it to Freya to dream big and aim high, even if her plans are a tad unconventional. Meanwhile, Eyes confides in Belle that this is her first time dancing, and despite her initial nerves, she's grateful to him for being her partner. It's like a moment straight out of a romantic comedy, with Eyes and Belle sharing a tender moment amidst the chaos of the banquet. But just when things seem to be going smoothly, Apollo crashes the party with all the subtlety of a bull in a china shop. His eerie smile sends shivers down everyone's spines, and Hestia wastes no time in springing into action to protect Belle from whatever scheme Apollo has cooked up. Apollo wastes no time in laying out his accusations, claiming that Belle instigated the fight and demanding compensation for his injured children. It's like a scene from a courtroom drama, with accusations flying faster than you can say innocent until proven guilty. But before anyone can even catch their breath, Luan makes a dramatic entrance, bandaged from head to toe like a mummy. Apollo claims to have witnesses and insists that Belle won't be able to talk his way out of this mess. It's like a twisted game of he said, she said, with the truth buried somewhere in the middle. But Hestia, ever the protective mother hen, refuses to back down, even in the face of Apollo's threats. She declares that she doesn't have time for his games and orders Belle to lead the banquet. But Apollo isn't about to let her off the hook that easily, challenging her and her family to a brutal war game. It's like a declaration of war, with Apollo throwing down the gauntlet and Hestia forced to accept the challenge or risk losing Belle forever. As the tension reaches its boiling point, Belle can't help but wonder if this is the beginning of the end, or the start of a whole new adventure. Hestia, with her fiery spirit and protective instincts, isn't about to let Apollo swoop in and snatch Belle away like some sort of demented kidnapper. She's like a mama bear, ready to fight tooth and nail to keep her cubs safe from harm. And when Apollo tries to play the victim card, spinning tales of unrequited love and lost opportunities, Hestia isn't buying it for a second. It's like watching a soap opera unfold, with Apollo's melodramatic antics falling flat in the face of Hestia's unwavering resolve. But despite Apollo's desperate attempts to manipulate the situation, Hestia stands her ground like a rock in a stormy sea, refusing to be swayed by his empty promises and hollow threats. It's like a showdown between good and evil, with Hestia emerging as the clear victor in this battle of wills. As they make their dramatic exit from the banquet hall, Hestia and Belle leave behind a trail of stunned onlookers and baffled bystanders. It's like a scene from a movie, with Hyacinthos lurking in the shadows like a silent observer, his motives and intentions shrouded in mystery. But one thing's for sure, Hestia isn't about to let anyone, not even Apollo, come between her and her beloved Belle. She's like a force of nature, unstoppable and unyielding in her determination to protect what's hers. As they disappear into the night, Hestia's words echo in the air like a defiant challenge to anyone who dares to cross her path. Mess with her family, and you'll regret it. War games are like the Hunger Games, but with fewer tributes and more drama. They're like a high-stakes game of capture the flag, where the winner takes all, and the loser is left in the dust. Hestia, ever the protective goddess, knows that Apollo is playing dirty by targeting Belle, the only member of her family. It's like a game of chess, with Apollo making strategic moves to try and checkmate Hestia and claim Belle as his prize. But Hestia isn't about to go down without a fight. She's like a mama bear defending her cub, ready to unleash hellfire on anyone who dares to threaten her family. And as Belle prepares to venture into the dungeon with Welf and Lilaruka, Hestia's words of caution hang heavy in the air like a dark cloud on the horizon. But when they step outside, they're met with a surprise attack from the Apollo Familia, like a sudden thunderstorm on a sunny day. It's like a scene from a superhero movie, with explosions and chaos erupting all around them as the two families clash in a battle for supremacy. As the people of the town look on in horror, it's like they're witnessing the beginning of a war between titans, with Hestia and Belle caught in the crossfire. Lilaruka, always the one to lighten the mood with her witty remarks, quips about how everything's going down at Whitehair's place, adding a touch of levity to an otherwise dire situation. But amidst the chaos and confusion, one thing is clear. This is just the beginning of a long and brutal war between families, and Hestia and her children will need to fight with everything they got if they hope to come out on top. The attack from the Apollo Familia was like something out of a disaster movie, with Belle and Hestia barely escaping with their lives as their house crumbled around them. It's like a scene straight out of Godzilla, with Apollo playing the role of the giant lizard wreaking havoc on the city. But even as they ran for their lives, Belle couldn't help but curse Apollo for daring to lay a finger on Hestia's beloved home. It's like watching a superhero battle, with Belle channeling his inner Hulk as he carries Hestia to safety amidst the chaos and destruction. As they flee through the smoke-filled streets, Hestia directs Belle towards the guild, hoping to find sanctuary amidst the chaos. But when they reach a dead end, Belle does what any heroic protagonist would do. He leaps to the rooftops, with Hestia clinging to him like a damsel in distress. But their escape is short-lived as they're soon confronted by Daphne and Cassandra, like a pair of sinister villains lurking in the shadows. Daphne tries to reason with Belle, warning him that Apollo will stop at nothing to claim him as his own. It's like a classic tale of good versus evil, with Belle refusing to back down in the face of overwhelming odds. As the Apollo Familia relentlessly pursues them, Cassandra has a prophetic dream that sends shivers down everyone's spines. It's like a scene from a horror movie, with Cassandra's ominous warning hanging in the air like a dark cloud on the horizon. But despite Cassandra's warnings, Daphne is determined to capture Belle and bring him to Apollo, like a dog with a bone refusing to let go. It's like a game of cat and mouse, with Belle and Hestia caught in the middle of a deadly game of survival. But as they continue their desperate flight from the Apollo Familia, one thing is clear: Belle will stop at nothing to protect Hestia, even if it means facing off against an army of gods and goddesses. It's like a classic tale of heroism and sacrifice, with Belle and Hestia standing strong against the forces of darkness. Welf and Lilaruka worry for Belle like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. It's like waiting for your best friend to show up for a party only to find out they've been kidnapped by a rival gang instead. And when they overhear the townsfolk gossiping about the Apollo Familia's attack on the Hestia Familia, it's like a punch to the gut, with their worst fears suddenly becoming a reality. It's like a scene from a thriller movie, with Welf and Lilaruka racing against time to rescue their friend from certain doom. As they rush through the streets, dodging panicked pedestrians and debris from the battle, Welf's heart pounds in his chest like a jackhammer. It's like a race against time, with every second bringing them closer to the inevitable confrontation with the Apollo Familia. But despite the danger and uncertainty ahead, Welf and Lilaruka press on, fueled by their unwavering loyalty to Belle and their determination to bring him home safely. It's like a quest straight out of a fantasy novel, with the fate of their friend hanging in the balance. As they finally reach the scene of the battle, Welf and Lilaruka steel themselves for the fight ahead, ready to face whatever challenges await them in their quest to rescue Belle from the clutches of his enemies. It's like the climax of an epic adventure, with Welf and Lilaruka standing as the last line of defense between their friend and the forces of darkness. The news of the chaos in town reached eyes through Tyone, like a ripple effect spreading through still waters. But Ryu, always the voice of reason, warned Ai against rushing into action like she did when she saved Belle on the 18th floor. It's like a parent telling their child to think before they act to avoid making rash decisions that could have dire consequences. Tyone echoed Ryu's sentiments, advising Ai to stay out of the conflict and not do anything that could be perceived as aiding the Hestia Familia. It's like a friend reminding you to keep your distance from a volatile situation to avoid getting dragged into the drama. Meanwhile, as Belle and Hestia fought for their lives against the relentless onslaught of the Apollo Familia, Hestia noticed a familiar emblem on one of their enemies' shirts. It's like a puzzle piece clicking into place, revealing a connection that Hestia never expected. But before Belle could react, Hyacinthos appeared before him like a specter from his worst nightmares. With lightning-fast reflexes, Hyacinthos launched a brutal assault on Belle, leaving him no time to defend himself. It's like a horror movie, with Belle trapped in a nightmare scenario where his every move is countered with ruthless precision. As Hyacinthos relentlessly attacked Belle, it seemed like there was no escape from his wrath. Belle's life hung in the balance as Hyacinthos pushed him to the brink of death, like a predator toying with its prey before delivering the final blow. Aina stormed into Royman Mardial's office like a hurricane, fueled by righteous anger at the audacity of the Apollo Familia's attack on Hestia and Belle. It's like a lioness defending her cubs, ready to take on anyone who threatens her family. But Royman, with his typical stoicism, remained unmoved by Aina's impassioned pleas. It's like trying to argue with a brick wall, with Royman refusing to budge an inch from his decision. As Aina demanded action be taken against the Apollo Familia, Royman calmly explained that imposing fines on them would be futile, as they were prepared to face any punishment. It's like trying to punish a wealthy hare with a slap on the wrist. They are too rich to care. This only served to stoke the flames of Aina's fury, as she couldn't believe that Royman would prioritize bureaucracy over justice, especially when Hestia Familia was under attack. It's like trying to reason with a stubborn mule, with Royman refusing to see reason no matter how hard Aina pleaded. In the end, Royman's stubbornness prevailed, leaving Aina feeling frustrated and helpless in the face of injustice. It's like fighting a losing battle, with the odds stacked against her and no hope of victory in sight. As the battle raged on, Belle found himself locked in a deadly dance with Hyacinthos, whose every move seemed calculated to inflict maximum pain. With each strike, Bel felt the sting of Hyacinthos' hatred, a reminder of the cruel reality of their situation. Despite the odds stacked against him, Bel refused to back down, his determination unwavering in the face of adversity. It was like watching a lone wolf stand its ground against a pack of hungry predators, refusing to become prey. Hyacinthos' taunts only fueled Bel's resolve, his insults like sparks igniting the flames of Bel's determination. It was like watching a fire burn brighter in the darkness, casting aside the shadows of doubt and fear. But for all his bravery, Bel's attacks seemed to lack the speed and precision needed to overcome Hyacinthos' defenses. It was like watching a skilled swordsman duel with a master of the blade, each strike countered with effortless grace. Hyacinthos' words cut deep, his insults striking at Bel's very core. Yet still, Bel fought on, his spirit unbroken despite the pain. It was like watching a phoenix rise from the ashes, its wings scorched but its spirit undiminished. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, Naza intervened. Her sudden appearance caught Hyacinthos off guard. She was like a beacon of hope in the midst of despair, her presence a reminder that they were not alone in their struggle. With Naza's help, Bel managed to hold his own against Hyacinthos, his determination shining brightly amidst the chaos of battle. It was like watching a hero defy fate itself, his courage inspiring those around him to fight on. As Hestia struggled to carry Bel to safety, her heart heavy with worry for his well-being, they were suddenly confronted by Lissos, whose attack threatened to overwhelm them both. Bel, weakened and barely conscious, could only offer apologies to Hestia for his perceived failure. But just as all hope seemed lost, Oka and his team arrived on the scene, their arrival like a ray of hope piercing through the darkness of despair. Their unwavering determination to stand by their allies in their time of need inspired Bel and Hestia to keep fighting despite the odds stacked against them. With Oka and his team engaging the Apollo Familia in battle, Welf, Lilaruka, and Maich rushed to Bel's side, their healing magic working to restore his strength and vitality. It was a testament to the bonds of friendship and camaraderie that united them all in their time of need. As Bel regained his strength, Lilaruka urged him to flee and leave the fighting to Oka and his team. But Bel resolved to stand his ground and protect those he cared about and refused to back down. With determination burning bright in his eyes, he and the others fled from the pursuing members of the Apollo Familia, their footsteps echoing in the night as they raced to safety. As Maich, Oka and the others were running towards the guild, they were suddenly intercepted by members of the Apollo Familia who were lying in wait for them. With no other choice, they prepared to face their adversaries head-on. Meanwhile, Welf and Lilaruka took on the enemies they encountered, swiftly dispatching them as they made their way towards Bel and Hestia. Despite Bel's reluctance to leave them behind, Welf and Lilaruka insisted that they would catch up once they finished dealing with their opponents. In the midst of the chaos, Lilaruka stumbled upon none other than Xanis Lustra, the notorious figure from her past. Xanis greeted Lilaruka with a sarcastic remark, expressing his surprise at seeing her alive after he had been led to believe otherwise. While Lilaruka's encounter with Xanis left her conflicted, she made a sudden decision to leave Welf's side and return to the Soma Familia. She urged Welf to inform Bel that she was no longer willing to cause him any more trouble, leaving Welf puzzled by her sudden departure. Meanwhile, as Welf continued to fend off the Apollo Familia members, he noticed the same emblem that Hestia had observed earlier. This discovery only added to the mystery surrounding the events unfolding around them, leaving Welf with more questions than answers. As Hestia and Bel found themselves hiding under the bridge, catching their breath amidst the chaos, a voice from above echoed down, taunting them with the promise of relentless pursuit no matter where they fled. The ominous declaration weighed heavily on their minds, leaving them with a stark choice: to either face an unwinnable battle or to flee Aurario entirely. Hestia's resolve remained unshaken as she vowed to stand by Bel's side, willing to run and fight for his life until they could no longer continue. In a moment of vulnerability, Hestia turned to Bel and unexpectedly asked him if he liked her. The question hung in the air, laden with unspoken implications, as Bel grappled with his own emotions amidst the turmoil surrounding them. Hestia's insistence on Bel's answer to her question caught him off guard, but she emphasized its importance, expressing her willingness to make a critical decision based on his response. With unwavering determination, Hestia declared her own feelings, affirming her deep affection for Bel and her desire to be with him indefinitely. Her impassioned plea resonated with Bel, stirring emotions he struggled to articulate. As Hestia pressed for his answer, Bel grappled with his feelings, torn between his admiration for Hestia and the weight of her expectations. Despite his respect and gratitude towards her, Bel realized that his sentiments fell short of what Hestia sought. His hesitation only fueled Hestia's frustration, culminating in a sudden burst of emotion that coincided with the attackers' discovery of their whereabouts. With determination in her eyes, Hestia led Bel to the enemy's stronghold, boldly confronting Apollo and his followers. As they entered Apollo's domain, tension hung heavy in the air, with Hestia's audacious move catching everyone off guard. Apollo, visibly surprised by Hestia's presence, questioned her motives, prompting her to demand a token of his arrogance. In a bold display of defiance, Hestia seized Lewin's glove and hurled it towards Apollo, a symbolic gesture of her defiance and readiness to confront him head-on. The unexpected act stunned onlookers, but Hestia remained resolute, finally accepting Apollo's challenge to a wargame. With her declaration, Hestia set the stage for a showdown between their respective familias, determined to stand her ground and fight for her beliefs. As tensions mounted and battle lines were drawn, the stage was set for a clash of titans, with Bel by Hestia's side, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the impending wargame, excitement rippled through the gathered crowd as the news spread like wildfire. Spectators emerged from their hidden vantage points, joining the throng with jubilant cheers and celebratory chants. The prospect of witnessing a long-awaited clash between two powerful familias electrified the atmosphere, fueling the fervor of anticipation to unprecedented heights. The call for an emergency donatus resonated throughout the city, summoning officials and dignitaries to convene and oversee the proceedings. With the stakes high and tensions palpable, the entire city braced itself for the spectacle that was about to unfold. As the dust settled, both Hestia and Apollo stood firm in their resolve, ready to engage in a battle of wits and strength for the fate of Bel and the honor of their respective familias. With the rules of engagement set to be decided fairly and transparently in the presence of the gods, the stage was set for a showdown that would go down in Aurelio's history books. Amidst the anticipation and fervor, one thing was certain: the coming war game would test the mettle of both Hestia and Apollo's familias, shaping the destiny of all involved in its wake. With a new sense of urgency and determination, Bel nodded in understanding of Hestia's words. The revelation about Lilaruca's abduction by the Soma Familia added a personal stake to the upcoming wargame, underscoring the importance of their victory not just for Bel's freedom, but for the safety and rescue of their ally. Hestia's encouragement to Bel emphasized the weight of the challenge ahead. It was no longer just about surviving the ordeal, but emerging victorious against formidable odds. As Hestia pledged to buy time until the commencement of the wargame, her instructions to Bel highlighted the crucial role he would play in their familia's fate. The journey to becoming stronger than anybody, as Hestia put it, was not just a call for physical strength, but a testament to the resilience, determination, and growth required to overcome the trials that lay ahead. Bel, fueled by the need to protect his familia and save Lilaruca, embraced the challenge. The road to the wargame would be a test of his resolve, skill, and heart. But with the support of his familia, the guidance of Hestia, and a clear goal in sight, Bel was ready to embark on this arduous journey to become the strength his familia needed, embodying the hero he was destined to be. As Bel approached Ai's residence, he was met with resistance from her guards, who were already aware of the rumors surrounding the wargame. Despite his attempts to explain his true intentions, they refused to let him through, deeming it shameful to ask Aiz to join them. However, Tyone intervened, putting on a show of affection towards Bel to distract the guards while secretly aiding his passage. On the other side of the castle, where there were no guards, Bel finally met with Aiz and Tiona. Aiz had already deduced the situation and orchestrated Tayone's act to bypass the guards discreetly. Understanding the gravity of the wargame, Aiz expressed her belief that it was wrong to abandon Bel, despite her familia's reasons. Determined to help Bel emerge victorious, Aiz agreed to assist him immediately, with Tyona offering her support as well. With their resolve firm, they encouraged Bel to teach the Apollo Familia a lesson and dubbed him Argonaut Kun. Grateful for their unwavering support, Bel pledged to become stronger for everyone's sake and defeat the Apollo Familia. Lilaruca finds herself back with the Soma Familia, who should be there to greet her, but Xanis Lustra, looking all broody and mysterious, looks like he just stepped out of a bad romance novel. And Lilaruca, bless her sneaky little heart, tries to make a run for it, but Soma's too busy being enigmatic to pay her any mind. Classic Soma move, right? I bet he thinks he's so deep that he probably has a secret diary filled with poetry hidden under his bed. So then, here comes Xanis with his big bad ultimatum. Cough up the cash or stay put. And Lilaruca's like, excuse me, Mr. Bad Hair Day, but I'm flat broke. But Xanis, with his perfectly styled locks and his smug grin, just shrugs and says, "Not my problem, sweetheart." Seriously, the guy's got more gel in his hair than brains in his head. It's a wonder he doesn't slip and fall every time he takes a step. And poor Lilaruka, she's just stuck there, caught between a rock and a hard place. Or should I say, caught between a Soma and a Xanis? Anyway, she's in a real pickle, and Soma's acting like he's too busy contemplating the meaning of life to give her the time of day. I swear, that guy could find mystery in a ham sandwich. But Lilaruka's not giving up without a fight. She's all like, "Come on, Soma, cut me some slack." And Soma's just staring off into the distance like he's auditioning for a role in a moody indie film. Meanwhile, Xanis is standing there, looking like he just stepped out of a fashion magazine, all cool and collected. I bet he practices that smoldering look in the mirror every morning. Lilaruka's whisked off to the dungeon faster than you can say drama alert, and who's waiting for her down there? None other than Xanis, looking all serious and stern like he's auditioning for a role in a superhero movie. Lilaruka is a poor thing, and she probably regrets every life choice that led her to this moment. But get this, Soma, the big shot god himself, is too busy brewing up his next batch of booze to even give Lilaruka the time of day. I mean, priorities, right? I bet he thinks he's the Bacchus of the modern age, stirring his cauldron and humming a tune while Lilaruka's stuck in a dungeon, feeling like she's in a bad fantasy novel. And then there's Xanis with his whole "I'm too cool for school" attitude, laying down the law like he's the boss of the dungeon. He's probably prepared a whole monologue about justice and loyalty as if he's the hero of his own story. But let's be real, if you catch my drift, he's more like the villain who thinks he's the hero. But here's where things get really juicy. It turns out Xanis was working for Apollo all along. Plot twist, am I right? And apparently, Soma and his crew have some beef with the Hestia Familia, and they're using Lilaruka as their bargaining chip. I swear it's like a game of Familia Thrones down there, and Lilaruka's caught right in the middle of it. But our girl Lilaruka's not taking any of this lying down. She's all like, "Stop the madness, guys, I didn't sign up for this." And Xanis, with his trademark smirk, just shrugs it off like he's got it all under control. I bet he practices that smirk in the mirror every morning, thinking he's the mastermind of the century. Xanis drops the bombshell that they've called off their attack because of Lilaruka's little speech. I mean, talk about the power of persuasion, am I right? But then he hits her with the old "now it's your turn to serve the family" line like he's trying out for a role in a mafia movie. And Lilaruka's sitting there, probably thinking, what in the world am I supposed to do? I mean, she's got this rare transformation magic up her sleeve, which even surprises her that Xanis knows about it. It turns out Soma spilled the beans because, apparently, he's got nothing better to do than gossip about his own family members. But Xanis, being the smooth operator he is, assures Lilaruka that he's got everything under control. He's like, "Yeah, Soma might be off his rocker, but he'll listen to me, his trusty commander." Classic Xanis is always acting like he's got the world on a string, and just when Lilaruka feels stuck between a rock and a hard place, who shows up? None other than Chandra Ihito looks mysterious and brooding like he just stepped out of a Ye novel. It's like a soap opera down in that dungeon, and Lilaruka's right in the middle of it all. But hey, at least she's got Chandra watching her back, right? The anticipation for the war game is off the charts. It's the talk of the town, like the ultimate showdown between rival factions in a video game. But guess what? Hestia's skipping the gods meeting, and Belle's gone MIA too. Cue the gossip mill going into overdrive. So there's Sur minding her own business when she overhears Anya and Chigusa outside the window, spreading rumors faster than a wildfire in a dry forest. They're yammering on about Belle running away, and Sur's like, hold up. Belle wouldn't do that, okay? She's practically defending Belle like he's the protagonist in a cheesy romance novel. But let's be real here, all they can do is hope for the best. After all, it's not like they can summon Belle with a snap of their fingers. Or can they? Nah, that's just wishful thinking. So Hestia's got the inside scoop on Lilaruka's whereabouts. Turns out she's chilling in a brewery for the Soma Familia, of all places, along the canal. And get this, they're planning to ship out the next round of booze tomorrow. Talk about less guarded than a toddler's piggy bank. Now Oka, being the voice of reason, or so he thinks, decides to rain on their parade. He's all like, shouldn't we be focusing on winning the war game instead of playing a superhero? But Welf, being Welf, tells him to zip it. He's like, listen, buddy, Belle can't unleash his inner beast mode if he's stressing about Lilaruka. Plus, he's our MVP, so we gotta have his back. And Hestia, being the goddess she is, drops some wisdom bombs on the squad. She's like, look guys, Belle knows the power of teamwork. He knows we're stronger together than apart. So we're gonna save Lilaruka, no ifs, ands, or buts. Besides, I made a promise to Belle, and goddesses don't break promises. It's all connected. Saving Lilaruka helps Belle, and we need every ounce of help we can get. And just like that, the family's all in. It's like a superhero team gearing up for the ultimate showdown, with Hestia leading the charge and Belle as their secret weapon. Time to show Soma Familia what happens when you mess with the wrong crew. The drama continues with Apollo and his antics. Chasing after Hestia like a lost puppy, the dude needs to chill before he gets a case of divine whiplash. Loki's in the house too, dropping truth bombs like confetti at a party. I swear she's got more sass than a pack of teenagers on TikTok. But seriously, questioning Hestia's excuses? That's like asking if cats secretly run the internet. It's just how the universe works. But lo and behold, Hestia swoops in like a goddess on a mission. Talk about making an entrance. And Apollo, never one to miss a chance to steal the spotlight, lays down the law, win the war game, and bells his shiny new trophy. But if Hestia pulls off a miracle, then it's time for Apollo to face the music. Let the showdown begin. It's like divine reality TV, but with more drama and fewer commercials. Amidst the divine rumble, with gods and goddesses gossiping like teenagers at a prom, Apollo, the master of ceremonies, strutted about like he owned the place. So how are we gonna make this war game sizzle? Can't have it flop like last season's finale of divine drama, right? He quipped, earning a round of chuckles from the celestial crowd. But Hestia, bless her heart, wasn't about to let Apollo steal the spotlight. With a flick of her fiery hair, she proposed a duel, one representative from each side, mano a mano. Simple, right? Wrong. Apollo couldn't resist a jab, teasing Hestia about her tiny family. Lazy much? Can't blame a goddess for trying. He teased, earning an eye roll from Loki, who always had a comeback ready. As the tension mounted, Hestia stood her ground, determined to play the game her way. But Apollo, ever the showman, suggested they draw straws or spin a celestial wheel to choose their champions, because why not add a dash of randomness to spice things up, right? Hermes became the designated picker and strutted up like he was auditioning for a game show host gig. All right, folks, hold on to your laurel wreaths. It's time to see who's got the lucky ticket, he announced, twirling his celestial pencil like a pro. As everyone held their breath, hoping for a fair shake, Hermes pulled out a siege. Yep, you heard that right. Hestia's face fell faster than Icarus's plummeting from the sky. Talk about a cosmic letdown. Apollo, the instigator-in-chief, couldn't contain his laughter, declaring it a fair and square draw. Meanwhile, Mych was silently pondering the odds of Hermes pulling out the one proposal that screwed over Hestia. It's like Hermes had a divine sense of mischief. But Takamikazuchi, always the voice of reason, chimed in with his 2 cents, pointing out that a siege is where the numbers game really matters. You can't defend a castle with just one person after all. So Hestia's team got roped into being the attackers. But then Hermes, bless his speedy little heart, piped up with some unexpected empathy. He suggested giving Hestia's side a little boost, to level the playing field. But Apollo shut it down faster than a centaur galloping through Olympus, citing divine rules and all that jazz. Talk about a buzzkill. Freya, the queen of sass, swooped in with her signature shade, calling out Apollo for being too chicken to let Hestia have a wingman. Seriously, dude, don't you care about your flock enough to give him a little backup? She quipped, her words sharper than Zeus's thunderbolts. And wouldn't you know it, everyone in the room suddenly had a light bulb moment and jumped on the Hermes and Freya bandwagon. It was like a celestial choir singing the chorus of Give Hestia a Break. Even Apollo, with his ego bigger than Mount Olympus itself, couldn't ignore the overwhelming support for Hestia. So, begrudgingly, he agreed to let her have one measly sidekick from a family outside Aurario. Talk about being a sore loser. Looks like Apollo's ego is deflating faster than a popped balloon at a birthday party. Someone muttered under their breath, but hey, a win's a win, right? Hestia and her crew were finally getting the backup they deserved, even if it was like pulling teeth to get it. Hestia might be down, but she's definitely not out. Even with just one helper, she's ready to turn the tables on Apollo faster than you can say divine intervention. And let's be real, with Belle carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, even a tiny bit of extra support can make a world of difference. Mych and Takamikazuchi were scratching their heads, wondering if Hestia was cooking up some secret plan. Are there even any decent adventurers outside Aurario? They muse, their minds spinning like a roulette wheel at a celestial casino. But leave it to Hestia to have a trick up her sleeve. She's got her eye on one candidate, and she's putting Hermes on speed dial to work his negotiation magic. Of course, all that will have to wait until they've rescued Lilaruka. You have to prioritize, right? After all, saving the day comes first, and dealing with divine bureaucracy can wait until later. Xanas, the unofficial mascot for what not to do in a familia, couldn't resist swooping in on Lilaruka with the grace of a cat landing in a bathtub. His concern for her was about as real as the diet plan he promised to start every Monday. Lilaruka, ever the straight shooter, hit him with the big question: had he messed with Belle and Hestia? Xanas, playing it cool, swore he was as innocent as a kitten. Yeah, and orcs are known for their dietary fiber. Then Xanas, in a plot twist as predictable as a protagonist's power-up in the final, revealed his grand plan, using Lilaruka's magic to print money like he's the central bank of Aurario. Lilaruka's response? Money again? It was like watching someone choose water in a wine tasting, confusing and a little disappointing. Xanas, embracing his inner villain, basically said, "What's wrong with a little greed?" It was his Wolf of Wall Street moment, minus the charisma and tailored suits. He wanted everything: money, power, the secret to eternal youth, you name it. If there was a buffet of sins, Xanas was going back for thirds. With all the subtlety of Minotaur in a pottery shop, he slammed his foot down on the barricades. "This is the life," he proclaimed, sounding like a villain who just found out he was not the main character. "Welcome to the Soma Familia, where the motto is what would Soma not do," and then doing exactly that. Lilaruka couldn't help but think she'd been better off negotiating with a dragon. At least then, the fire-breathing and hoarding would make sense. Meanwhile, Xanas looked around, probably wondering if his actions were making Soma proud, or if he was just another Tuesday in the god's nonchalant life. And so, Lilaruka found herself in the middle of a scheme that was about as well planned as a goblin's tea party. Ah, the joys of life under Xanas's wing, where every day is a gamble, and the house always wins, unless, of course, the house is as clueless as Xanas. Ah, just when you thought Xanas couldn't get any shadier, he pulls a classic villain move straight out of the Evil Overlord handbook. Apologizing one moment, then plotting world domination the next. It's like he's trying to be the poster child for inconsistency. And let's talk about those rats. If Xanas's moral compass wasn't already spinning like a roulette wheel, now he's got literal vermin to deal with. It's like the universe is saying, hey, here's some chaos to match your inner turmoil. But Lilaruka, bless her heart, stands her ground like a tree in a storm. She's not falling for Xanas's jetty mind tricks, no sir. She's more stubborn than a mule with a grudge. And when Xanas tries to sweeten the deal with some godly wine, it's like offering a banana to a velociraptor. Nice try, but no thanks. But then, just when you think Lilaruka's got this, Xanas pulls out the big guns. The promise of divine booze. It's like waving a steak in front of a hungry wolf. Irresistible. Lilaruka's resistance crumbles faster than a sandcastle at high tide. And just like that, she's on her knees, wondering how she got roped into this mess faster than you can say, "What just happened?" Ah, the joys of bargaining with a shady character in a dark alley. Who needs reality TV when Xanas and Lilaruka are turning negotiations into a soap opera? I can't wait to see how this drama unfolds. Grab the popcorn, folks. Ah, Chandra, the unexpected hero in this chaotic circus of events. He's like the sidekick who suddenly steals the spotlight and saves the day. Arrogant bastard, indeed. Chandra's got the sass to match his bravery. And Lilaruka, bless her resourceful soul, wastes no time seizing the opportunity. It's like watching a master chess player make their move in the final showdown. Chandra's impeccable timing has handed her the keys to her freedom on a silver platter. But let's not forget Chandra's parting words of wisdom. He doesn't like Xanas, and he's turning a blind eye to Lilaruka's escape plan. It's like watching a rebellious teenager team up with the cool janitor to pull off the ultimate prank. Who knew Chandra had such a rebellious streak? So now Lilaruka's got the keys to the kingdom, quite literally. It's time for her to make her grand escape, like a phoenix rising from the ashes of her captivity. With Chandra as her unlikely ally, she's got a fighting chance to break free from Xanas's clutches and reunite with Hestia and the gang. Ah, cue the dramatic music because Hestia's about to lay down some serious truth bombs. Picture it, Hestia, standing tall and fierce like a warrior goddess, delivering her pep talk with all the passion of a Shakespearean soliloquy. She's like the wise sage dispensing sage advice to the troubled hero, urging them to find their inner strength and fight for what's right. But Lilaruka, bless her conflicted soul, can't help but feel torn. She's like the reluctant hero caught between two worlds, unsure of where she belongs. On one hand, she's desperate to break free from the clutches of Xanas and his cronies. On the other hand, she's terrified of dragging her friends into her mess and causing them even more trouble. But leave it to Hestia to lay down the truth bomb with the force of 1,000 suns. She's like the protective mother bear, fiercely defending her cubs and refusing to let anything stand in their way. With her unwavering faith in Bel and her unwavering determination to save Lilaruka, she's like a force of nature that can't be reckoned with. So with Hestia's words ringing in her ears, Lilaruka is faced with a choice: continue running from her problems or stand and fight alongside her friends. It's like the defining moment in every hero's journey, where they must decide what kind of person they want to be. And with Hestia by her side, Lilaruka just might find the courage to become the hero she was always meant to be. Then comes the classic running while pondering life's deep question scenario. Lilaruka is like the protagonist in a coming-of-age movie, wrestling with existential dilemmas while sprinting through the streets like her life depends on it. And in this case, it kind of does. As she dashes through the cobblestone streets, her mind is a whirlwind of confusion. She's like the hamster on the wheel, spinning faster and faster but going nowhere fast. Why do they need her? What possible use could a lowly street rat like her be to a goddess and her merry band of adventurers? But even as she questions her worth, her desperation is palpable. She's like the damsel in distress, pleading with the all-powerful Soma to intervene and save the day. It's like a scene straight out of a Shakespearean tragedy, with Lilaruka playing the role of the tragic heroine, sacrificing herself for the greater good. But alas, Soma's response is as cryptic as it is dismissive. He's like the enigmatic sage, speaking riddles that only deepen the mystery. What meaning indeed lies in the words of a girl who's lost in the depths of his intoxicating brew? It's like trying to decipher the meaning of life from the bottom of a wine bottle, a futile endeavor that only leaves you more confused than when you started. Talk about a high-stakes negotiation. Soma's like the puppet master, pulling the strings and testing Lilaruka's resolve with his divine elixir. It's like a twisted game of truth or consequences, where one sip could change everything. But Lilaruka, bless her heart, is willing to risk it all for her friends. She's like the knight in shining armor, ready to charge into battle against impossible odds. Her plea to Soma is like a desperate plea to the heavens, begging for mercy and salvation. When she wakes up in this altered state, it's like stepping into a whole new world. Everything's a bit hazy, like trying to remember last night's dream after one too many servings of ambrosia. But one thing's crystal clear: Lilaruka's determination is stronger than ever. With tears in her eyes and fire in her heart, she implores Soma to end the conflict and spare her friends from harm. It's a moment of raw vulnerability and courage as Lilaruka lays her heart bare in front of the god who holds her fate in his hands. Lilaruka's like a phoenix rising from the ashes, ready to take on the world with her newfound determination. It's like she's been training her whole life for this epic showdown, turning every mistake and misstep into fuel for her fiery resolve. When she faces off against Xanas, it's like a showdown in the Wild West, with Lilaruka standing tall against the villainous outlaw. She's not backing down, not now, not ever. It's her moment to shine, to show everyone, including herself, what she's truly made of. But Xanas, that sneaky snake, tries to throw a wrench in the works, spinning lies and deceit like a master puppeteer. He's like the villain in a cheesy soap opera, pulling the strings behind the scenes, hoping to manipulate the situation to his advantage. But just when he thinks he's got the upper hand, Soma steps in like the voice of reason, telling Xanas to zip it. It's like the ultimate plot twist, with the mastermind behind the chaos finally being put in his place. It looks like Lilaruka's got some divine intervention on her side after all. Soma stepping into action is like a legendary rock star finally coming out of retirement for one last epic concert. The wine flying through the air was his dramatic entrance, silencing the chaos like a show-stopping final. And Xanas, caught off guard, is like the villain in a play who's just realized the script has been rewritten without him knowing. His last-ditch effort to attack Lilaruka was so desperate it would have been comical if it weren't so pitiful. But here come Naza and Welf, swooping in like superheroes in the nick of time, delivering a knockout punch that's more satisfying than the climax of a blockbuster movie. Xanas hitting the ground is the curtain call on his schemes, marking the end of Lilaruka's runaway saga with a bang. Lilaruka running from home is over, I guess. This line is the cherry on top, a perfect mix of relief and humor, wrapping up the adventure with a smile. Lilaruka, with newfound bravery bubbling up inside her, expressed her gratitude to Soma, but she had one more thing to ask of him. She then turned to Mikoto and the others, thanking them for their support. Meanwhile, Hestia was getting ready to join them in expressing their gratitude. As Soma and Hestia sought their blessings, Soma couldn't quite wrap his head around the fact that Lilaruka, the same girl he once dismissed, had blossomed into someone so resilient. It was like watching a tiny seedling grow into a towering oak tree. Hestia, always the voice of wisdom, urged Soma to reconsider the significance of Lilaruka's transformation. It was a testament to the power of resilience and growth, reminding us that even the smallest spark can ignite the biggest flames of change. Outside, Lilaruka continued to express her gratitude, but Might reminded her that the real challenge lay ahead. Lilaruka acknowledged this, understanding that her joining wouldn't instantly level the playing field against the mighty Apollo Familia. Meanwhile, Takamikazuchi grappled with the desire to assist Hestia, but couldn't make the decision alone. Mikoto stepped in with a request, urging Takamikazuchi to allow her to join Bell's family. On the other hand, Welf sought Hephaestus' guidance, expressing his desire to join Hestia Familia. He knew that the goddess he admired would be disappointed if he didn't lend his support. When Hephaestus asked him about his dreams of crafting superior weapons, Welf responded with unwavering determination, stating that as long as he had his burning passion, he could forge greatness anywhere, lessons he had learned from Hephaestus herself. For one final inquiry, Hephaestus asked Welf why he was willing to go to such lengths. Without hesitation, Welf's answer was clear and full of conviction: his friends. It was a friendship that drove him, a bond stronger than steel and more precious than the rarest ore he could ever forge. Meanwhile, Hermes found himself seeking out Ryu, imploring her to lend her strength to Bell's cause. Given the stringent conditions set by Apollo, Ryu was uniquely positioned as the only viable helper. Hermes promised to keep her identity a secret, a commitment echoed by Sir, who also wished for Ryu's anonymity. Ryu's response was tinged with humor and resignation. "Mamma Mia will be mad again." This hinted at the inevitable backlash from her own familiar, yet underscored the depth of her dedication to aiding those in need, even if it meant facing the music later. Bell found himself deep in training with Oz, determined to hone his skills to their peak. Just when he thought he had reached a new level of confidence, Eyes brought him back down to earth with a sobering truth: fighting monsters and fighting people are two entirely different beasts. While monsters are always deadly serious, humans bring a whole new level of unpredictability to the table. Eyes, why do humans have to be so complicated? Bell groaned, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the complexities of human combat. Eyes, ever the patient mentor, chuckled. "Welcome to the real world, Bell. Humans have a way of keeping us on our toes." She then imparted her wisdom to Bell, explaining that humans have a knack for reacting to their opponent's movements, often exploiting any openings they see. Bell himself had fallen victim to this very trap. But Eyes didn't leave him hanging. She taught him that sometimes, it's in those moments when he's on the brink of defeat that he has the greatest opportunity to turn the tide. A finishing blow is the closest thing to letting your guard down, Eyes explained, her words sinking in. And just when you think you've been beaten is when you truly have a chance. Bell nodded, absorbing every word. This was more than just combat training. It was a lesson in vulnerability and resilience, one that Bell was determined not to forget. Freya, ever the calculating goddess, found herself contemplating her next move regarding Apollo. While she entertained the idea of crushing him if he stepped out of line, she quickly dismissed the thought. "If I don't see where this goes, I couldn't call myself a goddess," she mused, her mind whirring with schemes and strategies. It was a delicate balancing act for Freya, one that required her to observe from the shadows while keeping her divine influence concealed. After all, what fun would it be if she showed her hand too soon? With a sly smile, Freya leaned back on her throne, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama between Hestia and Apollo. After all, what's a little divine intrigue without a goddess pulling the strings? As Belcranel returned just in time for the epic War Gang showdown, Hestia bid him farewell with a mixture of worry and determination etched on her face. With a solemn promise to await their triumphant return, she watched as Bell embarked on his journey. Riding in a carriage with 3 other comrades, Bell felt a surge of nervous energy coursing through him. But his spirits were lifted when Sire suddenly appeared, chasing after the carriage with a determined gleam in her eyes. With a mischievous grin, she handed Bell a good luck charm necklace from an undisclosed adventurer, her words of encouragement echoing in his ears as the carriage rolled away. As the distance between them grew, Sir's shouts of support carried on the wind, promising a hearty lunch upon their return. "Let's win this, Belle, and come back victorious." Her voice rang out, a beacon of hope amidst the looming battle ahead. As the war game preparations hit full throttle, Hyacinthos found himself battling the ultimate foe, boredom. Peering out the window, he couldn't help but feel like he was stuck in a never-ending waiting game. "Talk about a yawn fest," he grumbled, scanning the horizon for any sign of action. Meanwhile, Cassandra couldn't shake the ominous vision she glimpsed, foretelling the castle's imminent downfall. Urging her skeptical friend Daphne to heed her warning, she pleaded for belief in her clairvoyant abilities. But Daphne, ever the skeptic, waved off Cassandra's concerns, citing the quirky victory conditions set by their commander, Hyacinthos. If he managed to survive 3 days, victory was theirs. However, as the castle gates clanged shut behind their comrades, Cassandra's premonition hung heavy in the air. With Luan's arrival, she couldn't shake the feeling that their fate was sealed, likening it to the infamous Trojan horse being wheeled right into their fortress. Amidst the mounting tension and uncertainty, the stage was set for an epic showdown, with victory and defeat teetering on a knife's edge. As the sun rose on the morning of the war game, excitement crackled through the air like electricity. Ibrahim Cha, known far and wide as the Fire Inferno Flame, stepped up to the mic as the MC, ready to ignite the battlefield with his fiery commentary. And with his trusty god, Ganesha, chiming in from the sidelines, the stage was set for an epic showdown. But amidst the buzz of anticipation, there was a somber note. Hephaestus couldn't help but acknowledge the grim reality that many of the participants, especially the younger ones, likely harbored mixed feelings about being thrust into such a spectacle. Leave it to Loki to remind everyone of the unspoken rule: don't talk about the less glamorous side of war games. Meanwhile, Apollo couldn't resist taking a jab at Hestia, taunting her about bidding farewell to Belcranel. According to their contract, if Apollo emerged victorious, Bell would become his, and Hestia would be banished from Aurario, if not the entire lower world. Talk about high stakes. But just as tensions reached a boiling point, Hermes, flanked by Asphi, stepped forward to officially kick off the proceedings. With a nod from Oranos, the god of the sky, the war game was officially underway, setting the stage for an epic clash of gods, heroes, and everything in between. Let the games begin. Amidst the flurry of bets and predictions favoring the Apollo Familia, there was one bold soul who dared to swim against the tide. Mord, with his signature confidence and swagger, casually tossed a whopping 100,000 bet on the Hestia Familia. The reaction? Laughter, disbelief, and maybe a hint of pity from the onlookers. But Mord wasn't fazed one bit. With a smirk on his face, he simply shrugged off the skepticism and urged everyone to wait and see. After all, strange things happened in the labyrinthine streets of Aurario. As the clock struck noon and the war game officially commenced, all eyes were on the arena, brimming with anticipation and excitement. With Mord's bold bet hanging in the air like a challenge, it was clear that this war game was going to be one for the history books. Let the games begin, indeed. Just when the Apollo Familia was feeling smug and overconfident, thinking they had 3 whole days to spare before any real action would be taken, Ryu made her grand entrance. The Apollo gang underestimated her, brushing her off as just a lone warrior, assuming they could easily crush her. Well, talk about a rude awakening. With one swift attack from Ryu and her trusty magical sword, the Apollo forces were swiftly sent packing, buried under a heap of surprise and chaos. And to add insult to injury, the attack began right as the bell rang, catching everyone off guard. Apollo, still trying to save face, attempted to play it cool, claiming that Ryu's strategy was actually quite clever. He boasted about his army of over 100 soldiers, mocking Hestia for her measly team of 5. But little did he know, Ryu's strength was far beyond what he had anticipated. As Apollo taunted Hestia, questioning if her small team could possibly overcome the odds, Hestia remained silent, letting her actions speak louder than words. As Ryu unleashed her relentless assault, she couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought she'd be wielding Kraso's legendary magic swords in battle? But there she was, facing off against Lissos and his soldiers with unparalleled ferocity. With a mighty cry, Ryu challenged Lissos and his troops to face her head-on. Meanwhile, Luan, always one for dramatic flair, burst onto the scene, exaggerating the threat posed by Ryu's magic swords. He relayed Hyacinthos' orders to send out 50 soldiers to confront the lone warrior outside. Lissos hesitated, realizing that sending out half of their forces would leave them vulnerable, but Luan insisted that anything less would be futile against Ryu's formidable power. With little choice, Lissos reluctantly agreed, instructing his troops to defeat Ryu and return swiftly. Ryu's relentless assault proved too much for her own weapons to handle, causing them to shatter under the strain of her immense strength. But even without her swords, Ryu remained undeterred, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As Lissos realized that his opponent was an elf, his anger boiled over. The thought of facing an enemy associated with the accursed magic swords that had ravaged their villages filled him with fury. Meanwhile, Mikoto, channeling the divine power of her god, prayed for guidance and strength to overcome their foes. Luan's frantic screams echoed through the chaos as he warned of an enemy infiltrating their ranks and heading straight for Hyacinthos. Despite his efforts to rally the soldiers to stop Mikoto, she pressed on, determined and unstoppable. In the heat of the moment, Lissos confronted Ryu, unaware of her true identity. He berated her, accusing her of bringing shame upon herself by wielding the same magic swords that had caused so much devastation to their people. Ryu remained resolute, unfazed by his words, her determination unshaken as she prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the intense battle raged on, Ryu confronted Lissos with fierce determination. She declared that her concern for her friend outweighed any hatred her race may hold. If standing up for a friend meant facing shame, then she was willing to embrace that shame wholeheartedly. With a swift and decisive blow, Ryu brought Lissos crashing to the ground, asserting her dominance in the fight. Witnessing Ryu's formidable strength, the soldiers were struck with fear, but they knew they couldn't afford to falter. They rallied their forces, determined to take down Ryu and turn the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, Mikoto, on her own mission elsewhere in the castle, called upon the power of her war god's strike, Futsunamitama. With a mighty invocation, she unleashed a devastating gravitational force, ensnaring the soldiers in her powerful magic and further cementing her position as a formidable force to be reckoned with. As the enemies found themselves trapped by Mikoto's gravity magic, they realized they had unwittingly set themselves up for a self-destructive attack. Takumi Kazuchi, watching from the sidelines, cheered on Mikoto, urging her to hang in there and keep fighting with all her strength. As the camera zoomed in on Mikoto, her beauty and grace captivated everyone who watched. Even Hermes couldn't help but notice the speed and precision with which the Apollo Familia moved. Their reactions to Ryu's magic swords and Mikoto's attacks seemed almost too perfect. Are they getting inside information? Hermes wondered aloud. Information was a powerful weapon in the heat of battle. The faster it could be obtained and processed, the more effective it became. But if that information was tainted or false, it could spread like poison, corrupting the entire operation in an instant. The Apollo Familia's uncanny speed and coordination raised suspicions among the spectators, hinting at a deeper level of strategy at play. As the saying goes, even a single drop of poison can be lethal. Much to Apollo's surprise, the gates of the castle swung open, allowing Welf and Bell to charge in. But the real shocker came when it was revealed that Luan was actually Lilaruka in disguise. She had orchestrated the betrayal from within the Apollo Familia and was determined to cause even more chaos. The announcement of the betrayal sent shockwaves through the battlefield. While Apollo Familia may not have known about Lilaruka's disguise, they certainly felt the effects of her treachery. As for the real Luan, he was in for some serious trouble with Apollo once this was all over. But for now, he found himself in the hands of Maich, facing the consequences of his actions. Daphne and Cassandra were fuming mad when they heard about Belle and Welf's intrusion into the castle. They couldn't believe their soldiers had let them slip past, but there was no time to dwell on it now. All they could do was make sure they didn't get past the walkway where they were stationed. Daphne wasted no time in giving orders to her mages and archers, preparing to unleash their spells and rain fire upon the intruders at her signal. But little did she know, Belle and Welf were already right in front of them, thanks to Welf's quick thinking. Now it was a showdown between Daphne and Welf. With steely determination, Welf reminded her that if she's a true adventurer, they have to do things their own way. It was time to see who would come out on top in this epic clash. Ice and her family were left dumbfounded by Belle and Welf's daring feat. They couldn't believe that Belle had managed to make it all the way to the tower where the general was stationed. However, they couldn't help but wonder why Belle hadn't used the magic swords from the start to charge straight for the tower. It seemed clear that Belle was determined to finish the war game, relying solely on his own strength. Beat couldn't help but remark that Belle truly embodied the spirit of a man. Meanwhile, Hyacinthos was informed of the chaos unfolding outside his room. He couldn't help but feel a sense of failure creeping in, wondering how he could ever face Apollo after this debacle. However, he also dismissed Bel as a threat, thinking that Bel wouldn't be able to challenge him alone. But when Cassandra approached him, pleading for him to listen, Hyacinthos refused to entertain even a single word she had to say. Hyacinthos' command to his soldiers was clear: capture Bel quickly upon his appearance, but refrain from killing him. Hyacinthos wanted the privilege of defeating Bel himself. Meanwhile, even though Mikoto's gravity magic had worn off, her resolve didn't waver. She, alongside Ryu and Welf, remained steadfast in their mission. Bel, in a moment of quiet determination, meditated, summoning his strength and reflecting on the journey that led him to this pivotal moment. He acknowledged the support and sacrifices of his friends and allies that brought him here. Now, with a renewed sense of purpose and determination, Bel knew it was his turn to stand and deliver. As Bel unleashed his firebolt, the lightning surged, igniting a blaze right beneath Hyacinthos and his soldiers, catching everyone off guard. The explosion rocked the castle, leaving everyone speechless as they watched in disbelief. Even Hyacinthos, caught in the chaos, was left dumbfounded. "It's truly unbelievable," he muttered, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. In the midst of the chaos, Bel charged toward Hyacinthos with newfound speed and agility, a far cry from his former self. Hyacinthos found himself struggling to keep up with Bel's lightning-fast movements, but just as Bel closed in, Cassandra intervened, throwing herself at him in a desperate attempt to halt his advance. Her embrace made it difficult for Bel to move, momentarily impeding his progress. As Hyacinthos unleashed his ring of fire, he called upon the cardinal winds to guide its path. The fiery ring homed in on Bel, trapping him and leaving him with no means of escape. Despite Bel's valiant efforts to counter with his firebolt, the ring of fire held strong, rendering him immobilized and helpless. To make matters worse, Bel's lucky necklace slipped off in the chaos, leaving his supporters in shock. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, Bel refused to stay down. With unwavering determination, he rose to his feet, defying the odds and facing Hyacinthos head-on. Witnessing Bel's resilience only fueled Hyacinthos' rage further, pushing him to the brink of desperation. At this point, he cared little for Apollo's wishes. All he wanted was to see Bel defeated, no matter the cost. In a moment of clarity, Bel recalled A's teachings about finding openings and seizing opportunities. With Ai's words echoing in his mind, Bel detected a split-second vulnerability in Hyacinthos' defense. Summoning all his strength and resolve, Bel countered with a swift and decisive strike, catching Hyacinthos off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The battle was over in a flash, and the Hestia Familia emerged victorious against all odds. Mord's bold bet paid off handsomely, earning him not just double but a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, marveling at Bel's unexpected triumph. Everyone, that is, except Apollo, whose face twisted with disbelief and fury at his defeat. Hestia didn't waste a moment in enforcing the consequences of Apollo's defeat. With unwavering determination, she confronted him, demanding that he brace himself for the repercussions. Apollo, his pride wounded and his excuses feeble, attempted to backtrack, insisting that his remarks were merely jests and that he was merely smitten by Bel's charm. But Hestia wasn't swayed by his feeble attempts at justification. With a stern command, she silenced Apollo and pronounced his punishment. True to their agreement, Hestia seized all of Apollo's possessions and wealth, leaving his family stripped of its resources and influence. The Apollo Familia was disbanded, and Apollo himself was exiled from Aurario, forbidden to set foot in the city again. It was a resounding triumph for Hestia, leaving Apollo humbled and defeated in her wake. As the dust settled and victory sank in, Bel and his companions found themselves in disbelief at their triumph. Despite having to bend the rules a bit, they were filled with pride at their accomplishment. Bel expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Welf, Mikoto, Ryu, and Lilaruka for their unwavering support and for coming to his aid in his time of need. Thanks to Lilaruka's bravery and sacrifice, Bel could return to Aurario with his head held high, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With a new chapter on the horizon, Bel and his friends were introduced to what would be their new home, the mansion formerly owned by the Apollo Familia. Given that their previous abode had been obliterated during the conflict, Hestia felt it only fair that they take over the expansive and luxurious mansion, leaving no room for complaints. Recognizing the work ahead and making the mansion truly their own, Hestia took a significant first step by unveiling their new emblem. This emblem, symbolizing the bond and the journey of the Hestia Familia, combined the image of a guardian flame with that of a bell. It was a symbol of their unity and strength, representing both Hestia and Bel, and marking a fresh start for their families under this new banner. As Lilaruka bid adieu to Soma, he offered his farewells in his usual cryptic yet caring manner, reminding her to watch out for herself. It was a moment fraught with emotion. Imagine the drama of a soap opera, with Lilaruka clutching a tissue and Soma giving a solemn nod, perhaps even shedding a single tear for dramatic effect. But as they say, every cloud has a silver lining, or in Lilaruka's case, every goodbye leads to a new adventure. As she stepped outside, wiping away her tears, there stood Hestia, ready to welcome her with open arms and a warm smile. Picture Hestia with her signature flair, arms outstretched, ready for a dramatic embrace that could rival any Hollywood reunion scene. And lo and behold, just when Lilaruka thought her heart couldn't take any more emotional turmoil, who should appear but Bel, Welf, and Mikoto? They were all grinning from ear to ear, perhaps with a hint of mischief in their eyes. It was a moment of pure joy and camaraderie as they welcomed Lilaruka to their new home with a chorus of cheers and laughter. With her newfound family by her side, Lilaruka felt a surge of excitement for the adventures that lay ahead. Sure, there would be challenges and obstacles along the way, but with this ragtag group of misfits, anything was possible. And so, with a final glance back at Soma's domain, Lilaruka stepped forward into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever destiny had in store for her. The atmosphere was electric as everyone gathered for a celebratory toast, raising their glasses high in honor of their recent triumphs. With the clinking of glasses and the sound of laughter filling the air, it was a moment of pure jubilation. First on the agenda was a toast to their victory at the war game, a hard-fought battle that had tested their mettle and brought them closer together as a family. The room erupted into cheers and applause, with shouts of cheers to victory ringing out. Next came a toast to their new home, the Apollo Familia's mansion, now transformed into the headquarters of the newly minted Hestia Familia. It was a momentous occasion, marked by a sense of pride and accomplishment as they settled into their new surroundings. But perhaps the most heartfelt toast of all was reserved for Lilaruka, the newest member of their family. With warm smiles and words of welcome, they raised their glasses to her, celebrating her decision to join their ranks and become part of their family. And last but certainly not least, there was a toast to Bel, a toast to his remarkable achievement in reaching level 3. As the room fell silent in admiration, Bel stepped forward to express his gratitude, his words filled with sincerity and humility. "To the new Hestia Familia," he exclaimed, his voice ringing out with pride. "To each and every one of you who has joined us on this journey. Here's to the bonds we've forged and the adventures that lie ahead. Cheers." And with that, they all clinked their glasses together, sealing their commitment to each other and to the bright future that awaited them. As the feast carried on, the conversation turned to their newly refurbished home, and everyone couldn't help but marvel at its transformation. "It's like a whole new world in here," exclaimed one family member, gazing around at the lavish furnishings and intricate designs. Mikoto, ever observant, noted the abundance of Apollo's statues scattered throughout the mansion. "Looks like Apollo-sama left his mark," she remarked wryly, earning a chuckle from those around her. It was certainly a departure from their previous humble abode. Hestia, however, revealed the true story behind the mansion's makeover. Apollo, originally the god of architecture, had executed her vision flawlessly, down to the smallest detail. Mikoto's eyes lit up at the mention of the Far Eastern Cypress bath specially designed for her, grateful for the luxurious indulgence. With separate bathing quarters for the boys and girls, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her male comrades who were missing out on the blissful experience. Meanwhile, Welf found himself in awe of his new workspace, fully equipped with everything a blacksmith could dream of. "They sure know how to cater to a craftsman's needs," he remarked, eager to dive into his new projects and start afresh. Amidst the opulent surroundings and lively chatter, Hestia couldn't shake off the nagging worry that perhaps she had splurged a bit too much on their new home. "Choosing our family isn't something that can be bought with money," she mused, her brow furrowing with concern. The mansion was undeniably grand, but the upkeep alone would be a monumental task. The idea of hiring maids to assist with the upkeep crossed Hestia's mind, but her thoughts immediately turned to Bel's aversion to such luxuries. Lilaruka echoed her concerns, adamant that they couldn't risk giving Bel any more opportunities to stray. With a firm resolve, they vowed to be extremely selective in their hiring process, ensuring that only the most trustworthy individuals would be welcomed into their homes. However, tensions rose as Hestia revealed her plan to use her divine authority to place Lilaruka's room as far away from Bel's as possible. Lilaruka protested, feeling unjustly singled out by their goddess's decision. Their argument escalated, drawing the attention of those around them. In the midst of their dispute, Bel caught sight of Daphne and Cassandra outside, their presence sparking his curiosity. Little did he know, their encounter would set into motion a series of events that would test their families' bonds like never before. Bel approached Daphne and Cassandra, curious about the reason for their distress. To his surprise, Cassandra was in tears over a missing pillow, convinced that it was somewhere inside Bel's new home. Despite her uncertainty, Cassandra's dreams had insisted that the pillow was there. Bel, ever the helpful soul, couldn't resist lending a hand. He searched diligently, scouring every nook and cranny until he finally discovered the missing pillow tucked behind a pillar. Cassandra's relief was palpable as she clutched the pillow tightly, grateful for Bel's assistance. As Cassandra whispered something to Daphne, Bel couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. What were the girls plotting? Daphne cryptically informed Bel that they would see him tomorrow, leaving him puzzled and intrigued by their mysterious words. Little did he know, their encounter would lead to yet another unexpected adventure for the Hestia familia. Bel stormed off to confront Hestia, his frustration bubbling over at the revelation that she had been recruiting without informing him. Hestia, however, seemed unfazed by Bel's anger, brushing off his concerns with unwavering determination. After the success of the war game, Hestia saw an opportunity to capitalize on their newfound reputation and expand their family. To her, this was their chance to climb to the top of Aurorio's hierarchy, and she wasn't about to let it slip away. But Bel couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Wasn't this all happening a little too suddenly? He couldn't help but worry about the implications of such rapid growth for their families. But Hestia remained resolute in her decision, adamant that recruiting new members was the key to their success. As tensions simmered between them, Bel couldn't help but wonder if their ambition would lead them to greater heights or if they were biting off more than they could chew. Only time would tell the true impact of Hestia's bold decision. The following day, a bustling crowd had gathered outside their home. The scene was a chaotic mix of people from all walks of life: humans, elves, dwarves, animal people, and even Amazons, all vying for a chance to join their families. Some of them didn't even fit the typical adventurer mold. Hestia observed the throng with a mixture of astonishment and pride. These individuals had traveled from far and wide, drawn by the rumors of their family's exploits. It seemed that their reputation had indeed preceded them, and they were no longer considered a minor player in Aurorio. As the sea of hopeful recruits swelled, Hestia couldn't help but feel a surge of optimism. This was their chance to build something truly remarkable, to welcome new allies into their fold and forge a path to greatness. The future of the Hestia familia was looking brighter than ever before. Lilaruka, on high alert, scanned the crowd of girls outside, mentally marking each one as a potential threat to Bel's attention. She quickly dismissed those who dressed provocatively or seemed like they might evoke Bel's protective instincts. With each assessment, she mentally crossed off another candidate, leaving a dwindling pool of potential distractions for her beloved Bel. Meanwhile, Miko To found herself in a race against time as she rushed to get ready. Her leisurely morning bath had turned into a time-consuming indulgence, and now she was paying the price for her tardiness. Frantically searching for an outfit, she stumbled upon something with the same distinctive writing as Hestia's, accompanied by a stern warning: "Do not touch." Miko To hesitated, her curiosity piqued by the mysterious object. Despite the warning, her hand hovered tantalizingly close, tempted to defy the directive and uncover the secrets hidden within. It seemed that Miko To had stumbled upon something she wasn't meant to see, setting the stage for a potentially intriguing discovery. As Hestia began her recruitment speech outside, she exuded warmth and gratitude, thanking each individual for considering your family. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, almost resembling a celebratory gathering rather than a typical recruitment event. Hestia's magnetic presence drew everyone in, including unexpected candidates like Daphne and Cassandra, who were eager to join the clan. However, just as the one-on-one interviews were about to commence, Miko To made a dramatic entrance, only to stumble and reveal a shocking revelation to everyone present. Hestia had a staggering debt of 200 million valid. The bombshell announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the otherwise festive occasion. The recruitment event turned into a roller coaster of emotions faster than you could say valid. Hestia, with her usual flair, began her opening remarks, thanking everyone for considering the Hestia familia. The atmosphere was electric, with hopeful recruits buzzing with excitement. It almost felt like a party. But just as things were getting started, Miko To, the bearer of bad news, stumbled into the scene literally. Her untimely entrance revealed a shocking truth. Hestia was in debt, and not just any debt, a whopping 200 million Valis debt. The revelation hit the crowd like a ton of bricks, and suddenly, the mood shifted from jubilant to downright somber. Hestia, in a feeble attempt to diffuse the tension, tried to spin the debt as not so bad, but her efforts fell flat. The sight of her turning blue didn't help either. Quite the opposite, actually. If anything, it made everyone more concerned. As Hestia sheepishly asked if anyone still wanted to join despite the financial predicament, the response was swift and unanimous. Poof! In the blink of an eye, everyone vanished into thin air, leaving behind a baffled Hestia and her companions scratching their heads in confusion. To make matters more puzzling, Welf stumbled upon a letter bearing both Hephaestus and Hestia's signatures. What secrets did it hold? The mystery deepened, leaving everyone wondering what in the world just happened. It was a recruitment event like no other, a wild ride from start to finish. The realization hit Bel like a ton of enchanted Valis. His trusty knife, the one he wielded with such gusto in battle, was worth a staggering 200 million Valis. It was as if he'd been stabbing, striking, and defending himself with a small fortune all along. The sheer absurdity of it all was enough to make his head spin. Unable to process the revelation, Bel's mind went into overdrive, and before he knew it, he was out cold, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of wielding such a valuable weapon. His companions could only look on in disbelief, unsure whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of the situation. Only time would tell the true impact of Hestia's bold decision. It was just another day in the life of the Hestia Familia, where even the simplest of objects could turn out to be worth a small fortune. Hestia's attempt to brush off the debt as a mere oversight fell flat in the face of her companion's incredulity. Mikoto, Lilaruka, and Welf were having none of it, demanding to know why Hestia hadn't disclosed the extent of the debt earlier. They were all reeling from the shock, and the fact that Bel remained unconscious only added to the tension in the room. As if things couldn't get any worse, it was revealed that the money they had received from Apollo was already gone, leaving them in an even tighter spot than before. The gravity of the situation began to sink in, and the jovial atmosphere from earlier evaporated like morning dew in the desert. Hestia could only hang her head in shame, realizing the magnitude of her mistake. It was a sobering reminder that even the smallest oversight could have far-reaching consequences for the Hestia Familia. With Bel still out cold and their financial woes laid bare, they were facing an uphill battle unlike any they had encountered before. The revelation of the debt left everyone in disbelief, but Lilaruka tried to lighten the mood by pointing out the silver lining of their new home. However, she was quickly shot down by Hestia, who declared that she would shoulder the burden of the debt herself. It was a gesture of love and devotion to Bel, but Lilaruka couldn't help but question whether accumulating such a massive debt was truly the best way to prove her affection. Hestia remained steadfast in her decision, adamant that she wouldn't let anyone else bear the weight of her personal debt. It was a matter of pride and determination for her, and she was determined to repay every last ballad, no matter the cost. As the tension in the room lingered, it was clear that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, both financial and emotional. But with Hestia's unwavering resolve and the support of her family, they were determined to face whatever came their way together. As Hestia left the room, her determination to shoulder the debt alone left Welf, Mikoto, and Lilaruka behind. The trio couldn't help but feel a mixture of concern and frustration. They understood Hestia's desire to protect her family, but they also wished she would lean on them more for support. Mikoto voiced their shared sentiment, remarking that it wouldn't hurt for Hestia to rely on them a little more. After all, they were a team, and facing challenges together was part of what made their family strong. With a shared sense of determination, they resolved to find a way to support Hestia and help her overcome the daunting task ahead. As Hestia listened in on Bel and Welf's conversation from the other side of the bathhouse, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for keeping the truth about her debt from Bel and the others. She silently berated herself for being a no-good goddess, unable to provide for her family without burdening them with her personal problems. Meanwhile, Mikoto and Lilaruka stumbled upon Hestia's clandestine eavesdropping session. They exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Hestia was likely grappling with her own inner turmoil over the revelation of debt. Despite their concerns, they decided to give Hestia some privacy and silently retreated, leaving their goddess to her thoughts. As Hestia defended her right to peek, claiming it was a privilege all women deserved, Bel and Welf continued their heartfelt conversation. Bel, feeling rejuvenated and less burdened by the weight of the recent revelations, expressed his sincere gratitude towards Welf for being a steadfast member of the Hestia Familia. Bel felt compelled to voice his appreciation, recognizing the unwavering support and camaraderie he received from Welf, Lilaruka, and Mikoto, which had become his source of strength and happiness. This moment of vulnerability and mutual respect underscored the deep bonds within the Hestia Familia. On the other side, Hestia, with her ear practically glued to the wall, was trying her utmost to capture every word of the exchange. Despite the seriousness of their situation, she couldn't help but feel touched by Bel's acknowledgement of their importance to him. This reaffirms her resolve to do whatever it takes to support her family, even if it means overcoming her colossal debt single-handedly. As Bel continued to reflect on their shared experiences, he acknowledged the profound impact each member of the Hestia Familia had on him. He reminisced about his initial encounters with Mikoto, recalling the chaotic moment when she inadvertently led a group of monsters to him. Despite the initial laughter, Bel recognized Mikoto's unwavering support and countless acts of heroism that had saved him countless times since then. He expressed his gratitude towards Mikoto for leaving her beloved family to join him and assist in the war game, a sacrifice that he deeply appreciated. Turning his attention to Lilaruka, Bel acknowledged her pivotal role in his growth as an adventurer. He credited her with teaching him invaluable lessons and guiding him through the trials and tribulations of the adventurer's life. Thanks to Lilaruka's guidance and support, Bel had evolved into a capable and confident adventurer, a transformation for which he was immensely grateful. As Hestia listened intently to Bel's heartfelt words, she couldn't help but be moved by the depth of their bond and the profound impact they had on each other's lives. Despite the challenges they faced and the debts they owed, their familial bond remained unbreakable, a testament to the power of friendship and camaraderie in the face of adversity. Bel's heartfelt appreciation extended to Lilaruka, whom he described as his first true comrade who had always stood by his side. Moved by Bel's words, Lilaruka felt a warm sense of validation and gratitude for their friendship. Turning his attention to Hestia, Bel expressed his deep appreciation for her role in his life. He acknowledged that it was Hestia who had found him and provided him with a sense of belonging in Aurario. Despite the challenges they faced and the criticisms leveled against her, Bel viewed Hestia as the most important person in his life. He considered everything that had happened to him since coming to Aurario as a gift from her, emphasizing her significance to him above all else. Hestia, deeply touched by Bel's words, was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the depth of his gratitude and affection. Bel also reflected on his feelings of indebtedness towards his comrades, feeling as though he had done little to repay their kindness. However, Welf reassured him that their support was freely given and that there was no need for him to feel burdened by it. Bel's realization that he had also been a source of support for his comrades filled the room with a sense of warmth and unity. He recognized the reciprocity in their relationships, understanding that true families support and uplift each other in times of need. Hestia, known for her passionate and emotional nature, was deeply moved by Bel's words. Overcoming this emotion, she couldn't contain her happiness and pride in having Bel as her child. With tears streaming down her face, Hestia expressed her love and gratitude to Bel in a loud and exuberant manner, much to the surprise of everyone present. In her excitement, Hestia disregarded any sense of modesty, climbing over barriers and shouting her joy for all to hear. The other girls, concerned for her well-being and propriety, tried to intervene and bring her back down to earth. But Hestia's unrestrained display of affection left a lasting impression on everyone, showcasing the depth of the bond between Hestia and Bel. As they rallied around Hestia's renewed resolve, the atmosphere within the Hestia Familia was one of camaraderie and determination. Their cheers and pledges of support filled the air, marking a new chapter for them all. They were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead together as a family. But amidst this unity and celebration, Chigusa's sudden appearance introduced an undercurrent of concern. The urgency and gravity of whatever news she brought Mikoto were a stark contrast to the jovial scene inside. This sudden shift hints at the complexity and unpredictability of life in Aurario, where moments of peace and unity can quickly be overshadowed by new challenges and mysteries. This twist sets the stage for the next arc of their story, reminding us that the path of adventurers is never smooth and that the strength of their bonds will be tested by the trials to come. What Chigusa shared with Mikoto remains unknown, but it will have a significant impact on Mikoto and potentially the entire Hestia Familia, as they stealthily tailed Mikoto and Chigusa through the bustling streets of the Pleasure Quarter. Welf, Lilaruka, and Belle couldn't help but feel like a trio of lost sheep in a sea of revelry. The vibrant atmosphere of the quarter was a far cry from their usual haunts, and they stuck out like sore thumbs amidst the colorful crowds and lively festivities. Despite their discomfort, they trudged onward, determined to unravel the mystery behind Mikoto and Chigusa's clandestine excursion. As they navigated through the throngs of people, dodging street performers and vendors hawking their wares, they couldn't shake the feeling of being fish out of water in this exotic locale. Lilyruka's anxiety only grew with each passing moment, her mind conjuring up all sorts of wild scenarios about what trouble Mikoto and Chigusa might have gotten themselves into. She glanced nervously at Belle, hoping he wouldn't get swept up in whatever misadventures lay ahead. Meanwhile, Welf tried to lighten the mood with his trademark humor, cracking jokes about their conspicuous presence in the quarter and speculating wildly about the true nature of Mikoto and Chigusa's mission. "Well, if we're going to stick out like sore thumbs, we might as well make the best of it," Welf quipped, flashing a wry grin. "Who knows, maybe we'll stumble upon a discount potion shop or a legendary tavern with bottomless ale." But beneath his lighthearted banter, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease gnawing at his gut. As they trailed behind Mikoto and Chigusa, their curiosity piqued with each twist and turn of the labyrinthine streets. What secrets lay hidden in the heart of the pleasure quarter, and what role would they play in unraveling the enigma before them? Only time would tell as they plunged deeper into the heart of Aurorio's most tantalizing district. As the group meandered through the neon-lit streets of the pleasure quarter under the pretext of tailing Mikoto and Chigusa, Welf couldn't help but share a snippet from his own history with the infamous district. "You wouldn't believe it, but I've actually been here before," Welf confessed, a hint of mischief twinkling in his eyes. A misguided attempt at youth rebellion, you could say. My so-called friends thought it'd be a hoot to see how I'd fare amidst Aurorio's nightlife. Spoiler alert, I lasted about 5 minutes before I was out the door faster than a minotaur in a pottery shop. Belle, who was doing his utmost to appear invisible to the throngs of admiring locals, gave an awkward chuckle at Welf's comparison. At the same time, Lilyruka kept a hawk-like watch over him, ready to fend off any overly friendly inhabitants with the fierceness of a mother dragon protecting her eggs. However, the comic relief was cut short when the group noticed Mikoto and Chigusa in a bit of a bind, surrounded by a less than gentlemanly crowd. Welf and Lilyruka wasted no time in darting through the masses to come to their aid, leaving Belle momentarily unattended. This proved to be the perfect opportunity for a group of pleasure quarter enthusiasts to swarm the unsuspecting Belle, each vying for a chance to touch his luminous white hair as if they were at a petting zoo and he was the main attraction. Caught in a flurry of hands and giggles, Belle's attempts to politely extricate himself only seemed to fan the flames of their fascination, creating a spectacle that would surely be the talk of the town for days to come. As Mikoto shared the somber reason behind their unexpected venture into the pleasure quarter, Lilyruka's and Welf's expressions shifted from concern to understanding. The bustling nightlife of the district faded into the background as they listened to Mikoto and Chigusa recount memories of a childhood friend whose life had taken such an unforeseen turn. Lilyruka, ever the practical one, broke the silence. "So you're saying she ended up here as a prostitute? That's quite the leap from the innocent games of childhood." Her voice carried a mix of shock and sadness, reflecting the gravity of their friend's situation. Welf, scratching his head, added, "From playing tag in the fields to this, it's like falling from a tree and landing in a different world." His attempt to lighten the mood fell flat, echoing the seriousness of their mission. Mikoto, with a determined look, nodded. "Yes, but we can't leave her to this fate. She was like a sister to us. We have to at least try to find her, talk to her, see if there's anything we can do to help." Chigusa, quiet up until now, chimed in, "It's going to be a difficult search though. We only have rumors and whispers to go on, and this place, it's not exactly friendly to outsiders, especially those asking too many questions." The group fell into contemplative silence, their mission suddenly feeling as daunting as navigating a labyrinth. Just when they thought their situation couldn't get any more complicated, they realized their beacon of innocence, Belle, had been unwittingly swept away by the tides of the pleasure quarter's overly enthusiastic residents. Lilyruka's protective instincts kicked in. First things first, we find Belle and get out of here. Then we plan our next move. We're going to need all the help we can get. With their priorities realigned, the group set out to rescue Belle from his admirers, their resolve strengthened by the newfound purpose of their quest. Yet in the back of their minds, they couldn't help but wonder about their friend's fate and what it would take to bring a ray of hope into her world again. As Mikoto and Chigusa explained their deep connection to their friend Haruheim, Welf and Lilaruka couldn't help but feel disbelief. A noble bloodline entangled in the web of the pleasure quarter seemed like a contradiction in terms. Lilaruka, in particular, found it difficult to reconcile the image of the innocent girl from their childhood with the notion of her being involved in such a scandalous profession. Mikoto's concern is understandable, but charging into such a place without a plan was reckless, Lilaruka remarked, her voice tinged with worry. We need to tread carefully if we're going to navigate this situation without getting into more trouble. Welf nodded in agreement. You're right. We can't afford to make any more mistakes. We need to find Belle and regroup before we do anything else. Their failed attempt to rescue Belle weighed heavily on Lilaruka's mind. She couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that she had let him down, allowing him to be swept away by the crowd while they were preoccupied with rescuing Mikoto and Chigusa. It was a sobering reminder of the dangers lurking in the pleasure quarter and the importance of staying focused and vigilant in their mission. So there's Belle trying to wriggle free from a flock of fans who are practically swooning over his dazzling hair. Seriously, it's like he's got a magnet for admirers attached to his head. But as he's dodging and weaving through the crowd, he stumbles upon someone who catches his eye. Now here's where things get interesting. Belle sees this girl with fox ears. Yeah, you heard me right, fox ears. We're talking real-life anime vibes here. I guess the pleasure quarter is full of surprises. And for some reason, Belle feels this instant connection with her, like they've met before or something. Little does he know that girl is none other than Hermheim, the missing noble turned demi-human. Talk about a plot twist, am I right? So there's Belle standing there with his heart doing somersaults, completely unaware of the whirlwind of adventure that's about to sweep him off his feet. Belle is wandering around the pleasure quarter like a lost puppy when suddenly, out of the blue, he bumps into none other than Hermes himself. Talk about a celebrity sighting in the most unexpected place. Guess even the gods need a little break from godly duties, huh? Naturally, Belle says, Hermes, what are you doing here? But Hermes, being the mysterious dude that he is, just brushes it off like it's no big deal. He says, hey, there's no need to poke around in other people's business, buddy. Let's just pretend this never happened, okay? But here's the kicker. Before Hermes disappears into the night like the sneaky god he is, he slips Belle some, interesting bottles of aphrodisiac. You know, just in case Belle wants to spice up his evening a bit. Talk about adding a whole new level of excitement to Belle's already wild adventure. Talk about a whirlwind of events. So there's Belle still reeling from his encounter with Hermes and trying to process the whole aphrodisiac situation when suddenly he finds himself face to face with Aisha and her crew. And let me tell you, things get really awkward really fast. Aisha, being her charming self, wastes no time in making Belle an offer he definitely wasn't expecting. She's all like, hey there, handsome. How about spending the night with me? And poor Belle's just standing there like a deer caught in headlights, mouth hanging open and all. Meanwhile, the other girls in Aisha's group are low-key losing it over the fact that Belle, the legendary adventurer who won the war game and holds the record for the quickest rank-up in history, is standing right in front of them. I mean, who wouldn't be starstruck by the one and only Belle Crannel, right? Poor Belle is just trying to find his friends, and suddenly, he's caught up in a mess with Aisha and her crew. I mean, talk about a plot twist. Belle went from wandering the pleasure quarter to becoming Aisha's unexpected guest faster than you can say adventure. And Aisha, well, let's just say she's not one to miss an opportunity when she sees it. She's all like, score. Belle's mine now, and before Belle knows it, he's being whisked away into their familia faster than you can say aphrodisiac disaster. Now Belle's stuck in a sticky situation, and it looks like he's in for quite the wild ride with Aisha and her crew. I can already picture the awkward conversations and hilarious misunderstandings that are bound to happen. It's like a sitcom waiting to unfold right before our eyes. Let's just hope he can find a way out of this mess and reunite with his family before things get even crazier. Otherwise, he might end up being the star attraction of Aisha's Pleasure Quarter adventures, and trust me, that's one show you don't want to be a part of. Belle's luck just keeps getting worse by the minute. First, he gets caught up with Aisha and her crew, and now he's in the clutches of the infamous Ishtar familia. It's like he's magnetically attracted to trouble, but at least Ishtar's got her hands full with other matters. Belle narrowly escaped, becoming the latest victim of her charms. Lucky break, right? Although knowing Belle's luck, he'll probably find himself in another sticky situation soon enough. It's like trouble follows him around like a lost puppy. Poor Belle wonders why he's always caught up in these crazy situations. It's like he's starring in his very own adventure drama, with plot twists at every turn. Hang in there, Belle. With your knack for getting out of tight spots, you'll find a way to wiggle out of this mess too. Belle's room situation is like a game of musical chairs, except the chairs are all occupied by Amazonian ladies who look like they're ready to pounce. It's a scene straight out of a horror movie, with Belle playing the role of the hapless victim. To make matters worse, Belle attempts to warn the girls about the dangers of letting a stranger like him into their midst fall on deaf ears. It's like they're completely unfazed by the possibility of being devoured by an Amazonian feast. Belle's probably wishing he could sprout wings and fly out of there right about now. But alas, poor Belle is resigned to his fate, trapped among the Amazonians. Ah, the classic case of being caught between a rock and a hard place, only to be thrown into the lion's den, or in this case, the Amazonian den. Poor Belle must feel like he's in the middle of a bizarre love triangle, except instead of two suitors vying for his affection, it's a whole army of Amazonian warriors ready to battle it out for his attention. It's like a scene straight out of a chaotic rom-com, with friends swooping in like the cavalry to disrupt the impending showdown. But instead of saving the day, she just adds fuel to the fire by declaring a winner-takes-all battle royale for Belle's affections. It's a free-for-all frenzy, with Belle as the reluctant prize caught in the crossfire of competing Amazonian desires. And amidst the chaos, poor Belle must be feeling like a deer caught in headlights, desperately trying to plot his escape while dodging the advances of eager Amazonian suitors. It's a race against time for Belle, who's probably wondering how he managed to stumble into this mess in the first place. Just when Belle thought things couldn't get any crazier, he finds himself face to face with the one person he was trying to avoid, Haruheim. It's like fate has a twisted sense of humor, or maybe it's just Belle's luck running on overdrive. But maybe this unexpected encounter is just what Belle needs to turn the tide in his favor. After all, Haruheim might not be like the rest of the Ishtar Familia members. Maybe she's the key to getting out of this mess in one piece, or at least without being devoured by an army of Amazonian warriors. Either way, Belle better think fast and come up with a plan, because it looks like his stay in the red light district is far from over. And who knows what other surprises await him in Haruheim's cabin? It's like a roller coaster ride of chaos and confusion, with Belle desperately trying to hang on for dear life. Haruheim, in an attempt to recover from her fainting spell, sits up, still a bit dazed. She's like, in the lands of the Far East, I am known as... Wait, why am I doing formal introductions when I just fainted over a collarbone? She tries to switch to a more casual tone, but you can tell she's still mortified by her earlier reaction. So I'm Haruheim, and you're not here for the usual reasons, are you? Belle, still trying to understand the sudden turn of events and Haruheim's unique fainting trigger, responds with a mix of confusion and politeness. Ah, no, I'm Belle Crannel. I was actually trying to escape from a rather enthusiastic crowd. Haruheim nods, her face a blend of relief and curiosity. Oh, I see. Well, you've certainly come to an interesting place to escape. Most people come here to, not escape. The two share an awkward laugh, the tension easing as they realize they're both in over their heads. Haruheim, trying to lighten the mood, jokes, I've heard of people falling for someone at first sight, but fainting? That's a new one for me. Belle, finally finding his footing in the conversation, smiles. I guess I have a rather stunning collarbone. And just like that, they're both laughing, the absurdity of the situation not lost on them. Belle's unexpected detour into Haruheim's quarters might have started with a series of misfortunes. Still, it's also paved the way for an unexpected friendship, all thanks to a collarbone of all things. Who would have thought? Belle listens intently as Haruheim explains her relationship with Aisha and the dynamics within the Ishtar Familia. Despite the dire situation he finds himself in, Belle can't help but feel a sense of warmth from Haruheim's kindness. It's a stark contrast to the frenzied chase and the fear of being caught that led him here. Haruheim, with a soft smile, adds, "It's rare to find someone who doesn't belong to this world in a place like this. It's even rarer to find them as unexpectedly as I found you." She chuckles, recalling the unusual circumstances of their meeting. Belle nods. "I've certainly never been in a situation quite like this before. Your kindness is unexpected but very much appreciated." As the conversation continues, Belle realizes that Haruheim's offer to help him escape is not just a gesture of kindness, but also a fleeting connection they've made in an unlikely place. "I might not understand everything about this place or why things happen the way they do," Belle says, "but I'm grateful for your help, Haruheim, and I'm grateful for the unique introduction to someone from outside." Haruheim responds with a playful nod to their earlier interaction. They spend the rest of the night in quiet conversation, sharing stories and laughter, finding solace in the company of one another. As dawn approaches, Haruheim prepares to fulfill her promise to help Belle escape, both of them aware that this unique bond they formed is a rare light in the shadowy corners of the Pleasure Quarter. They understand that their paths might not cross again, but the memory of this night would linger, a reminder of kindness found in the most unexpected of places. Belle couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Disowned at 11? That's unimaginable, he murmurs, shaking his head in disbelief. What could have possibly led them to do something like that? Haruheim sighs softly, her gaze distant as she recalls the painful memories. My family, they had their reasons, she says, her voice tinged with sadness. But I've long since come to terms with it. Or at least I tried to. Belle understands, realizing that some wounds never fully heal. It must have been difficult, he says gently, reaching out to offer her some comfort. Haruheim manages a faint smile, grateful for Belle's understanding. It was, but I've found my own path since then. And despite everything, I've met some wonderful people along the way, she says, casting a warm glance at Belle. Belle returns her smile, feeling a sense of kinship with Haruheim despite their vastly different backgrounds. I'm glad we met, he says sincerely, even if it was under rather unusual circumstances. Haruheim chuckles softly, the sound lightening the somber mood. Indeed, she agrees. But perhaps it was fate that brought us together tonight. As they continue to talk, Belle and Haruheim find solace in each other's company, sharing stories, dreams, and aspirations. Despite the challenges they face, they both find comfort in the newfound connection they've forged amidst the chaos of the Pleasure Quarter. As the time for Belle to leave draws near, they both know that the memory of this night will stay with them, a beacon of warmth and friendship in the midst of uncertainty. Belle, you like the stories about heroes too. Haruheim's eyes sparkle with interest as she realizes they share a common passion. I thought I was the only one who loved those tales. Belle nods eagerly, a smile spreading across his face. Yeah, I've always been fascinated by stories of heroes and adventurers. They inspire me to become stronger and to never give up, no matter how tough things get. Haruheim's smile mirrors Belle's enthusiasm. Exactly. They're like beacons of hope in a world filled with darkness and danger. Whenever I hear those stories, I feel like anything is possible. As they bond over their shared love for hero tales, Belle and Haruheim find themselves drawn closer together. They exchange stories of their favorite heroes and adventures, their laughter filling the room with warmth and camaraderie. I've always dreamed of going on my own adventure someday, Haruheim admits, her eyes shining with excitement. To explore new places, face formidable foes, and maybe even become a hero myself. Belle's gaze is filled with determination as he listens to Haruheim's words. Then let's make that dream a reality, he says earnestly. Together we can overcome any obstacle and embark on the greatest adventure of our lives. With newfound resolve, Belle and Haruheim pledge to support each other in pursuing their dreams. And as they gaze up at the stars twinkling overhead, they know that the future is filled with endless possibilities. Together, they'll write their own epic tale of heroism, friendship, and adventure. Ishtar, with a sly grin stretching across her face, leaned in closer to Hermes. Come now, Hermes. We both know that everyone has a weakness, even the gods. You're no exception, and neither is she. Hermes, caught in the delicate snare of Ishtar's charm and wit, found himself at a loss for words. Well, I suppose, but you know, exploiting weaknesses can be a risky business, he stammered, trying to navigate the conversation with the finesse of a diplomat walking on a tightrope over a pit of snakes. Ishtar laughed, a sound as mesmerizing as it was dangerous. Risky, yes, but oh, the rewards. Can you imagine the look on her face? Priceless. It'll be like that time Zeus got caught in one of his own thunderstorms, wet, shocked, and utterly bewildered. Hermes couldn't help but chuckle despite the gravity of their conversation. I do recall that incident. The sight was divine comedy at its finest. Ishtar's eyes sparkled with mischief. Exactly, and that's the kind of unforgettable spectacle I aim to create. With your help, of course. Hermes, now thoroughly ensnared in Ishtar's plot, sighed. Ishtar, you know I can't directly interfere. But let's just say, if certain information were to find its way to you, I'd be as surprised as anyone. Ishtar's grin widened. Oh, Hermes, that's why I like you. You're as slippery as an eel, but you always know how to make things interesting. Just remember, I have my ways of making men remember things they didn't even know they'd forgotten. As Hermes left Ishtar's presence, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just made a deal with the devil, or in this case, a particularly cunning goddess. You goddesses are sure scary, he muttered under his breath, wondering just what kind of spectacle Ishtar had in mind, and whether he'd just helped unleash a storm upon the heavens themselves. Meanwhile, as Haruhime poured her heart out to Bel, he couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy for her. "You know, Haruhime, sometimes dreams aren't as empty as they seem," he said, his voice soft and reassuring. "After all, I've always dreamed of becoming a hero myself, just like the ones in the stories we love." Haruhime's eyes widened in surprise. "You? A hero?" she asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Bel chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Well, maybe not in the traditional sense," he admitted. "But I believe that everyone has the potential to be a hero in their own way, and who's to say that your dream can't come true? After all, stranger things have happened in this city." Haruhime's gaze softened, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "You're right, Bel. Maybe my dream isn't as selfish as I thought," she mused. "And who knows? Maybe one day someone like you will come along and make it a reality." Bel smiled back at her, a warmth spreading through his chest. "Well, until that day comes, you can count on me to be your ally, Haruhime. After all, what are friends for?" And as they sat together, sharing stories and dreams, Bel couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps, just perhaps, they were both closer to becoming heroes than they ever imagined. Bel listened intently to Haruhime's words, his heart heavy with empathy for her struggles. "Haruhime, you may see yourself as just a prostitute, but to me, you're so much more than that," he said earnestly. "You're a kind and compassionate person who deserves to be treated with respect and dignity. Your past doesn't define you, and it certainly doesn't diminish your worth in my eyes." Haruhime's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she listened to Bel's heartfelt words. "But why me, Bel? Why would you want to rescue someone like me?" she asked, her voice trembling with emotion. "Because everyone deserves a chance at redemption, Haruhime," Bel replied, his voice unwavering. "And if there's one thing I've learned in my time here, it's that no one is beyond saving. You may think you're undeserving of help, but I believe that deep down, you're worthy of love and compassion." Haruhime's shoulders sagged as she absorbed Bel's words, a mixture of disbelief and gratitude washing over her. "Thank you, Bel," she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you for seeing me for who I truly am." And Bel couldn't help but feel a sense of hope blossoming within him. Haruhime's words hung heavy in the air like a rain cloud threatening to burst. "Wow, talk about a serious mood killer," Bel thought to himself, but he knew he had to respond, even if it meant trying to lighten the mood with a joke. "Hey Haruhime, have you ever heard the one about the two monsters who walked into a dungeon?" Bel asked with a grin, hoping to bring a smile to her face. Haruhime looked at him with a mixture of confusion and amusement. No, I can't say that I have," she replied, a faint hint of curiosity in her voice. It wouldn't be easy, but they were willing to take the risk for the sake of their friend. As they delved deeper into their plans, Bel couldn't help but feel a sense of hope stirring within him. With Mikoto's unwavering resolve and Hermé's cunning wit, they just might have a chance at success. With their sights set on rescuing Haruhime from her captors, Bel and his companions embarked on a daring quest, ready to face whatever challenges came their way. And with their hearts united in a common goal, they knew that nothing could stand in their way. Bel and Mikoto exchanged puzzled glances as Hermes mentioned the mysterious killing stone. "What do you think it could be?" Bel whispered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Mikoto shrugged, her expression equally baffled. "I have no idea, but it sounds ominous. Whatever it is, we should be careful." Bel nodded in agreement, his mind racing with possibilities. "We'll have to keep an eye out for any clues. If it's something Ishtar values, it could be our ticket to negotiating Haruhime's release." With a newfound sense of urgency, Bel and Mikoto vowed to uncover the truth behind the killing stone, determined to use whatever means necessary to rescue their friend. Little did they know, their quest would lead them down a path fraught with danger and intrigue, where every step could bring them closer to uncovering the secrets of the Pleasure Quarter. As Ishtar laid out her devious plan, her minions exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware of the dangerous game they were about to play. "Ishtar-sama's cooking up trouble again," one whispered to another, eliciting a nervous chuckle. Phryne, ever the provocateur, couldn't resist teasing Ishtar about her intentions. "You always get your way, don't you, Ishtar-sama?" she remarked with a smirk, earning a reproachful glare from their leader. Ishtar's instructions were clear: capture the little rookie without arousing suspicion, and ensure he remained undamaged for the upcoming ritual. "We can't afford any slip-ups," Ishtar warned, her voice dripping with malice. "Freya mustn't suspect a thing." With the fate of their familia hanging in the balance, Ishtar's minions braced themselves for the task ahead, knowing that failure was not an option. As they set out to execute Ishtar's plan, the shadows of the pleasure quarter whispered tales of intrigue and betrayal, foreshadowing the tumultuous events to come. As they ventured deeper into the dungeon, the atmosphere grew tense, with each step echoing the weight of their mission. Mikoto's newfound daring sent a ripple of apprehension through the group, but Belle remained determined to press forward. Welf, ever the stalwart companion, assured Belle of his unwavering support, despite their earlier clash of opinions. Lilaruka, however, seemed less enthused, her concerns masked beneath a facade of practicality. After all, there were monsters to defeat and riches to be earned, regardless of the looming shadows of danger. The mention of the mysterious killing stone sparked a flicker of curiosity in Belle's mind. Could it hold the key to unraveling the enigma surrounding Haruheim? With Hesh's knowledge proving insufficient, Belle was left to ponder the significance of this elusive artifact on his own. As they neared the pantry, a foreboding sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. Fran and Ishtar's minions awaited them, poised to disrupt their quest with malicious intent. But Belle and his companions were undeterred, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, even if it meant confronting the dark machinations of the pleasure quarter within the depths of the dungeon. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Aisha's sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the group, leaving them reeling in confusion and disbelief. As the monsters closed in around them, Welf and the others found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, forced to split up in a desperate bid for survival. Meanwhile, Belle's encounter with Aisha took a startling turn as she revealed her true intentions. With a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension, Belle found himself at the mercy of Aisha's formidable strength, her power radiating with an intensity that left him paralyzed with fear. In a moment of clarity, Belle realized the gravity of Aisha's transformation. She had ascended to level 3, matching his own prowess as an adventurer. With each passing second, the gap between them narrowed, and Belle's fate hung precariously in the balance. As Aisha moved with lightning speed, her actions propelled by a potent blend of determination and purpose, Belle could only watch helplessly as he was swiftly subdued by her overwhelming force. With the outcome uncertain and danger lurking at every turn, Belle's future remained shrouded in uncertainty, his destiny poised on the edge of the knife as he teetered on the brink of captivity in the clutches of Aisha's unfathomable power. As Belle lay sprawled on the ground, consciousness slipping away from him, Haruheim watched in horror as Aisha and Frein delivered a devastating blow that sent him reeling. Her heart ached with anguish at the sight of Belle, battered and broken, his spirit crushed under the weight of their merciless assault. Despite her desperate pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears, Haruheim refused to stand idly by as Belle suffered at the hands of his assailants. With determination burning in her eyes, she vowed to intervene and put an end to the senseless violence unfolding before her. But Aisha remained unmoved by Haruheim's impassioned appeals, her resolve unyielding as she commanded her minions to retreat from the dungeon without delay. Ignoring Haruheim's protests, Aisha's callous indifference only served to fuel Haruheim's determination to protect Belle at any cost. So imagine waking up all groggy and confused, like you just stumbled out of a wild party you don't even remember going to. That's Belle, except he's not surrounded by empty pizza boxes and disco lights. He's strangled and alone in some mysterious place. And just when he's trying to figure out what the heck is going on, guess who waltzes in? None other than Frein. Looks like she's about to cook up some trouble with a side of mischief. But wait, it gets even crazier. Aisha's on the hunt for Frein because, apparently, she's gone and snatched Belle for some nefarious scheme. Like seriously, can a guy catch a break? Meanwhile, Haruheim's on a mission to save the day, sprinting over to Mikoto's cell like she's the Flash in fancy clothes. And get this, she hands over the keys like it's no big deal, all while dropping a bombshell apology on Mikoto. Ah, talk about a close call. Just when Belle thinks he is about to be Frein's next snack, she goes off on some mission to fetch her beauty potions or whatever. Can you imagine being stuck in a room with someone like Frein? It's like being trapped in a bad reality TV show where the villain's always lurking around the corner. But hey, in swoops Haruheim to the rescue. Belle's probably feeling like he just won the lottery seeing her show up. I mean, who wouldn't? With her around, there's at least a glimmer of hope that he'll make it out of this mess in one piece. Go, Haruheim, go. Time to save the day and kick some villain butt. Aw, poor Belle. It must have been terrifying being strangled like that. But hey, thank goodness Haruheim was there to rescue him. I can just imagine Belle clinging onto her like a scared little kitten. Haruheim's like the ultimate comfort blanket in times of trouble. She's got that magical ability to make everything feel okay again, even in the scariest situations. Go on, Belle, give her a big hug. It's like a warm hug on a cold day, a total lifesaver. Whoa, talk about a sneaky escape plan. Haruheim's like the master of secret passageways, guiding Belle through the maze like a ninja. It's like they're on some epic stealth mission, dodging danger and slipping past the bad guys without a trace. And poor Phryne, she's probably losing her mind right about now, smashing bottles left and right in a fit of rage. It's like a scene straight out of a high-stakes spy movie. Belle and Haruheim, the dynamic duo, making their daring getaway while the villain fumes in frustration. Go team. So Haruheim's been keeping tabs on Phryne's shady activities all along, huh? It's like she's got her own secret spy network going on. But now that the cat's out of the bag, things are getting seriously intense. Belle's worried sick about Haruheim getting caught up in all this mess, but she's like, no biggie. That's some serious courage right there. But man, the stakes just keep getting higher and higher. It's like a wild roller coaster ride of suspense and drama. Whoa, Haruheim's taking the fall for Belle and Mikoto. That's some serious sacrifice right there. But Belle's not about to let her shoulder all the blame alone. He's got a plan up his sleeve to save her from that mess. It's like something straight out of one of those epic hero tales he loves so much. But man, talk about loyalty and friendship. These guys are like a real-life adventuring party, ready to take on any challenge together. Belle's brain must be working overtime trying to come up with this plan. It's like he's in the middle of an intense dungeon crawl, except instead of battling monsters, he's strategizing to rescue a friend from a sticky situation. Talk about leveling up in the friendship department. But hey, at least he's not alone in this quest. With Haruheim by his side, they're like a dynamic duo ready to tackle whatever obstacles come their way. It's like a buddy cop movie but with more dungeons and fewer donuts. Picture this. Belle and Mikoto are basically the dynamic duo, like Batman and Robin, but with more swords and fewer capes. And Haruheim? She's like the princess they're rescuing from the evil dungeon. Okay, so it's not exactly a castle, but you get the idea. And those tears? They're like the final boss battle, but instead of fighting with swords, they're fighting with feels. It's like watching the climax of a blockbuster movie, except instead of popcorn, we got dungeon monsters and heartfelt speeches. Meanwhile, Alan Flomer, the epitome of high society snobbery, is probably sipping his tea and looking out the window like, Belle Crannel, what a snooze fest. It's like he's the villain in his own drama series, rolling his eyes at the mere mention of our hero's name. But hey, who needs his approval when you've got a quest to save the day and a team of misfits by your side? Alan Flomer can keep sipping his tea while Belle and the gang take on the real action. Hestia, the mastermind behind the Hestia Familia's operations, gathered her troops for a strategy session that would make Sun Tzu proud. Lilaruka, the informant extraordinaire, spilled the tea on Mikoto and Belle's capture by the Amazons, leaving the rest of the family scratching their heads like, what in the dungeon is going on? Chigusa, the voice of reason in a sea of chaos, suggested that it might have something to do with Haruheim and the daring rescue plan. But even Welf, the resident skeptic, couldn't wrap his head around why the Ishtar Familia would go to such lengths to protect a low-ranking Renard. It's like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces and a few extra ones from a different puzzle thrown in for good measure. Hestia's gears started turning faster than a minotaur in a maze as she pieced together the puzzle. If it wasn't about Haruheim, then why, in the name of Zeus's lightning bolts, would the Ishtar Familia go through all this trouble? Suddenly, a light bulb flickered above her head as she remembered Belle's recent intel about Ishtar and Hermes. The mention of the killing stone made Taka Mikazuchi perk up like a cat spotting a laser pointer. It turns out that this stone isn't just your average shiny rock, it's an illegal magic item that's basically the holy grail of Renard's soul swiping. With the power of the killing stone, anyone can unleash sorcery, a type of magic so potent it makes Dumbledore's spells look like party tricks. It's like having a cheat code for the entire magic system, and the Ishtar Familia seems hell-bent on getting their hands on it. Now the question remains, what diabolical plans do they have in store once they've got their paws on that stone? Time to roll up your sleeves and dive deeper into this magical mystery. So it's like a magical Pandora's box, but instead of unleashing all the evils of the world, it's just a whole lot of soul-stealing shenanigans. Taka Mikazuchi dropped some serious knowledge bombs, explaining that even a teeny-tiny fragment of the killing stone is enough to unlock its full mystical mojo. It's like breaking a Kit Kat bar and suddenly gaining the power of Gandalf's staff. But here's the kicker, Once that stone gets smashed like a watermelon at a Gallagher show, there's no going back. It's like trying to unscramble eggs or convincing a minotaur to take up ballet. Utterly impossible. Mikoto stumbled upon this gem of info in her search for Bel and Haruheim, adding even more fuel to the magical mystery fire. Looks like the Ishtar Familia's got some serious soul-stealing schemes up their sleeves, and it's up to our heroes to put a stop to it before things get even weirder. Whoa, talk about a plot twist straight out of a fantasy thriller. The gang's jaws practically hit the floor when Takemikazuchi dropped the bombshell about the ritual needing to go down on a full moon night. It's like something straight out of a spooky campfire tale, except instead of roasting marshmallows, they're dealing with soul-stealing sorcery. And to make matters worse, tonight's the big night. It's like having a final boss battle scheduled on your calendar without any warning. Now it's a race against time to put a stop to this nefarious plot before the moon rises and things get seriously spooky. Will our heroes be able to thwart the Ishtar Familia's plans and save the day? It's a nail-biting cliffhanger that even Stephen King would be proud of. The tension is thicker than a potion stew as Bel grapples with the realization that he might have to leave Haruheim behind. It's like trying to choose between saving the princess or grabbing the last slice of pizza. Both choices are tough, but one definitely has more dire consequences. And just when things couldn't get any more intense, Mikoto swoops in like a heroic whirlwind, ready to confront Haruheim about the dark truth of the killing stone. It's like a showdown in a Wild West duel, except instead of gunslingers, we got goddesses and Renards duking it out over ancient sorcery. And then, out of nowhere, Aisha swoops in like a boss-level boss, snatching Haruheim up faster than you can say dungeon-delving drama. It's like a roller coaster ride of emotions, and our heroes are just hanging on for dear life. Aisha wields her words like a sword, and Mikoto stands firm like a shield. And in the middle of it all, poor Bel is feeling more lost than a minotaur in a maze. Aisha's got this whole divine will thing going on, like she's the ultimate cheerleader for her goddess, but Mikoto's not buying it, and she's ready to take on Aisha's arguments like a seasoned debater. It's like watching a verbal showdown between two rival factions, and Bel's stuck right in the middle, trying to make sense of it all. And when Aisha drops the bombshell about Haruheim being their secret weapon, it's like the plot just thickened faster than a potion gone wrong. But one thing's for sure, tonight's showdown is gonna be more explosive than a fireball spell gone haywire. Bel's got his moral compass pointing true north, standing up for what's right like a true hero. But Aisha's not budging an inch, sticking to her guns like a seasoned warrior. It's like watching a clash between two opposing forces, Bel's fiery determination versus Aisha's cold, calculated resolve. And when Aisha drops the bombshell about taking out the Hestia Familia too, it's like the stakes just got raised higher than a dragon's lair. But Bel's not backing down, ready to face whatever comes his way like a true champion. It's a showdown of epic proportions, and the fate of Aurelio hangs in the balance. Aisha, the Amazon warrior, decides to treat us all to a little bedtime story. But hold on to your socks, cause this ain't your grandma's fairy tale. She's spinning a yarn about a Renard brat and a cranky old prostitute. And let me tell ya, it's juicier than a gossip magazine. So there's this Renard kid from the Far East, right? And she's as clueless as a goldfish in a desert. No idea what's what, just drifting around like a lost puppy. And then there's the prostitute, not your typical bedtime buddy, ha. Anyway, this lady's got a real chip on her shoulder, especially when it comes to our little Renard friend. But here's where it gets wild. One day, the Renard accidentally smashes this super important stone. Like we're talking more valuable than a diamond-encrusted smartphone. Aisha's spilling the tea like there's no tomorrow. It turns out our Renard pal Haruheim had a rough go of it, thanks to some mean-spirited folks. But now, Aisha's throwing down the gauntlet, asking Bel if he's going to be a hero or just sit back and sip his tea. But Bel's caught in a real pickle, isn't he? Aisha's throwing shade left and right, and Bel's stuck in the middle like a peanut butter sandwich at a diet convention. Can he muster up the courage to stand up for Haruheim and take on Aisha's wrath? It looks like Aisha's throwing some major shade at Bel and calling him out for not having a backbone. Ouch, that's gotta sting. But Haruheim does not have any of it, stepping in to protect Bel and Mikoto like a true hero. Meanwhile, Mikoto's in full speed mode, grabbing Bel and making a run for it. But oh, looks like the Amazon squad is hot on their tails. It's a race against time now, folks. Will our heroes make it out in one piece? Poor Bel is feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders right now. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place, torn between his desire to save Haruheim and the fear of starting a war with the Ishtar Familia. And to top it all off, Mikoto's throwing the big question at him. What are you gonna do, Belle-kun? Talk about pressure. It's like being stuck between a titan and a hard place. But hey, maybe Belle will come up with a genius plan to save the day. After all, he's our hero, right? Let's hope he pulls through. Hestia and her crew are basically outside the Ishtar Familia's place, trying to knock on their door like it's Black Friday, but the only thing they're shopping for is their friends. The guards, acting like bouncers at an exclusive club, aren't letting anyone in or out. Talk about taking no solicitors to a whole new level. Welf, with his ever-so-sharp instincts, pretty much called it. Looks like they want to do it the hard way. That's one way to put it when the other side decides to make Fort Knox their home. Oka and Chigusa are sneaking around, probably feeling like they're in a low-budget spy movie, only to find out every door is locked tighter than a jar of pickles. Ishtar Familia is making it clear. Party's over and you ain't invited. And Hestia. Oh, she's on the verge of a meltdown, worried Belle's about to have his innocence snatched away in the most dramatic of fashions. You can almost hear the overprotective parent alarm bells ringing from here. Not my Belle, she's probably thinking, ready to unleash divine wrath or a very sternly worded letter. Ah, the classic blame game inside the Ishtar Familia's clubhouse. Friends pointing fingers faster than a game of musical chairs, trying to pin it all on poor Haruheim. Meanwhile, Aisha's not having any of it, throwing shade back at Fran like it's a ping-pong match of sass. But then, Samir throws in her 2 cents, suggesting they catch Belle and deliver him like he's a pizza order. Extra toppings of fun, anyone, she probably said, with a smirk that could rival a Cheshire Cat's. It's like watching a soap opera unfold, with drama levels higher than Mount Olympus. Will they catch Belle? Will they blame Haruheim some more? Will Fran ever stop pointing fingers? Belle is standing there, looking all angsty and broody like a character from a teen drama. He's punching walls like he's auditioning for a role in a superhero movie. I mean, seriously, dude, calm down. It's just drywall. But then, out of nowhere, his fist starts glowing like he's got some secret superpower or something. Is this guy for real? Did he accidentally find a glowstick factory hidden in the dungeon? Or did he swallow a light bulb for a midnight snack? Belle's all like, I refuse to believe that I'm just a regular guy. And suddenly, his fist lights up like a Christmas tree. Talk about a light bulb moment. Now, if only he could figure out how to use this newfound glow to light up his love life. So Mikoto's all teary-eyed, like she just watched the ending of a really emotional anime. She's crying so much you'd think she just found out her favorite ramen shop closed down. But in the midst of all those tears, she's cheering Belle on like a proud cheerleader at a championship game. She's like, go Belle, show him what you're made of. Be the hero Haruheim deserves. And Belle, well, he's feeling all determined. He's ready to take on the whole Ishtar Familia, armed with nothing but his glowing fist and a heart full of determination. It's like he's about to embark on the ultimate quest in a video game, with Mikoto as his trusty sidekick. So with Mikoto's words echoing in his ears, Belle sets off to rescue Haruheim and prove that he's not just your average dungeon crawler. He's a bona fide hero, ready to save the day. Aisha is dropping some serious wisdom bombs like a guru on a mountaintop. She says, listen up ladies, Belle may not have the rugged face of a seasoned adventurer, but mark my words, he's got the heart of one. It's like she's predicting the future or has a crystal ball hidden away in her closet. She's so confident that Belle will show up that she's already planned the whole showdown in her head. Poor Haruheim and the other girls are just standing there, jaws on the floor, trying to process Aisha's bold declaration. It's like they're watching an epic showdown unfold right before their eyes, and they can't tear themselves away from the action. With the plan set and the stakes high, Belle and Mikoto are like the main characters in the most epic heist movie, except there's no bank to rob, just a magical stone to smash and a friend to save. The tension's so thick you could cut it with a knife or, in this case, a magic sword or a kick-ass spell. Belle's probably feeling like he's about to pull off the biggest plot twist in his life, while Mikoto's got her game face on, ready to fire those flares like she's signaling the start of the Olympics. The whole thing has the vibe of Mission Impossible, Horario Edition, except no Tom Cruise is running around. It's just a brave rabbit and a determined Miko on a mission. Good luck to you both, Belle-kun and Mikoto, is basically the go-get-em tiger pep talk of the century. It's the moment before the storm, the deep breath before the plunge, and everyone's on the edge of their seats, waiting to see if our heroes can pull off the impossible. So with hearts racing and flares at the ready, it's game time. Will it be a green light for victory or a red light for setbacks? Only time will tell. The one thing's for sure, Belle and Mikoto are about to give it everything they got. Let's hope the gods are watching, and maybe, just maybe, they're on our side tonight. Belle's charging into the Ishtar Familia's stronghold like a one-man army on a mission. With his fists of fury and fire bolts flying, he's like a whirlwind of heroism, leaving Amazon ladies in his wake like bowling pins. It's like watching a video game boss battle in real life, except Belle's the hero, and the bad guys don't stand a chance. Meanwhile, outside, Hestia and her family are causing a commotion of their own, distracting the guards and throwing a wrench in the Ishtar Familia's plans. It's like a classic diversion tactic straight out of a spy movie, except instead of high-tech gadgets, it got pure determination and a whole lot of guts. With explosions going off left and right, it's like the 4th of July came early, and Belle's the star of the show, lighting up the night with his fiery determination. You can almost hear the theme music playing in the background as he charges forward, ready to face whatever obstacles stand in his way. So with fists clenched and fire blazing, Belle's on a collision course with destiny, and nothing, not even a horde of Amazon warriors, can stop him now. It's hero time, baby, and Belle's about to show everyone what he's made of. Let's just hope the Ishtar Familia is ready for a little taste of justice, because Belle Cranel's coming in hot. Lilaruka does not mince words, that's for sure. She's like the queen of sass, dropping truth bombs left and right. But those lady guards better watch out, because when Oka throws shade, she means business. Talk about a power move. Meanwhile, Belle is like the Flash on steroids, zipping around and leaving a trail of explosions in his wake. It's like a game of cat and mouse, except Belle is the mouse, and he's armed with fireballs instead of cheese. He's like a ninja stealthily taking down foes left and right while racing against the clock. But with Lilaruka and the gang causing chaos outside, it's like the Ishtar Familia's worst nightmare comes to life. They thought they had everything under control, but little did they know they were no match for Hestia's Familia and their knack for causing trouble. So with Oka leading the charge and Belle blazing a fiery trail, it's only a matter of time before they crash the Ishtar Familia's party and rescue Haruheim. It's like a high-stakes game of tag, and Belle's determined to win no matter what. Let the fireworks begin. Belle is like a walking pharmacy, popping antidotes like candy. It's like he's chugging energy drinks on steroids, fueling up for the ultimate showdown. Talk about a power-up. And Mikoto's not messing around either. She's like a ninja in the shadows, using her stealth skills to take down her foes one by one. It's like she's playing a game of chess, plotting her moves and outsmarting her opponents at every turn. And when she's got her target in her sights, she strikes with precision, like a silent assassin in the night. With Belle and Mikoto on the move, it's like a tag team of epic proportions. They're like a dynamic duo, each bringing their own special skills to the table and working together to achieve their goal. It's like watching a superhero movie unfold in real life, and Belle and Mikoto are the stars of the show. Let's just hope they can save Haruheim before it's too late. Belle must feel like a mouse caught in a trap with all those fierce ladies closing in on him. It's like a scene straight out of an action movie, with Belle dodging and weaving, trying to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. But when Frin and Aisha join the chase, it's like he's facing off against the final bosses in a video game. Talk about a tough battle. Just when things are looking grim for Belle, Ishtar swoops in like a guardian angel, putting a stop to the madness. It's like she's the queen bee, and with just a word, she commands her minions to back off. But with Ishtar calling the shots, you know things are about to get serious. Failure is not an option, and with the fate of the ritual hanging in the balance, it's like the tension is at an all-time high. Will Belle be able to escape, or is this the end of the line for our hero? Ishtar has quite the sinister plan brewing, doesn't she? It's like she's playing chess, and Haruheim is her most powerful piece on the board. But Belle isn't backing down without a fight. He's standing up to the big bad boss, demanding answers and refusing to be intimidated. You've got to hand it to him for his bravery. But Ishtar's not one to give straight answers, is she? It's like she's dancing around Belle's questions, taunting him with her cryptic remarks. She's definitely got that villainous vibe down pat. It's like she's reveling in the power she holds over Belle and Haruheim, using them as pawns in her dangerous game. Ishtar has some serious jealousy issues, doesn't she? It's like she's green with envy every time she hears someone mention Freya's name. But seriously, comparing herself to Freya? Talk about a rivalry for the ages. It's like she's determined to prove that she's the top goddess in town, no matter what it takes. And then there's her whole stance on prostitution. It's like she's trying to spin it as some sort of divine experience when really it's just exploiting people for her own gain. It's like she's got this twisted view of pleasure and power, thinking she can control everything and everyone around her. But Bel's not buying into her warped philosophy, that's for sure. He's standing up for what he believes in, even if it means going toe-to-toe with a goddess. Now that's what I call gutsy. Ishtar's got some seriously messed up priorities if she thinks forcing someone into prostitution is some kind of noble act, and now she's sending her muscle to do her dirty work. Talk about taking the easy way out. But hey, at least Bel's not backing down. Even if he's up against a level 4, it's like he's saying, "Bring it on, big guy. I've got justice on my side, and I'm not afraid to fight for it." Let's just hope he's got a trick or two up his sleeve to deal with this Tamu dude. Go get him, Bel. Ishtar's got some serious ego issues if she thinks taking off her clothes is gonna win over Bel. Talk about desperate. But hey, at least Bel's got some immunity to her charms. It's like he's saying, "Sorry, Ishtar, but I'm not falling for your tricks." And when Ishtar realized her plan backfired, she was probably fuming. It looks like Bel's got a lucky break, but he had better make the most of it and hightail it out of there before Ishtar changes her mind. Go, Bel, go. Mikoto's all like, "Haruheim, girl, you're seriously underestimating Bel. He's not just some dude who's gonna bail on you when things get tough. He's got the heart of a hero, you know." And Haruheim's all like, "But Mikoto, I'm just a damsel in distress. Bel doesn't need to swoop in and save me." But Mikoto's not having any of it. She's like, "Listen girl, we're getting out of here whether you like it or not. We're gonna show Bel that we're not just gonna sit around and wait for some knight in shining armor. We're gonna be our own heroes." Haruheim might be feeling down, but with Mikoto's pep talk, she's ready to kick some butt and show Bel what they're made of. Haruheim's pouring out her heart, all like, "Mikoto, you don't get it. I'm just a messed up prostitute who can't even look at myself in the mirror. How could I ever ask Bel to save me?" But Mikoto's not giving up. She's like, "Girl, you're selling yourself short. Bel sees the real you, not just some label. He's ready to fight for you, and we're gonna make sure he gets his chance." But then Lena shows up out of nowhere and sends Mikoto flying off the hanging gardens like she's in some action movie. Mikoto manages to fire off that red flare to let Bel know she didn't pull it off, and Bel rushes to the rescue like the hero he is. Meanwhile, Mikoto's hanging on for dear life, all like, "This ain't over yet." Talk about drama. Just when they're about to kick off the ritual, Mikoto swoops in like a boss to crash the party. Samira's all like, well, look who decided to show up," teasing Haruheim that her knight in shining armor has finally arrived. But Haruheim's just like, "Mikoto, you're my hero." Samira decides she's gonna take on Mikoto herself, cause she's tired of being stuck with all the boring prep work while everyone else gets to have fun. It's about to go down. Friend's just like, "Do your thing, Samira." And it's on. Samira's all cocky, saying maybe Ishtar will throw her a bone if she beats them all. But Mikoto's in for a rough ride, cause Samira's packing some serious level 3 punch. Mikoto's just playing defense, trying to dodge those hits like it's a game of dodgeball, but Samira's relentless. Bomb, down goes Mikoto. Haruheim's like, "Can I just close my eyes now? This is too much." Meanwhile, Samira's gloating like she just won the lottery, but Mikoto's not ready to throw in the towel just yet. She's got that never say die attitude like a champ, so she picks herself up, dusts off her clothes, and gets back in the game. But let's be real, it's not looking too good for our girl Mikoto. Samira's got moves like Jagger, and Mikoto's like, "Help, I need somebody." But no one's coming to her rescue just yet. Back to the action, Mikoto's trying to land a hit on Samira, but it's like trying to catch a fly with chopsticks. Impossible. Samira's just dancing around her, dodging and weaving like a pro boxer. Mikoto's starting to think she's way over her head, but she's not giving up without a fight. She's like a warrior princess, determined to take down this level 3 powerhouse. Meanwhile, Haruheim watches from the sidelines, feeling helpless as her friend gets pummeled. She wishes she could do something, anything, to help Mikoto out, but all she can do is stand there and hope for the best. It's like watching a superhero movie, but way more intense. But wait, what's this? Mikoto's starting to get her second wind. She's channeling her inner ninja, dodging Samira's attacks like a boss. It's like watching a ninja dodge shurikens, you just can't look away. Mikoto's not going down without a fight, and she's proving it with every move she makes. Meanwhile, Samira is getting frustrated. She thought this would be a walk in the park, but Mikoto was putting up one heck of a fight. She's like a cat with 9 lives, dodging every blow and coming back for more. Samira starts to sweat, realizing she might have underestimated her opponent. Back to the action, Mikoto's landing some hits of her own now. She's like a whirlwind of punches, taking Samira by surprise. It's like watching Rocky Balboa go toe-to-toe with Apollo Creed. You just can't tear your eyes away. Mikoto's showing everyone what she's made of, and it's seriously impressive. But just when it looks like Mikoto might turn the tide, Samira pulls out her secret weapon, a level 3 power move that sends Mikoto flying. It's like watching a superhero get hit by a meteor. You just know it's going to be epic. Mikoto's down for the count, but she's not out yet. She's like a phoenix rising from the ashes, ready to take on whatever comes her way. And as the dust settles, Mikoto picks herself up once again, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. She's bruised and battered, but she's not giving up. She's like a warrior goddess, fierce and unstoppable. And with Haruheim cheering her on, there's nothing she can't do. Frine's calling out Belle like she's summoning a lost puppy, but Mikoto's like, hold up, it's not showtime yet. Even though she's banged up and bruised, Mikoto's not ready to throw in the towel just yet. She's like a warrior on a mission, determined to fight till the bitter end. But time's ticking cause the moon's starting to shine down on Haruheim, and things are about to get real. It's like the calm before the storm, with tension hanging in the air like a thick fog. Belle's torn between showing himself and risking it all or staying hidden and hoping for the best. Meanwhile, Frine's getting impatient, like a kid waiting for Christmas morning. She wants Belle to show himself, and she wants it now. But Mikoto's not ready to let that happen just yet. She's like a guardian angel, protecting Belle from harm with every ounce of her being. But as the moonlight bathes Haruheim in its glow, Mikoto starts to feel the strain. Her injuries are catching up to her, and she's running out of steam fast. It's like watching a candle flicker in the wind, struggling to stay alight against the darkness. With every passing moment, the pressure mounts. Belle is stuck between a rock and a hard place, torn between his desire to save Haruheim and the need to stay hidden. It's like a chess match, with each move carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. But just when it looks like all hope is lost, Mikoto musters up every last ounce of strength and stands tall. She's like a beacon of light in the darkness, refusing to let the shadows consume her. And with Haruheim's fate hanging in the balance, there's no time to waste. It's now or never for Belle to make his move and save the day. Mikoto says, hold up, wait a minute. I've got some ninja wisdom to drop. She taps into her inner ninja spirit, channeling Takamikazuchi's words like a boss. It's like a switch flips inside her, igniting a fire that fuels her determination. With a newfound sense of purpose, Mikoto refuses to back down. She's like a warrior on a mission, ready to face whatever comes her way. When she grabs hold of Samira, she channels the strength of her ancestors, reciting Takamikazuchi's words like a battle cry. Exceed the enemy's expectations. Mikoto shouts, her voice echoing through the night like a war cry. It's like she's tapping into a hidden reservoir of strength, unleashing her full potential in the heat of battle. With each move, Mikoto defies the odds, pushing herself beyond her limits. She's like a whirlwind of fury, striking with precision and power. And as she grapples with Samira, it's like she's rewriting the rules of combat, turning the tide in her favor with every move. But Samira's no pushover, and she fights back with all her might. It's like a clash of titans, each blow resonating with the force of a thunderclap. And as the battle rages on, Mikoto's resolve only grows stronger, fueled by the memory of Takamikazuchi's words. In the end, it's a battle of wills, a test of strength and determination. As Mikoto stares down at her opponent, she knows that victory is within her grasp. With one final push, she unleashes everything she's got, determined to emerge victorious no matter the cost. Whoa, hold up. Just when you think things couldn't get any crazier, Mikoto pulls out the big guns and busts out some serious magic. Samira's like, paft, no big deal. But then Mikoto hits her with a blast of power that knocks everyone off their feet. Talk about a plot twist. Mikoto's sacrifice hits hard, like a punch straight to the feels. She's willing to lay it all on the line for her friends, even if it means putting herself in harm's way. It's a heartbreaking moment, but it shows just how far she's willing to go to protect those she cares about. As Mikoto falls from the building, she's like a tragic hero, sacrificing herself for the greater good. But instead of begging for help, she tells Belle to save Haruheim, showing her selflessness until the very end. It's a tearjerker moment that hits you right in the feels, But Bel's not about to let Mikoto's sacrifice be in vain. He springs into action, racing to save Haruheim from certain doom. It's like a race against time as he dodges Frein's attacks and fights to destroy the Killing Stone before it's too late. And when Bel finally destroys the Killing Stone, it's like a weight has been lifted off everyone's shoulders. The tension evaporates, replaced by a sense of relief and disbelief. It's like a victory against all odds, a triumph of courage and determination in the face of impossible odds. When Ishtar sees the Red Quarter district ablaze, she has a rude awakening. It's like someone lit a firecracker under her chair. She has all these fancy powers, but when it comes to seeing through Freya's schemes, she's as blind as a bat. And speaking of Freya, she's strutting around like she owns the place, with her children in tow. It's like a showdown between two goddesses, and things are about to get real. Freya's not one to mess around, especially when it comes to protecting her turf. She's ready to lay down the law and have a little chat with Ishtar. It's like a high-stakes meeting of the minds, goddess to goddess, woman to woman. With Freya on the warpath and Ishtar caught off guard, it's like a clash of titans in the making. Who will come out on top in this epic showdown? As the chaos unfolds around them, Bel refuses to leave Haruheim's side, determined to protect her no matter what. He's not buying into her self-doubt and insists that they are both worthy of being heroes. Haruheim may have her doubts, but Bel sees past all that. To him, a true hero doesn't pick and choose who to save based on their past or occupation. A hero is someone who stands up for what's right and protects those in need, no matter who they are. So with flames licking at their heels and danger lurking around every corner, Bel and Haruheim stand together, ready to face whatever comes their way. It's like a scene straight out of a heroic legend, with two unlikely heroes banding together to defy the odds and save the day. Bel's words pierce through Haruheim's self-doubt, urging her to stop selling herself short and start believing in her own worth. He refuses to let her wallow in self-pity, reminding her that standing idly by is far worse than any perceived flaw. It's a powerful moment as Bel's unwavering belief in Haruheim's worth ignites a spark of determination within her. With renewed resolve, Haruheim stands tall beside Bel, ready to fight alongside him and prove her worth as more than just a victim of circumstance. Their bond strengthens in the face of adversity as they stand together against the forces that seek to tear them apart. It's a testament to the power of friendship and belief in oneself as Bel and Haruheim prepare to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Haruheim's heartfelt plea resonates throughout the chamber, cutting through the tension like a blade. Her words carry the weight of her struggles and her desire for a better life, free from the chains of her past. Bel, moved by Haruheim's sincerity, vows to do whatever it takes to save her. With determination burning in his eyes, he faces off against Frein and the Ishtar Familia, ready to fight for Haruheim's freedom. It's a pivotal moment as Haruheim finds the strength to stand up for herself and declare her own desires. No longer willing to be a pawn in someone else's game, she takes control of her own destiny and reaches out for help. As the battle rages on, Bel and Haruheim stand side by side, united in their resolve to overcome any obstacle in their path. Together, they face the challenges ahead with courage and determination, knowing that as long as they have each other, they can overcome anything. Bel's determination to protect Haruheim fuels his strength, pushing him to fight harder than ever before. Despite Frein's formidable power, Bel refuses to back down, his resolve unwavering. With each blow exchanged between them, Bel taps into a reservoir of inner strength, drawing upon his bonds with Haruheim and his determination to save her. His attacks become more focused and powerful, fueled by his unwavering determination to keep Haruheim safe. Frein, taken aback by Bel's sudden surge in strength, struggles to keep up with his relentless assault. As Bel presses forward, he begins to gain the upper hand, his blows landing with increasing force and precision. Haruheim, witnessing Bel's unwavering courage and determination, finds new strength within herself. She refuses to give up, even as Frein's attacks grow more ferocious. As Aisha's orders echo through the chaos, Lena and the other members of the Ishtar Familia scramble to heed her command and flee from the impending threat of the Freya Familia. The realization sinks in that without the Killing Stone, their chances of survival are slim, and Aisha knows that their defeat is inevitable. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against them, Aisha remains steadfast in her resolve. She refuses to abandon her post, determined to confront someone from her past and settle unfinished business once and for all. With the fate of the Ishtar Familia hanging in the balance, Aisha stands her ground, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Her courage in the face of adversity serves as a beacon of hope for those who remain, even as the shadow of defeat looms large over them. As Otarl and the members of the Freya Familia strategize their next moves, their focus remains solely on carrying out Freya's orders and eliminating the enemy threat. While they may not prioritize helping Bel, their loyalty to their goddess compels them to follow through with their mission. Spotting Mikoto's fallen form on the grass, Otarl takes action to revive her by administering an antidote, ensuring that she can rejoin the fray and continue fighting alongside her allies. Meanwhile, Hestia and her companions cautiously make their way through the interior of the Ishtar Familia's stronghold, noting the conspicuous absence of guards along the way. The sudden lack of opposition raises suspicion and adds to the tension as they press forward, unsure of what awaits them deeper within the enemy's territory. As the tension rises and concerns mount within the Hestia Familia, Takemikazuchi expresses his worries about the situation at hand, emphasizing that preserving Bel's innocence may not be their primary concern amidst the chaos unfolding around them. Their apprehensions are soon interrupted by the sudden appearance of an Amazon lady launching an attack that catches them off guard. Despite Welf's valiant efforts to defend the group, his strength alone proves insufficient to subdue their assailant. Thankfully, Alan Flormer arrives just in time to lend his aid to the Hestia Familia. While his intervention provides some relief, his condescending remarks toward Welf sting deeply, belittling his skills as a smith and undermining his worth within the group. The harsh words strike a nerve with Welf, igniting a fiery desire within him to confront Alan head-on. However, Lilaruka steps in to prevent a potential altercation, recognizing the need to maintain composure and focus on their immediate priorities amidst the chaos surrounding them. As Takemikazuchi's suspicions regarding Freya's involvement are confirmed, Hestia acknowledges the urgency of the situation and emphasizes the importance of remaining focused on their shared objectives. With determination in her voice, she urges everyone to swiftly locate Bel and Mikoto, recognizing that their safety is paramount amidst the escalating conflict. Despite the looming threat posed by Freya's forces, Hestia remains steadfast in her resolve to protect her family and ensure their well-being in the face of adversity. As the intense battle between Bel and Fran unfolds, Bel's determination to protect Haruheim fuels his strength, allowing him to hold his own against his formidable opponent. Fran's taunts about Haruheim's power only serve to further ignite Bel's resolve to thwart Ishtar's plans and ensure Haruheim's safety. With a swift and precise strike, Bel manages to inflict a deep wound on Fran's face, a strategic move that not only incapacitates his opponent, but also serves as a testament to his growing prowess in combat. Despite the gravity of the situation, Bel's precision in targeting Fran's face prompts a moment of wry humor amidst the tension of the battle. With tensions at their peak and the battleground crumbling around them, Bel's decisive strike against Fran sends her crashing to the ground, clearing a path for him to reach Haruheim. However, his path is blocked by Aisha, who stands resolute in her determination to thwart Bel's efforts. Bel's demand to take Haruheim with him is met with only a smirk from Aisha, her sword poised for battle. The stage is set for a final confrontation between Bel and Aisha, with Haruheim's fate hanging in the balance. Despite the devastating fall from the Hanging Gardens, Fran emerges from the wreckage fueled by anger and a desire for revenge. Spotting Otarl approaching her, she lashes out with her weapon, intent on inflicting harm. However, Otarl's immense strength proves too much for her as he effortlessly stops her hand and even breaks it, thwarting her attack. The clash between Fran and Otarl adds another layer of intensity to the chaotic scene unfolding in the pleasure quarter. So there's Fran trying to sweet-talk Otarl into helping her out, right? She's all like, "I'll do anything for you, big guy. Let's have a wild night together." And Otarl's just standing there, looking like a statue carved out of pure rage. Fran thinks she's got him wrapped around her little finger. But then Otarl drops the bombshell. "That's blasphemy against your goddess, you ugly leech." Boom. He smacks her with the truth so hard that even the gods feel it. And Fran, oh boy, she went from confident to crying like a waterfall in seconds. She thought she could outsmart Otarl, but it turns out you can't fool a man who's as loyal as they come. Otarl does not have any of Fran's nonsense, and he lets her know it with one epic smackdown. Talk about a reality check. So Mikoto wakes up, right? And there she is, carried by Takemikazuchi like a hero on his back. Talk about a dramatic entrance. The whole gang's there, looking all worried and stuff, but Mikoto's just like, what's going on? Classic Mikoto always acts tough, even when she's been through the ringer. But Takamikazuchi, being the awesome mentor he is, reassures her that they'd never leave her behind. He's all like, "Girl, did you think we'd ditch you? Come on now, we've been worried sick." And Hestia chimes in, saying they've been searching for Bell too, but no luck. Mikoto remembers where they left him and decides they need to haul butt back there ASAP. And so off they go on another wild adventure to save their friends. So now it's Bell's turn to face off against Aisha. This is like watching a showdown between two heavyweights in the ring. But instead of boxing gloves, they're using swords and magic. Talk about a fantasy fight club. Aisha, with her usual confidence, sizes up Bell and admits that she can respect his determination. But she's not about to let him waltz out of there without a fight. Oh no, she's got some conditions. She's all like, "You want Haruheim? Well, you better be ready to pay up." It's like negotiating a deal with a tough businesswoman, except the stakes are way higher. Of course, Aisha has to warn Haruheim about the dangers she might face even if she escapes from the Ishtar Familia. It's like she's saying, sure, you can take her, but good luck keeping her safe out there in the big bad world. Talk about a buzzkill. But Bell, being the determined hero that he is, isn't backing down. He's like, consequences be darned, I'm saving Haruheim no matter what. You have to admire his spirit, even if it might be a tad reckless. The tension is palpable as Bell and Aisha lock horns in their heated battle. But it looks like Bell waited a bit too long, and now his level boost has worn off. Talk about bad timing. It's like forgetting to recharge your phone before a long road trip. Not good at all. Over on the sidelines, Ishtar is trying to make a run for it with her crew, hoping to escape the chaos. But Freya, being the boss she is, isn't rushing for nobody. She's taking her sweet time, strolling up the stairs like she's out for a leisurely Sunday walk. Now that's what you call confidence. Finally, the moment we've all been waiting for is when Freya and Ishtar face off. It's like a showdown between two heavyweight champions, except instead of throwing punches, they're throwing shade and icy stares. You can practically feel the frost in the air. Freya gets straight to the point, telling Ishtar they need to have a little chat. Oh boy, things are about to get interesting. It's like the ultimate showdown between two goddesses, and we're all just here for the popcorn-worthy drama. Ishtar's in for a rude awakening when Freya shows up with her A-game. She's not messing around, folks. When Ishtar tries to play it off like it's no big deal, Freya sees right through her. Ain't nobody pulling the wool over Freya's eyes. Freya's not about to let Ishtar off the hook with some lame excuses. Oh no, if she's had enough of Ishtar's shenanigans, and she's not afraid to lay down the law. It's like watching a showdown between the queen bee and the wannabe, and let me tell you, Freya's got that crown on lock. Ishtar tries to make a run for it, but Freya does not have any of it. She's like a force of nature, unstoppable and fierce. It's like watching a lioness pounce on her prey, and let me tell you, Ishtar's in for a world of hurt. So buckle up, folks, because things are about to get wild. It's the showdown of the century, and we're all just here for the front row seats. Hermes and Asvi are like the ultimate gossip squad, watching all the drama unfold from the sidelines. Hermes can't help but slam himself for starting this whole mess. I mean, who knew spilling a little tea would lead to such chaos? But hey, even Hermes is surprised by how deep Ishtar's jealousy runs. I guess when it comes to love, some people just don't play around. And let's not forget about Freya's undie love for Bell. I mean, who knew a goddess could be so head over heels for a mortal? It's like something straight out of a mythological romance novel. But the biggest shocker of all, Bell himself. Who would have thought this little adventurer would become the center of a goddess showdown? Talk about unexpected twists and turns. Aisha sure knows how to lay on the tough talk. I mean, she's saying that men are like the ultimate adrenaline rush, and that's why they can't resist getting down and dirty with them. But hey, Bell's not backing down either. He's summoning his inner strength like a boss. Asvi's got her detective hat on, asking Hermes all the burning questions. Was this whole Ishtar Familia drama just a game to him? Or maybe a test to see if Bell could rise to the occasion? But Hermes plays it cool, saying it's not his fault that everyone's looking for a hero. Guess Bell just happened to be in the right place at the wrong time, or maybe the right time, depending on how you look at it. Hermes is rallying the troops and calling upon the big guns, literally. He's invoking Zeus himself and declaring that they're going to finish what the Almighty couldn't. Talk about setting the bar high. And Bell? Well, he's not letting anyone mess with his crew. He put Aisha in her place with a fiery blast. Looks like Aisha went out with a bang, or should I say, a fiery smile. So Ishtar's playing a game of hide and seek with Freya, but let's face it, You can't hide from a goddess on a mission. Ishtar's sweating bullets, hoping to escape Freya's wrath, but surprise. Dead end. And guess who's lurking in the shadows? Tamu, the level 4 powerhouse. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. Ishtar tries to sweet-talk her way out, spilling some tea about Bel's immunity to charm. But Freya? She's not buying it. She's like, Bel's immune? Well, hot dang, that just makes him more interesting. Looks like Ishtar's secrets aren't so secret anymore. Oh, the drama's heating up. Freya's beauty and charm are like weapons of mass destruction, and Ishtar's feeling the burn. You can almost hear the sizzle as Ishtar's ego takes a hit. Meanwhile, Tamu probably regrets that split-second decision to challenge Freya. Note to self, never underestimate the power of a goddess's charm, especially when it's Freya we're talking about. And then there's Freya, dropping truth bombs like it's nobody's business. She's like the sage of Aurelio, dishing out wisdom with a side of sass. It's all about character, darling, she says, as if she's giving a TED talk on goddess etiquette. Ishtar's probably thinking, character? What's that? But hey, you gotta give it to Freya for keeping it real. But the piece de resistance? That slap heard round the world. Freya's like, you want a reality check? Here it is. Ishtar goes flying like Teen Rocket blasting off again. It's like something out of a WWE match, with Freya delivering the smackdown of the century. Lesson learned, Ishtar. Better luck next time, if there even is a next time. As Ishtar ascends to the heavens, you can almost hear everyone's collective sigh of relief down below. It's like when that annoying neighbor finally moves out, and you can reclaim your peace. Good riddance, Ishtar. Don't let the gates of heaven hit you on the way out. But amidst all the celestial fireworks, there's Bel catching a glimpse of Freya before she disappears into the ether. What could she possibly be saying to him? Is it a secret message, a parting gift, or just some cryptic goddess mumbo-jumbo? Only Bel knows for sure, and he's not spilling the beans anytime soon. And just when you think things couldn't get any crazier, Haruheim wakes up like Sleeping Beauty after a long nap. Talk about perfect timing. It's like the universe hit the reset button, and now our heroes can finally catch their breath. But knowing Aurelio, it's probably just the calm before the next storm. It's like the end of a blockbuster movie, with Bel swooping in to save the day and freeing Haruheim from her chains. Cue the tears, the cheers, and the heartfelt gratitude pouring out from Haruheim. I mean, who wouldn't be emotional after being rescued by a hero like Bel? It's enough to make even the toughest of us reach for the tissues. And then there's the moment when Hestia and the gang finally lay eyes on Bel again. It's like seeing a long-lost friend after ages apart, and you can practically feel the warmth radiating from their embrace. Mikoto and Shigusa are overcome with emotion, probably thinking, did we really pull this off? Pinch me. I must be dreaming. But hey, no shame in shedding a few tears of joy. After all they've been through, they've earned this moment of pure happiness and love. And if anyone tries to say otherwise, just blame it on those darn onion-cutting ninjas sneaking around. Talk about a plot twist. Just when they are about to kick back and enjoy some well-deserved peace, Ares decides to crash the party with his valiant soldiers. But let's be real, Ares probably didn't expect to be greeted with such a swift and decisive beatdown. 12 infantry units? More like 12 seconds before they got totally wrecked. I can just imagine the look on Ares' face when his grand plan crumbled faster than a cookie in milk. It's like he brought a spoon to a sword fight and got served a big old slice of humble pie. And as for his valiant soldiers, well, let's just say they learned the hard way not to mess with the adventurers of Aurelio. It looks like peace and quiet are back on the menu for our heroes. It's time to dust off those victory dances and celebrate surviving yet another epic showdown. Looks like Aisha's not one for sentimental goodbyes. But hey, she did her part and helped get Haruheim to safety, so props to her for that. And now that she's done with her escort duty, she's off to deal with some Reikin shenanigans. I can't help but wonder what kind of trouble Aisha's going to stir up over there. The Ares Familia and their monstrous army launching an attack on Aurelio? It sounds like a recipe for chaos, but if anyone can handle it, it's our girl, Aisha. She's not one to back down from a challenge, that's for sure. Let's just hope she doesn't cause too much trouble while she's at it. Then again, where's the fun in that? Time to buckle up and get ready for another wild ride with Aisha and her impulsive nature. Welf is not too impressed with the Ares Familia's big talk. Thousands of soldiers might sound intimidating, but when it comes down to it, seasoned adventurers like them can handle anything thrown their way. Plus, Ares and his crew are like something straight out of the Dark Ages. But even if they're not too worried about the Ares Familia's attack, Aisha and her Amazon ladies still have a job to do. And that job? Protecting their turf, no matter what. Haruhi might feel a bit uneasy about it, but Aisha's not one to sugarcoat things. She's all about keeping it real. Before she heads off, Aisha lays down the law with Belle. Haruhi's a free woman now, and if anything happens to her, Belle better watch out, because if he messes with Haruhi or her little fox friend Renard, he'll be answering to Aisha herself. Talk about a warning shot. Ah, the big reveal. It turns out Haruhi never actually got the job done during her nights at the Ishtar Familia. The poor thing would always faint before the main event. But hey, Aisha's not one to gossip. She figures it's water under the bridge now, especially since Belle and Haruhi seem to have moved past all that. After all they've been through, who cares about a little detail like that, right? So there they were, Belle and Hermes, having one of those deep, meaningful conversations that seem to happen only after you've saved someone from a fate worse than death or, you know, on a Tuesday. Belle, ever the modest hero, decides to thank Hermes. But thanking Hermes is kind of like thanking a gossip magazine for giving you the latest dirt on celebrities. Useful, but you gotta wonder about the source. Don't thank him, Belle-kun, because he's just a guy with a big mouth. This is what I'd say if I were there, adding my 2 cents. Hermes, with a grin probably wider than the gap in his morals, takes it in stride. He's the kind of guy who thrives on chaos, like a reality TV show producer when the drama starts. Belle, in his innocent hero vibe, just wants to clarify that he didn't go on this wild adventure for the glory or the fame. He did it for Haruhi because that's what heroes do. They save people, not for the retweets or the gram likes, but because it's the right thing to do. Then Hermes, shifting gears like he's suddenly remembered he's supposed to be wise or something, drops the bomb about the 3 great quests. It's like he's saying, yeah, saving damsels and defeating villains is cool, but have you ever tried being part of a prophecy? It's as if he's hinting that Belle's life is about to get as complicated as trying to explain the plot of Inception to a 5-year-old. It's funny because Hermes acts like he's just casually mentioning it, as if he's saying, oh, by the way, the world's been on the edge of its seat waiting for a hero. No pressure, but you might be it. It's the equivalent of being told you're the chosen one in line at the grocery store. Oh, and could you pick up some legendary courage on aisle 5? Thanks, hero. Ah, let's dive into the ancient lore of Aurario, where monsters roamed free and heroes were forged in the fires of epic quests. Picture it. A time when the world looked to Aurario with hopeful eyes, hoping that the city would fulfill its greatest desires. And thus, the 3 great quests were born, calling for the extermination of 3 ancient monsters that emerged from the fringes of time. First up, we have Behemoth, the king of the land. This guy was like the Godzilla of Aurario, stomping around and causing chaos wherever he went. But fear not, for he met his match at the hands of the strongest families in existence. And no, we're not talking about Loki and Freya. They were probably too busy with their own drama to deal with giant monsters. We're talking about the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia, the OG powerhouses of Aurario. These families weren't just powerful, they were legendary. They were like the Avengers of their time, swooping in to save the day and slay monsters with style. You could say they were Aurario's original squad goals. So while Behemoth may have thought he was the ruler of all he surveyed, he soon learned that even the mightiest monster is no match for a determined familia armed with swords, magic, and a healthy dose of divine intervention. But Behemoth wasn't the only ancient beast to meet his end at the hands of these legendary families. Oh no, there was also Leviathan, the Lord of the Sea. This guy probably thought he was untouchable, ruling over the waves with his watery domain. But when Zeus and Hera Familias set their sights on him, he found out that even the depths of the ocean weren't safe from the wrath of heroes. So next time you're feeling down and out, just remember the tale of Behemoth and Leviathan. 2 mighty monsters who thought they were invincible, only to meet their match in the brave adventurers of Aurario. It's a reminder that no matter how big or scary your challenges may seem, there's always hope when heroes are on the scene. The Zeus and Hera Familias, Aurario's ultimate dream team, decided to combine their strength to take on the 3rd and most terrifying monster of them all, the Black Dragon. Now, when we say terrifying, we mean it. This dragon makes Smog look like a cute little gecko. Its scales are the darkest shade of black imaginable, and its wings are like a void, sucking in all the light around it. It's the stuff of nightmares, a living legend, and a herald of death. But here's the kicker, despite the combined might of the Zeus and Hera Familias, they were wiped out by this monstrous menace. Yeah, you heard that right, even the strongest heroes in Aurario couldn't take down the Black Dragon. And guess what? That dragon is still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. It's like the bougie man of Aurario, except it's real, and it's seriously bad news. So when Hermes tells Belle about the black dragon, you can bet that Belle's ears perk up. After all, he's faced his fair share of monsters in the dungeon. But this one? This one is on a whole other level, and Hermes drops the bombshell. The world wants a hero, and that hero could very well be Belle. No pressure or anything, right? So now the responsibility of completing the 3 great quests falls squarely on the shoulders of Aurorio's adventurers. It's no big deal, just the fate of the world resting in their hands. NBD, right? Meanwhile, Aurorio's adventurers really showed Ares what they're made of, leaving him seething with anger and disbelief. Seriously, talk about a major reality check. Ah, the sweet taste of victory. Marius Victrix, ever the voice of reason, pointed out the obvious. Ares seriously underestimated Aurorio's adventurers, and now he's paying the price. It's like bringing a butter knife to a sword fight, only way more embarrassing. But instead of taking the L gracefully, Ares decides to double down on his arrogance. Classic move, buddy. He tries to pull rank, reminding Marius that his daddy always followed orders without question. Yeah, well, newsflash Ares, this ain't daddy's playground anymore. Marius, with all the sass and confidence of a seasoned warrior, basically tells Ares to pack up his toys and go home. Because let's face it, he's out of his league here. It's like watching a kid throw a tantrum when they lose at a game they thought they were good at. Spoiler alert, they're not. So yeah, Ares may have the muscles, but Marius has the brains and the attitude to match. And in this battle of wits, I know who my money's on. Hint, it's not the guy throwing a fit because he got his butt handed to him by a bunch of adventurers. Then comes the classic showdown between brains and brawn. Marius isn't one to back down from a challenge, especially when it comes to standing up to Ares in his oversized ego. He's not about to let Ares stomp all over him, no siree. Marius goes in swinging with some harsh truths, calling out Ares' daddy issues and his tendency to indulge in Ares' nonsense. Ouch, talk about hitting below the belt. But hey, sometimes you gotta call it as you see it, even if it means ruffling the feathers of a wanted god. Ares, predictably, doesn't take too kindly to being called out. He's used to being worshipped and feared, not challenged by some mortal with a sharp tongue. But Marius isn't backing down, and he fires back with a witty retort, calling Ares a numbskull. Burn. Of course, Ares can't resist getting in the last word because, let's face it, he's not exactly known for his humility. He tries to out-insult Marius by claiming that only a numbskull would call another numbskull a numbskull. Ah, the logic of gods and mortals, truly a sight to behold. And so, they end up locked in a battle of wits and insults, like a couple of kids squabbling over the last slice of pizza. Seriously, these two need to take a chill pill and sort out their differences like adults. But hey, where's the fun in that? Oh, the perils of laundry day in the Hestia Familia. There they were, Belle and Herumheim, innocently tackling the mountain of laundry that comes with living with a bunch of adventurers. And let's be real, adventurers probably don't prioritize laundry as a skill set. Imagine the sweat and grime. Anyway, Belle, being the gentleman he is, jumps in to help Herumheim because who wants to be buried under a pile of dirty socks and unexpected undergarments? Cue the record scratch moment when Belle accidentally pulls out a piece of ladies' lingerie. Time freezes and you can almost hear the dun 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 in the background. Both of them are red-faced, mortified, and stuck in a standoff with a pair of undies. Talk about a laundry faux pas. Enter Hestia, goddess of the hearth and family, and apparently, the mood breaker. She stumbles upon this scene, and her imagination probably runs a marathon to conclusions. Belle and Herumheim were caught red-handed with underwear and not a single word to explain themselves. Awkward much? Hestia, in a classic overreaction, decides that the best way to prevent future laundry mishaps is to ban all physical contact between opposite sexes in her family. Yep, because that's totally going to solve the problem, right? No hand-holding, no accidental bumping into each other, and certainly no co-ed laundry sessions, because nothing says family like a no-touching policy. You can almost hear the rest of the Familia's collective eye roll at this new rule. Great, now how am I supposed to get that pat on the back for slaying a monster? Or so if I accidentally touch someone's hand while passing the salt, is that a sin now? The logistics are a nightmare. Hestia's heart might be in the right place, trying to protect her family and all that, but boy, does this make for some comedy gold. Just imagine the tiptoeing around each other, the exaggerated maneuvers to avoid contact, and the sheer panic when someone accidentally brushes past someone else. Code Red, I touched his arm. Do I need to go confess my sins now? Life in the Hestia Familia just got a whole lot more interesting. The plot thickens and the drama escalates. Haruheim, ever so resourceful, tries to retrieve the scandalous piece of laundry with her tail, which only fuels the fire for Hestia's newfound rule against physical contact. It's like watching a sitcom unfold in real life, complete with misunderstandings and slapstick solutions. Lilaruka, the voice of reason and maybe a little bit of mischief, calls out Hestia on her sudden draconian law. She's got a point. Dungeons aren't exactly the place for no-touch policies. Imagine trying to save a teammate from a monster but hesitating because, oops, can't touch. That would be a disaster wrapped in a no-contact policy. Sorry, I saw you were about to get eaten by a minotaur. But rules are rules, you know? Hestia's reaction to Lilaruka's logical argument is a classic. It's a personal problem dismissal. Ah, the age-old technique of deflecting criticism. But Lilaruka, not one to back down, brings up the ultimate trump card. The rule should apply to Hestia too. No more snuggles, hugs, or casual head pats for Belle from Hestia. The look on Hestia's face must have been priceless, a perfect mix of how dare you and oh no, what have I done. Hestia's argument about needing to touch Belle to update his status is technically valid, but also hilariously convenient, isn't it? Sorry, I need to cuddle Belle for the sake of his stats. It's a divine requirement, totally not because I want to. It's the perfect blend of divine duties and personal desires, making the whole situation even more comical. The Hestia Familia meeting probably turned into a debate club session, with arguments flying about dungeon logistics, personal space, and the fine line between divine intervention and just wanting a hug. And amidst all this, Belle's probably wondering how a simple act of laundry turned into a familial crisis over hugs and high fives. This no-touching policy? It's going to be one heck of a challenge, complete with awkward sidesteps, exaggerated leaning, and the occasional accidental brush-up that sends everyone into a panic. Code Red. Accidental elbow touch. What do we do? Hestia Familia is more like the no-touch bunch. Let's see how long this new rule lasts before everyone realizes how utterly impractical and hilarious it is. Hestia's wielding that phrase like a mighty sword in this familial showdown. But Lilaruka, never one to back down, fires back with the same line, turning the argument into a full-blown petty squabble. It's like watching two siblings bicker over who gets the last cookie, except this time it's about touching and flirting. Hestia, in her infinite wisdom, or maybe just frustration, lays down the law. No flirting allowed, especially not from Lilaruka with her daring outfits. Shots fired. But let's be real, Hestia's outfit is pretty revealing too. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Miko To and Welf, ever the wise ones, raise an important question. Do these rules apply to the gods too? After all, they're pretty cozy with Tekka Kumazuchi and Hephaestus. Hestia's response? She practically glows with excitement at the thought of divine romance, like a fan at a celebrity wedding. She's all for it, cheering on the idea of gods finding love among mortals. It's like she's the ultimate matchmaker, orchestrating divine romance for her amusement. But Lilaruka, with her sharp wit and keen observation skills, sees right through Hestia's facade. She calls out the unfairness of holding gods to a different standard. And she's right. Why should mortals abide by strict rules while gods get a free pass to flirt and frolic? It's a double standard if there ever was one, and Lilaruka's not about to let it slide. The Hestia Familia meeting has turned into a comedy of errors, with rules and regulations flying faster than Zeus's lightning bolts. But amidst the chaos, there's a hint of something deeper, the tangled web of relationships and emotions that bind this makeshift family together. Who knew a simple laundry mishap could spark such a heated debate? Welcome to the Hestia Familia, where even the most mundane tasks become epic battles of wills. Oh, the drama unfolds with the intensity of a Greek tragedy. Hestia, the goddess who prides herself on her closeness to her children, finally reaches her boiling point. Imagine the scene: Hestia, fed up, tossing Lilaruka aside with the ease of a goddess, quite literally, all to secure a moment with her dear Belle. It's like watching a divine soap opera, complete with the dramatic exit. Then comes the moment of truth, a hypothetical question that's as loaded as a trap set by Hermes himself. What if a beautiful goddess confessed her love to you? Hestia asks, barely concealing her own hopes behind this thinly veiled, hypothetical scenario. Belle, our ever-knave hero, walks right into it and delivers a response that is so painfully honest that it might as well have been a strike from Zeus's thunderbolt. I would turn her down, he says, and just like that, Hestia's heart shatters like a vase dropped from Olympus. Bel, in his innocence, tries to soften the blow, but his words are like adding salt to an open wound. Dating a goddess? Intimidating? Oh, Bel, you have no idea how right you are, but perhaps not in the way you think. It's not the divine might that's intimidating, it's the depth of feeling and the fear of the unknown. Hestia's reaction is swift and dramatic. She flees the scene like a heroine in a tragedy, leaving her familia behind in a whirlwind of emotions. It's as if she summoned Hermes' sandals and flew off, leaving a trail of divine drama in her wake. The familia is left in a state of shock, probably exchanging glances that say, "Well, that escalated quickly." And so Hestia's departure leaves the familia in a peculiar state, pondering the complexities of love between gods and mortals. Bel's straightforward rejection, meant to spare feelings, ends up causing more drama than a season finale of their favorite show. The familia, a tight-knit group of adventurers, now faces the absence of their goddess, wondering when or if she'll return. It's a moment of uncertainty, a test of their bonds, and perhaps a lesson in the complexities of divine human relationships. In the world of Aurario, where gods walk among mortals, love is indeed a battlefield, and sometimes the most innocent of comments can ignite the fiercest of storms. Bel, in the aftermath of Hestia's dramatic exit, finds himself faced with some hard truths. It's like he's been hit with a Minotaur-sized reality check, courtesy of his friends and their sage advice. Welf, ever the voice of reason, points out that Bel's words may have been a tad too harsh, and Haruheim, with her gentle demeanor, adds her own perspective, nudging Bel to consider the impact of his words on others' feelings. It's like they're the wise mentors guiding our hero through the labyrinth of emotions. But it's Lilaruka who delivers the knockout blow, confronting Bel with a question that hits him right in the feels. Does the same logic he applies to gods also apply to adventurers and supporters? It's a moment of clarity, a light bulb flickering to life above Bel's head. Suddenly he sees it, the parallels between divine relationships and mortal ones. Just as gods deserve respect, so do adventurers and supporters, regardless of their backgrounds. Lilaruka's words strike a chord, causing Bel to pause and reflect on his own biases. And so, with newfound understanding dawning in his eyes, Bel does the only thing he can do: he runs. He runs to find Hestia, to make amends, to bridge the gap that his words have created. It's a journey of self-discovery, a quest to reconcile his ideals with the reality of human emotions. As for whether Bel actually gets it, well, only time will tell. But one thing's for sure, the journey to self-awareness is never easy, especially when you're navigating the maze of relationships in Aurario. But with friends like Welf, Haruheim, and Lilaruka by his side, our hero is well equipped to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Meanwhile, Aisha and her squad are always looking for an opportunity to capitalize on the chaos. It's like they've stumbled into a black market bazaar where soldiers peddle their ill-gotten gains like treasures from a dungeon raid. As Aisha surveys the scene, she can't help but roll her eyes at the sorry state of affairs. These soldiers may be tough on the battlefield, but when it comes to business, they're as clueless as a minotaur in a labyrinth. But then, like a beacon in the darkness, her girls bring news of fresh prey. Aisha's mood shifts in an instant, her eyes alight with the promise of profit. It's like they hit the jackpot, stumbling upon a group of unsuspecting adventurers ripe for the picking. With a predatory grin, Aisha sets her sights on her next mark, ready to swoop in and take advantage of the situation. After all, in the cutthroat world of Aurario, it's survival of the fittest, and Aisha knows how to thrive in the chaos. Ares is always the one with the grandiose plans. It's like he's playing divine chess, except he's the only one who knows the rules. Marius, ever the voice of reason, can't help but poke fun at Ares' latest scheme. Sightseeing in Aurario, are we? Maybe you'll even catch a glimpse of the famous Belcranel while you're at it. But Ares, undeterred by Marius' sarcasm, lays out his bold plan to snatch a god from Aurario and hold them hostage, forcing the adventurers to bend to his will. It's like he's playing the ultimate game of god-napping, with Aurorio's fate hanging in the balance. One thing's for sure, when Ares sets his mind to something, there's no stopping him, even if his schemes sometimes border on the absurd. It's like watching a god of war try his hand at diplomacy with predictably chaotic results. Marius can't help but watch in disbelief as Ares charges off, leaving him standing there with his jaw practically scraping the ground. Ares, you're really going through with this madness? How do you even plan on sneaking into Aurario, let alone abducting a god? But Ares, fueled by his own hubris and determination, brushes off Marius' concerns like they're mere trifles. He's convinced that his plan is foolproof, even if he hasn't quite figured out all the details yet. Hurry up, Marius. We need to gather our best men and set out to abduct whichever god we can get our hands on. Marius, feeling like he's watching a disaster unfold in slow motion, can't help but shake his head at Ares' reckless impulsiveness. Ares, you're acting like a hot-headed idiot. Come back here before you get yourself killed. But Ares is already off, his mind set on his grandiose scheme, leaving Marius to wonder just how he got himself mixed up with such a stubborn and impulsive god. Maich and Hephaestus exchanged a knowing glance before turning their attention back to Bel. Maich, with his ever-compassionate smile, leaned in closer and patted Bel on the shoulder. "Ah, young love, it's a beautiful thing, isn't it?" Hephaestus, ever the pragmatic one, chimed in with her characteristic wisdom. "Love knows no bounds, Bel. It transcends even the barriers between worlds. But it's not always an easy path to tread." Bel's eyes widened with a mixture of hope and apprehension. "So you're saying a god or goddess can fall in love with someone from the lower world?" Maich nodded sagely. "Indeed, Bel, love can blossom in the most unexpected places, between the most unlikely of beings. But remember, with great love comes great responsibility," Hephaestus added, her tone gentle yet firm. "If you truly care for someone, Bel, you must be prepared to face any challenges that may come your way. Love is a powerful force, but it requires patience, understanding, and sacrifice." Maich's words struck a chord within Bel, prompting him to ponder deeply about the nature of love and the bonds between gods and mortals. He realized that while their lives may be vastly different, the depth of their emotions remains the same. Bel couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear at the thought of such profound and enduring love. Hephaestus, seeing the turmoil in Bel's eyes, offered her perspective. "Fear is a natural part of love, Bel. It's what makes it so powerful and precious. But it's also what makes it so fragile. To love is to open yourself up to the possibility of pain and loss. But it's also to open yourself up to the possibility of immense joy and fulfillment." Bel nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "So it's not about avoiding fear, but rather facing it head-on and embracing the uncertainties that come with love." Maich smiled warmly. "Exactly, Bel. Love is a journey full of twists and turns, ups and downs. But as long as you follow your heart and stay true to yourself, you'll find your way." Bel listened intently to Hephaestus' advice, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He realized that he didn't have to navigate the complexities of love alone, and that some gods and goddesses would respect his feelings and choices. With newfound courage, Bel vowed to face whatever challenges love may bring with honesty and integrity. "Thank you, Hephaestus," Bel said sincerely. "I understand now. I won't run away from a god's love, and I'll be sure to give them a proper answer, whatever it may be." Maich nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit, Bel. Love is a precious gift, and it's meant to be cherished and embraced, no matter where it comes from." With his heart lighter and his resolve strengthened, Bel bid farewell to Maich and Hephaestus, feeling more confident and determined than ever before. He knew that his journey was far from over, but with the support and guidance of his fellow gods, he was ready to face whatever the future held. As Hestia grumbled to herself about her predicament, she couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance at being interrupted from her rant by the potato popper lady's request. "Just when I thought my day couldn't get any worse," she muttered under her breath. But duty called, and Hestia begrudgingly set off to fetch another bag of potatoes, knowing that she had no choice but to fulfill the task. The darkening sky overhead only added to her frustration, as she knew that the impending rain would only make her job more difficult. As she trudged along with a heavy cart, her mood didn't improve when she noticed Ganesha approaching. She braced herself for any teasing or comments about her current state, knowing full well that the elephant-headed god had a knack for turning any situation into a joke. With Hestia unknowingly caught in the crosshairs of Ares' impulsive plan, the situation quickly escalated beyond a simple misunderstanding. Ares, reveling in what he perceived as a masterstroke of strategic genius, failed to recognize the gravity of abducting a deity from Aurario. His actions not only put him in direct conflict with the powerful adventurers and gods of the city, but also jeopardized the delicate balance between the divine and the mortal realms. Ganesha, left in shock by the audacious act, could only muster a stupefied response to Ares' brazen kidnapping of Hestia. The usually vibrant and bustling city now found itself on the brink of a crisis, with one of its beloved gods whisked away by a figure notorious for his haphazard and aggressive tactics. The implications of Ares' actions were far-reaching, igniting a potential for conflict that could draw Aurario into an unwanted confrontation. The kidnapping of a god was not merely a provocation. it was an affront to the sanctity of the divine and the mortals who worshipped them. As news of Hestia's abduction spread, it would undoubtedly rally the adventurers and other deities of Aurorio to her rescue, setting the stage for a clash that could unravel the fragile peace within the city's walls and beyond. As Belle and Ais hurried to join the other adventurers, the gravity of the situation began to sink in. The news of Hestia's abduction sent shockwaves through Aurorio, and Belle's heart raced with a mixture of fear and determination. With each step, he couldn't shake the feeling of urgency, knowing that every moment could be crucial in finding and rescuing his beloved goddess. Loki's fiery demeanor only added to the intensity of the situation, her anger directed squarely at Ganesha for his unwitting role in Hestia's disappearance. Belle could feel the tension crackling in the air as Loki's frustration boiled over, prompting her to take matters into her own hands with swift and decisive action. Amidst the chaos, Belle found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, torn between his desire to find Hestia and the overwhelming sense of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. But as he stood alongside Ais and the other adventurers, he knew that he couldn't afford to falter. Hestia's safety was paramount, and he vowed to do whatever it took to bring her back home, safe and sound. As tensions ran high and the urgency of the situation became clear, Ais' determination to pursue Ares sparked a debate among the group. Loki, ever the pragmatic leader, questioned Ais' decision to personally involve herself in the chase, insisting that she didn't need to go out of her way for Hestia. But Ais, steadfast in her resolve, knew that someone had to take up the chase, and she was willing to shoulder that burden. Belle, torn between his loyalty to Hestia and his respect for Ais' capabilities, found himself caught in the middle of the debate. Despite Ais' assurances that she could handle the pursuit alone, Belle couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to be there for Hestia, no matter the cost. As the group grappled with their next move, the issue of how to track down Ares amidst the chaos of the enemy forces arose. With the possibility of Ares slipping away if they pursued blindly, Ais suggested a more strategic approach, narrowing down their search by identifying which group held Hestia captive. Fortunately, Hermes emerged with a solution, offering his assistance in narrowing down the enemy's movements and pinpointing the group that held Hestia. His knowledge and resources would prove invaluable in their quest to rescue Hestia and bring her safely back to Aurorio. With a plan in place and the determination of the adventurers unwavering, Belle and his companions prepared to embark on their perilous journey, guided by the hope of reuniting with their beloved goddess and thwarting Ares' nefarious plans once and for all. As Ais and Belle closed in on Hestia's location with Astley's guidance, they were met with the sight of their beloved goddess bound and defiant, determined to thwart Ares' plans despite her precarious situation. Ares, ever the arrogant antagonist, taunted Hestia with his dismissive remarks, belittling her while acknowledging her importance to his scheme. But as Ais descended upon the scene with her characteristic grace and precision, Marius found himself stunned by the prowess of Aurorio's adventurers, who seemed to command the very skies themselves. With a swift and decisive strike, Ais swiftly freed Hestia from her bonds, rendering Ares' boasts meaningless in the face of her skill. As Astley prepared to depart, eager to ensure Hestia's safety, Marius intervened, seizing her and threatening to use her as leverage against Aurorio's adventurers. With their archers trained on Astley, Marius hoped to secure their escape and prevent pursuit, underestimating the resolve and resourcefulness of Ais and her allies. As Ares and Marius clashed over their next move, their squabble only served to create an opening for Belle to reach Hestia's side. Despite the precariousness of their situation, Hestia couldn't contain her joy at Belle's arrival, her excitement inadvertently causing her to lose her footing and tumble from the cliff's edge. With a heart full of concern, Belle wasted no time in following her down, his determination driving him to brave the unknown depths below. Ais, recognizing the urgency of the situation, swiftly joined them in their descent, the three of them plummeting towards the river below. As they landed amidst the rushing waters, their fate was uncertain. Astley remained behind, trapped in the hands of their adversaries, her safety hanging in the balance as the tumult of battle raged on. As Hestia slowly blinked away the fog of unconsciousness, Belle's face was a mix of relief and concern, like a puppy who had just found his lost chew toy but realized it was covered in mud. He hovered nearby, fussing over her like an overprotective mother hen, ready to fetch more water at the drop of a hat. Meanwhile, Ais stood tall and vigilant, scanning the surroundings like a hawk on a mission, her determination rivaled only by her impressive swordsmanship. If she ever needs a career change, she'd make a killer security guard. And then there was Mr. Calm, their gracious host, whose hospitality was as warm as a freshly baked pie. With a smile as bright as the noonday sun, he welcomed them into his home, making them feel like they'd stumbled upon a hidden oasis in the desert of their misfortune. As for Hestia's guilt trip, well, it hit her harder than a ton of bricks falling from the sky. But hey, at least she wasn't alone in her guilt-ridden boat. Belle was rowing right alongside her, his oars dipped in a sea of remorse. Maybe they should invest in a guilt-free cruise ship next time. And let's not forget Lena, Mr. Kame's daughter, who was apparently on standby to assist them with anything they needed. Hopefully, she's better at brewing potions than she is at telling knock-knock jokes. As Eyes updated Belle on the situation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety gnawing at his insides. The uncertainty of their enemy's whereabouts hung in the air like a storm cloud, casting a shadow over their temporary sanctuary in the mountains. But with Hestia resting peacefully, at least for now, they had a momentary reprieve from the chaos of their predicament. Meanwhile, Mr. Kame's condition seemed to mirror the turbulent atmosphere outside. His coughs echoed through the quiet room, punctuating the gravity of their situation like a drumbeat of foreboding. Yet despite his own struggles, his thoughts were consumed by the well-being of his daughter Lena. And speaking of Lena, she dashed to her father's side like a whirlwind of concern, her worry etched on her face like a portrait of familial devotion. Mr. Kame tried to assuage her fears with a reassuring smile, masking his own pain beneath a facade of strength. But his words held a weighty promise of a future yet to unfold, a future intertwined with the fate of the goddess in their midst. The next day, Hestia's playful demeanor belied her genuine appreciation for Belle's care, but beneath her light-hearted banter lay a sincere gratitude for his unwavering support. Belle, ever the dutiful adventurer, reassured her with a gentle smile, his willingness to assist her echoing his unwavering loyalty. As Lena entered the room with a tray of tea, her presence infused the space with warmth and hospitality, a reflection of the villagers' kindness. The mention of the upcoming festival sparked Hestia's interest, her enthusiasm palpable as she expressed a desire to partake in the festivities. Despite Belle's initial reluctance to leave Hestia's side, her insistence on repaying the villagers' kindness tugged at his heartstrings. With a resigned yet fond sigh, he acquiesced to her request, unable to resist her persuasive charm. After all, when it came to Hestia, how could he possibly refuse? Belle's encounter with Eyes in the traditional village attire left him momentarily speechless, his admiration for her beauty evident in his stunned expression. Despite his initial flustered reaction, Belle managed to gather his thoughts and complimented Eyes on her appearance, his words offering reassurance and admiration. As Belle immersed himself in assisting the villagers with their tasks, his genuine willingness to lend a hand earned him the gratitude of those around him. Even amidst the hustle and bustle of the festival preparations, Belle's kindness and humility shone through, leaving a lasting impression on the villagers. However, amidst the mundane tasks and cheerful atmosphere, Belle's discovery of the black scale served as a sobering reminder of the looming threat that still lingered in the shadows. The ominous presence of the black dragon and the unfinished quests weighed heavily on his mind, serving as a stark contrast to the jovial festivities unfolding around him. As the villagers shared the tale of the black dragon and its protective scales, Belle couldn't help but marvel at the village's unique approach to safety. So they're basically putting their trust in Dragon Dandruff? Talk about unconventional protection. Belle's inner monologue kicked into overdrive as he pondered the implications of relying on a mythical creature for defense. Great, just what this village needs, a dragon-sized security system. I wonder if they have a beware of dragon sign posted somewhere. Eyes' stoic demeanor added an extra layer of intensity to the situation, her sharp gaze fixed on the black scale. And here I thought Eyes had a soft spot for fluffy creatures. Turns out she's more into dragon scales than puppy tails. Amidst the seriousness of the conversation, Belle couldn't help but appreciate the irony of a village seeking protection from a creature known for wreaking havoc. Ah, the classic enemy of my enemy is my friend strategy, even if that friend happens to be a ginormous, fire-breathing lizard. Mr. Kame's sudden inquiry about the emblem caught Belle off guard, prompting him to examine it closely. Let me guess. Ancient artifact? A hidden treasure map? Secret society insignia? He mused, his curiosity piqued. Belle's mind raced with possibilities as he tried to recall where he might have seen the emblem before. Maybe it's from a forgotten legend or a symbol of an ancient covenant between gods and mortals. Or perhaps it's just a really fancy family crest. Mr. Kame's sullen expression hinted at the emblem's significance, adding to Belle's intrigue. Here I was thinking we were just discussing dragon scales, and now we're diving headfirst into a mystery. As Mr. Kame recounted his heartbreaking tale to Belle, The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with emotion. Belle listened intently, feeling a mixture of sympathy and admiration for the man who had endured such loss. Belle couldn't help but marvel at the depth of Mr. Kame's love for the goddess and the sacrifices he made to honor her memory. Talk about a love story for the ages, Belle thought to himself, feeling a pang of sadness for the tragedy that had befallen Mr. Kame and his beloved goddess. Mr. Kame's coughing fit interrupted his story, drawing Belle's attention back to the present. Looks like even the most poignant tales need a moment to catch their breath, Belle mused, offering Mr. Kame a reassuring smile. Belle was deeply moved by Mr. Kame's words, feeling a sense of responsibility and determination welling up within him. He promised Mr. Kame that he would do everything in his power to protect Hestia and cherish her with all his heart. "You have my word, Mr. Kame," Belle vowed solemnly, his voice filled with conviction. As Mr. Kame's condition seemed to worsen, Belle couldn't shake the feeling of urgency gnawing at him. "I've got to do everything I can to prevent any more regrets," Belle thought to himself, steeling his resolve. With a determined nod, Belle made a silent promise to himself to honor Mr. Kame's wishes and carry his words with him always. As Hestia tried to maintain her facade of illness, Eyes couldn't help but notice the sudden change in her demeanor. "Is everything all right, Hestia-sama?" Eyes asked with concern, sensing that something was amiss. Hestia attempted to cough a bit more dramatically, but her charade was quickly unraveling under Eyes' perceptive gaze. "Oh, it's nothing, Aishan," Hestia replied, trying to sound convincing despite her guilty expression. Eyes raised an eyebrow skeptically, but decided not to press the matter further. Instead, she placed the food beside Hestia's bed. "I brought you something to eat. You should try to regain your strength," Az said gently, offering a reassuring smile. Though Hestia appreciated A's kindness, she couldn't shake the disappointment of not seeing Belle. As Hestia eagerly awaited A's response, she couldn't help but imagine various romantic scenarios unfolding between Eyes and Belle. However, when Ah compared Belle to a rabbit, Hestia's imagination screeched to a halt, leaving her utterly perplexed. "Did I just hear that right?" Hestia muttered to herself, trying to process A's unexpected analogy. "Well, I guess it's better than being compared to a cabbage or a turnip." With a mixture of relief and amusement, Hestia embraced Oz, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "Just make sure you don't start hopping around with him, Shan," Hestia joked, her laughter echoing through the room. "We wouldn't want him mistaking you for a real bunny." Eyes could only nod in agreement, wondering how she had managed to find herself in such a peculiar conversation with the goddess of the Hestia Familia. As the festival unfolded, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Hestia's presence added to the festive spirit, and her declaration of feeling better drew cheers from the crowd. "Looks like Hestia's ready to party," someone exclaimed, causing a ripple of laughter to spread through the gathering. As the harvest dance commenced, all eyes turned to the dance floor, eager to witness any budding romances that might blossom under the starlit sky. "Ah, the age-old dance of love," remarked one villager, wistfully gazing at the couples twirling gracefully across the dance floor. Who knew finding a partner could be as simple as a dance invitation? Meanwhile, Hestia watched the festivities unfold with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, secretly plotting to play matchmaker for Belle and Eyes. After all, what's a festival without a little bit of romantic intrigue? As Hestia confidently declared her intention to take center stage, the villagers cheered in excitement, eager to have a goddess grace their festival with her presence. Belle's eyes widened in surprise at Hestia's boldness, unsure of what to make of her sudden enthusiasm. A dance with a goddess? Talk about divine intervention, someone joked, earning a chuckle from the crowd. Meanwhile, Eyes observed the unfolding scene with a mixture of amusement and concern. She couldn't help but wonder if Hestia had indeed transformed into the goddess of harvest, or if her newfound exuberance was simply a result of the festival atmosphere. Belle, caught off guard by Hestia's unexpected invitation, struggled to find the right words to respond. The memory of their recent conversation still lingered in his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. Hestia's playful threat to forget about Belle's previous reaction to her confession only added to the comedic tension of the moment. As the villagers eagerly awaited Belle's response, he found himself torn between his loyalty to Hestia and his own feelings of confusion and hesitation. As the music filled the air and Belle and Hestia swayed to the rhythm of the dance, Belle's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency, knowing that their time together was precious and fleeting. The villagers watched in awe as the goddess and her adventurer danced gracefully under the starlit sky. They could sense the bond between them, the unspoken understanding and affection that transcended words. Belle's thoughts drifted back to Myatt's words of encouragement and Mr. Khan's heartfelt plea. He knew that he couldn't let fear hold him back, that he had to seize the moment and cherish every second he had with Hestia. With each step of the dance, Belle poured his heart into the movement, silently expressing his love and gratitude for the goddess who had become his family, his home. And as the night wore on, surrounded by the warmth and laughter of the festival, Belle made a silent vow to himself, to treasure every moment, to live without regrets, and to hold on to the bond he shared with Hestia for as long as he possibly could. The festival was in full swing, the air alive with laughter and music as the villagers and their guests celebrated with joyous abandon. Hestia, feeling much better, had joined the festivities, her presence boosting the spirits of everyone around. Belle, encouraged by Mr. Kam's advice, had asked Hestia for a dance, a moment that seemed to encapsulate the happiness and unity of the evening. The dance floor was a swirl of color and movement, with every step and turn a testament to the village's vibrant spirit. As the music played on, eyes watched from the sidelines, her presence adding a sense of calm to the lively scene. Her earlier conversation with Hestia about Belle, although brief, seemed like a distant memory in the midst of the celebration. But the festive mood took an abrupt turn when Lena, tears streaming down her face, rushed through the crowd to find Hestia and Belle. The news she bore was like a cold wind sweeping through the warmth of the festival. Mr. Kam was nearing the end of his journey in the lower world. The villagers, upon hearing the news, quickly transitioned from jubilation to concern. The music slowed to a stop, and the laughter faded away as everyone gathered around to offer their support. The contrast between the evening's earlier festivities and the present somber atmosphere was stark, highlighting the close-knit nature of the community and their collective capacity for empathy and compassion. As they approached Mr. Kam's bedside, Hestia and Belle, along with Eyes and the villagers, formed a circle of love and support. The shift from the festival's joy to this moment of farewell was a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the strength found in the community during times of sorrow. As Mr. Kam reminisced about Bridget, Hestia couldn't help but smile at the fond memories they shared. It seemed Mr. Kam's recollections of Bridget painted a picture of a woman quite different from the one Hestia knew. A gentle, loving soul, rather than the spirited troublemaker Hestia remembered. Hestia couldn't resist teasing Mr. Kam about Bridget's potential motives for presenting herself in a more favorable light, sparking a moment of levity in the midst of sadness. Despite the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kam's question about reuniting with Bridget in the afterlife brought a glimmer of hope to the somber atmosphere. Hestia's assurance that Bridget's tenacity would undoubtedly lead her to seek out Mr. Kam once again offered a ray of comfort amidst the impending farewell. As they shared these final moments together, the bond between Mr. Kam, Hestia, and the others present grew even stronger, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and love, even in the face of loss. As Mr. Kam's final moments drew near, a profound sense of sorrow filled the room, overshadowing the festivities outside. Hestia, embodying the spirit of Bridget, offered words of solace and gratitude, expressing Bridget's eternal love for Mr. Kam. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between this world and the next seemed to blur, allowing Mr. Kam to see his beloved Bridget one last time. With tears streaming down his face, Mr. Kam poured out his heart, expressing his deepest regrets and apologies to Bridget for his perceived failures. In the presence of Hestia, who embodied Bridget's essence, Mr. Kam found solace in the assurance of Bridget's enduring love. As his final breath escaped him, Mr. Kam's heart overflowed with love and longing, his soul finding peace in the knowledge that Bridget's love would accompany him into eternity. Hestia, filled with compassion and empathy, gently closed Mr. Kam's eyes, ushering him into the embrace of eternal rest. The villagers, overcome with grief, departed the room, leaving behind a somber silence that echoed the depth of their loss. At that moment, amidst the tears and sorrow, the bond between Mr. Kam, Bridget, and those who loved them remained unbroken, a testament to the enduring power of love and the eternal connections that transcend even the boundaries of life and death. As Belle gazed at the moon, contemplating the transient nature of life and love, Hestia's words struck a chord deep within him. The realization that even the most cherished memories would fade with time weighed heavily on his heart. He couldn't help but wonder if it would be easier to accept the inevitability of parting ways if they hadn't professed their love so fervently. Hestia's wisdom resonated with Belle, reminding him of the fragility of mortal existence and the enduring nature of divine beings. He couldn't shake the feeling of sorrow that lingered within him, knowing that one day he would be forced to bid farewell to everything and everyone he held dear. The memory of his grandfather's passing served as a poignant reminder of the pain of loss, a wound that time could never fully heal. Bel realized that the prospect of forgetting everything upon his own death was a daunting one, a fate that seemed inconceivable compared to the eternal existence of the gods. In that moment of reflection, Bel grappled with the complexities of mortality and immortality. Finding solace in the presence of Hestia, his steadfast companion and guiding light in an uncertain world. Together, they would navigate the challenges that lay ahead, cherishing each precious moment they shared, knowing that their love transcended the boundaries of time and space. In that tender moment, as Hestia's words washed over him like a soothing balm, Bel felt a sense of peace wash over him. The weight of eternity no longer felt like a burden, but rather a promise of eternal companionship and unwavering love. Hestia's unwavering commitment to stand by Bel's side through every trial and tribulation filled him with a profound sense of gratitude and comfort. He found solace in her words, knowing that even in the face of separation and the passage of time, their bond would endure. As tears streamed down his cheeks, Bel's heart overflowed with emotion, a mixture of joy, relief, and overwhelming love for the goddess who had become his rock and anchor in a world fraught with uncertainty. In that embrace, surrounded by the warmth of Hestia's love, Bel found the courage to let go of his fears and embrace the eternity that stretched out before them. With Hestia by his side, he knew that they would navigate the ever-changing currents of life together, bound by a love that transcended time and space. As they pledged to journey through eternity hand in hand, Bel and Hestia embarked on a new chapter of their lives, filled with the promise of endless tomorrows and the unbreakable bond of their immortal love. As the sun set over the picturesque village, Bel, Hestia, and I stood by Mr. Kame's grave, reflecting on their journey. Bel couldn't help but comment on how peaceful the village was, jokingly suggesting they retire there and open a potato popper stand. Hestia playfully rolled her eyes, reminding Bel that their adventures were far from over. As they made their way back to Aurario, Eyes offered to join Bel on future escapades, prompting Hestia to tease her about becoming the third wheel. Eyes retorted with a grin, saying she'd make sure to bring plenty of snacks to keep the dynamic trio fueled for their adventures. In Aurario, justice was served as Ares and his cronies were carted off to prison. Loki welcomed Az back with open arms, though not without a playful jab about her disappearing act. Az simply shrugged it off, already planning her next move with Bel and Hestia. Back in the family mansion, Bel and Hestia were greeted with cheers and tears of joy. Their reunion was filled with laughter and heartfelt embraces, with Hestia jokingly threatening to smite anyone who dared to separate her from Bel again. As they settled back into their routine, Bel couldn't shake the feeling of gratitude for the adventures they'd shared and the bonds they'd forged. With Hestia by his side, he knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they'd face them together with unwavering courage and a healthy dose of humor. And so, as the stars twinkled overhead, casting their light on the bustling streets of Aurario, Bel, Hestia, Eyes, and their familias stood united, ready to embark on their next great adventure. With laughter in their hearts and the promise of tomorrow on the horizon, they knew that as long as they had each other, anything was possible.